Oh, welcome everybody to Moose Wars Duskfall. Yesterday, if you spent some time with us, you'll know that we went through 2v2s and it was quite an exciting experience. But right now, that was only the taste. That was only the first half of the action that we got coming out with you. And right now, we're doing 1v1s, and the players are playing just as good as ever, as they should right before BCX. My name is Graffiti, and I am joined by the wonderful and the amazing Jiro to Death.
Okay, very fancy intro, but welcome everyone, to Duskfall Rebellion. Very excited to cast again. We gotta see some good NA gameplay. I'm very excited, and man, we already got like a fire set to start us off.
Oh my god, yeah.
You wanna let us know, Graffiti? What do we got? What do we got?
Yeah, sure. We're gonna be starting off with Marckiemoo versus Bunny. This is a very big heart pick versus brain pick for me. Marckiemoo in contention to be the best player in the world right now, popularly regarded as the best player in the bracket. So definitely a brain pick for there. Heart pick is, I mean, for me, is usually going to be with Bunny because the Fluffle has to stick together.
She's great. She's just a great player overall. Amazing off stage, fantastic choices. I'm very excited for this set as a whole. Like, what a banger to start,
I think that is. I'm actually really happy that you mentioned how good Bunny is off stage, because I think Marckiemoo is also really good off stage, and Marckiemoo is I think has higher earnings and is the more accomplished of the two players, but they're both probably just as good off stage as far as that specific area of their gameplay is. Marckiemoo is able to find success in a few other areas that sometimes Bunny isn't as consistent with, but when it comes to purely just off stage, when feet leave the floor, when it's time to close out a ledge guard or an edge guard, they are both just beautiful players. And so that is that's going to be one of the main things that we're looking for during this set, when two gauntlet players that are just incredible with Sares and Dares and GC side sigs. What can you expect? We're getting into game one, Jiro. I'm feeling it.
I'm excited. I'm hyped. Let's go. Bunny versus Marckiemoo into Small Fortress of Lions for game 1, 3, 2, 1, and brawl. Here we go. Let's see who gets the first weapon. Nice there to start us off. Bunny already got the gauntlets, but as you said, it's a gauntlets mirror match. So we'll see what happens.
Both players respecting each other's space. Yeah, they're respecting each other's space very well. They're not going for anything too huge. I mean, they were taking hits when they can. They both are players that like to play somewhat aggressively. Maybe Marckiemoo just a tad more aggressive than Bunny, but still, Bunny knows how to accelerate the game. I don't think Marckiemoo can fully bring this to a spot where Bunny's uncomfortable. I don't think he can outpass the game past her grips. I think she's always going to be close behind, if not right next to him.
Oh my!
And there might even be some times where Bunny can actually completely overlap Marckiemoo and try to speed past him. Both these players are equally capable of tripping the other up and outpacing the other. It's just, we're going to see how well if Bunny's able to clutch it up. I mean, she's a great player, but just a bit lower than Marky, so she knows what she's up against right here. She takes the first stock, but she might be losing her first stock soon enough. She knows what she's up against, Jiro.
Yeah, this is a fantastic first match already. That reversal with the gravity cancel down stick from Bunny definitely caught Marckiemoo off guard now, and they're 2-2 stocks. And I mean, high speed set here. This is definitely no snooze fest, for sure.
Oh no!
You gotta stay glued to the screen because the site is already absolutely obliterating Bunny there with the triple nair finish there from Marckiemoo. Nice nair to find a reversal though, but a quick recovery to get back on the stage. Marckiemoo definitely not allowing the explosiveness of Bunny's offstage gameplay.
Marckiemoo is actually really starting to find some of the better of these advancements. When it comes to the gauntlets, I guess he wasn't finding that much success. We really praised and then sung his glory about the gauntlets, especially considering that this is a gauntlet ditto, but it was actually really the scythe that put him in a very advantageous spot. And now that he's back on the gauntlets, he is kind of struggling against his axe. he is able to get the silent recovery, and now Bunny has to play gauntlets into Scythe, which you can say about that matchup whatever you want, but still, I think regardless, the Scythe in Marky's hands is where he's going to want it to be. Bunny has to even this game out right here before he gets too much extra credit. This side Sig would have been very cheeky, but Azar on the side of the stage is going to rip the Scythe out of Marky's hands, send them both down to last stock, 2.5 minutes in, and this is going to be a very, very close game. Whoever loses this is not a go next. You need to tighten up your act, and it could really be either one at this point.
That was such a beautiful reversal there with the reverse side there on the gauntlets. Just to steal that stock away and equalize. But Marckiemoo was definitely not taking lightly on that. The delay silent as well, just to pile up more damage. 122 damage. That is definitely in KO position here for Marckiemoo. Even though Bonnie is off stage right now, so anything can happen really. Like you saw those reversals. Very packed up.
He is playing this pretty carefully. Sometimes Marky likes to rush in, you know, rush in, get his hits, get his knocks out, get its money and rush out. But for this game one, he chose to play it really carefully. Is that the reason that he won? Was it the moment that he was able to speed up for just a tiny bit and then bring it back? Was the fact that he was able to grab a short lead, like we see here with the Scythe as the clips are running back? He was able to grab a pretty tasty lead with the Scythe, and it was only while he was on gauntlets that Bunny was able to bring it back, especially after a very nice reversal. And Marckiemoo is fully respecting the space off stage against Bunny. So does Marky need to play carefully, or does he need to go full send and grab these huge commits that we know and love him? Which one is it here?
Well, when it comes to this, and I always tend to say this when it comes to these sorts of like same playstyle sets, it's a war of attrition. Who does it first? Who gets the damage first, right? Because if someone runs away, like let's say for example, if Bunny runs away with the set, she will definitely run away, especially with those games as you said and as you saw. Like she is very, very dangerous off stage. Oh my god, that beautiful conversion there as well with the weapon throw on the axe from Bunny, just to equalize some of that damage away from Marckiemoo. Okay. Oh, no options left, but somehow Bunny thought he would go up there. That was an interesting choice from Bunny. I guess she expected a recovery like that. Yeah, very even damage.
This game has starting to get a bit more slow. We said about these players, they like playing very fast and aggressive, but right now, still not going for any huge.
Look at them. They're going at it. Like, look, I mean, yeah, sure, you see some neutral, like some points of neutral, because honestly, you need that. At this sort of high-level play, you definitely need that. No matter how aggressive you are. That was a beautiful recovery catch on that third stock from Bunny, but we'll see what happens. As reverse nair, but quickly retaliating with that down air almost instantly. Yeah, it feels like they also know each other very well, like these two players.
Oh, absolutely. Good headline for Bunny. Yeah, they're both actually really properly respecting the space of each other off stage. At first I thought it was just Marky respecting the off stage space around Bunny, because Marky is Marky's mindset going into any game is very good, where he doesn't get too ahead of himself. He doesn't like let confidence or an ego like consume him.
Yeah.
Like he knows how to stay
even
level
as a person,
and, yeah, like he fully respects his opponent every single time. He only goes for those huge plays when he knows that it's worth it. He doesn't like search for them every single day. He only goes for them when he knows that it's the best option. Bunny, however, could be a little bit more different. Can be a little bit more loose cannon. Sometimes Bunny just goes for the most crazy stuff just because she feels like it. She's a bit less. She's a bit more loose cannon. Sometimes she is a bit more driven by a clip and less so about just respecting your opponent and playing the way that you think is most optimal. Sometimes Bunny really just does play for the clip. So the fact that the two of them are respecting each other so much off stage, gotta say, is a really nice display of these two, the mental, how much they're willing to go, and how prepared they are for this fight. Bunny in a small lead, she has not felt this since the first stock of game 1. Is she able to extend this? Marky had to grab a lead halfway through to maintain it, but now it's Bunny in that position. Is Marky able to reverse the lead, or is Bunny able to keep going? Is she?
Oh, beautiful dodge there, just immediately
he's whiffing.
getting that recovery away, but Starlight. Yeah, Marckiemoo definitely wants to get rid of this second stock here, but Bonnie is not making it easy. 3 exclamation marks. Somehow
he's whiffing and she's getting good extra credit.
Yeah.
He's whiffing and she's getting good extra credit for it, yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of dangerous, especially when you're in this situation. Oh.
Oh,
man,
good toss though.
This is just so clutch. Oh god. Okay.
Sarah,
nice side there.
Start.
Almost got that nair. Somehow it didn't catch. But nice. Sarah to retaliate that second stock away. Finally get rid of it. Getting back on the side, not even trying to mirror gauntlets. You think that's a good idea?
I definitely think so. Marky sometimes the game does move a bit faster in his favor with Scythe in hand, and it's goodness! See, that's what I was talking about.
Crazy.
How often do you think to just slide charge an Ensig off stage because you think you've read your opponent's recovery back to stage? Sometimes that's just the stuff.
How is he not KO'd?
I don't know.
Away.
200 damage. Next one should be it.
There we go.
It is. The next one. We called it. We called it, Jiro.
Yeah, we called it, and that's an equalizer for Bonnie here, and a huge set for her, mind you. This could be insane if she wins here. Alright, yep, back to Small Fortress of Lions.
Small Fortress of Lions, that's really been the same song, and that's been the song on loop. That's been the top of the chart for this weekend. Fortress of Lions. I do understand why it's very similar to Apocalypse in the sense where you have this single platform that doesn't get too much in your way, but is still there if you need it. I always like a map you can cross under if you need to, and it's less likely to get pineappled. I would as much as I love Miami Dome, the fact that there's the stem just like this means you can't cross under the map if you absolutely have to. Even though I don't do it that much, I just like having the option. So sometimes this map does stress me out a little bit, especially when these players like to spend so much time off stage, but considering the fact that they know what they're up against, they have not been spending too much time off stage. If anything, a lot of the time has been in very slow ledge guards and waiting for the other guy to do something so you can hopefully respond and strike, or just sneak past and stay in neutral and try and keep it even. Bonnie going for something slick.
Oh man, but look at Marckiemoo just stealing those options away from Bonnie with the nairs and the recovery there at the end, and now tries to end the stock. Starlight missing the recovery. Oh, but
she chases for the D-Sig!
Reversal down sig! Shout outs to D-Sig! Wow! I guess she really means it when she has it in her name, right? Bonnie D-Sig, and there it is.
Her whole thing is Team D-Sig.
Yeah, I'm Team D-Sig too. It was that D-Sig on side on Jiro a lot, as it's so good. But yeah, this is great.
Marckiemoo knows how to find some good KOs on Scythe. That's one thing that...
Oh,
that's one of the things that puts him in the position that he does.
He is hunting her right now.
He's actually found it back on gauntlets. Whatever he was missing the first 2 games, he's found now. He's actually, I think, fully woken up his gauntlets, and now Bonnie is having a hard time in the gauntlet ditto, where she would usually shine bright like a diamond. Marckiemoo, hot on her trail. He even has the room to win the
silent recovery,
still try and chase for the knockout. Quick weapon star, an entire stock above Marckiemoo. Is he poised for the 2-1?
Yeah, nah, this is a pretty incredible performance from Marckiemoo, especially on the gauntlets here. He was just hunting her non-stop with the silent, with the recoveries, the GC dealer recovery as well there to end that stock. So much damage output coming out from Marckiemoo so fast. As you said, they're both aggressive, but it seems like Marckiemoo is definitely asserting dominance here with the aggression, especially on the gauntlets. Wow, but what a beautiful stare! With the fast fall there from Bunny, that was so good to equalize the stocks. And yeah, we got a set on our hands. Yeah, sure, it's 1-1, but look at this. Game 3 and it's beautiful.
Really do love how much they're trading with the matchups. Gauntlet Ditto is one thing, but Gauntlet into Scythe, and then Gauntlet into Axe, and then Axe into Scythe, and then Scythe into Axe, whatever. every single stock has felt like it's been a different matchup and has gone
Oh.
a slightly different way.
Oh, wait!
Bunny, however, is playing
Woo!
unarmed in a Gauntlets, a very
Oh,
tough
recovery.
matchup. That's going to let Marckiemoo weapon starve
Dodge
even
lift, yeah.
further and deny her access back to the stage.
Wow.
Playing a bit unarmed like that. Okay. The second stock was beautiful from Marckiemoo. That was like first clip of the day. That was a very nice gauntlet string. But I think what really cost Bunny the game was trying to play unarmed, especially in a gauntlet. Gauntlets are just like better unarmed, right?
Yeah, exactly. Better unarmed, I would say like it's a very stringy weapon, right? And when you catch a dodge, you're cooked. You're kind of like in a situation against sight. So yeah, that's why like Mordex is so interesting as a pick, right? In general, because you got two string weapons, but are so powerful in the right hands. Like we have Marckiemoo right here showing us, but Bunny is definitely fighting back. Like she is not letting go of this set, not at all.
This could go
now.
Oh,
the gravity cancel silent recovery. Oh,
he doesn't even want us to speak into
goodness.
existence. He heard us say game 5 and he immediately locked the hell in. He does not even want us to curse it into existence, Jiro. This is starting to get scary.
That's what a crazy pickup there. And I mean, you've seen it so much from Marckiemoo. It's almost like you would expect it as an opponent, but oh my god! What?
Oh!
He expected the ground pound! Retaliating with a ground pound of his own? All the way down there? What a crazy pickup! Should I say slam down with that ground pound? 3 stocks to 1 now. Dude, what is this set? Bunny needs to do something quick.
The one time Bunny decides to be a little bit more confident off stage, Marky is able to throw her in the blender. Oh my goodness gracious, Marckiemoo does not even want to speak a game 5 into existence. I can't even remember the last time this guy's actually had to fight in game 5. It might have been like even before MSI at a LAN. This kid does not like game 5s.
This looks like a game 5 right here, and I mean Bunny definitely needs to step it up if she wants to stay in the winner's bracket. But Marckiemoo has none of it. The GC downlight into recovery once again to just add more damage on her last stock. A downlight there. Nice GC and light.
One more engagement.
Oh.
One more engagement after this.
Let's get back to the stage.
This is not looking good for
Bunny.
Exclamation
marks makes it with a silent, but it's
single
not enough.
losing engagement. Bunny.
Ridiculous performance from Marckiemoo.
Bunny.
He out-aggressed Bunny there.
Winner's bracket. Oh yeah. And even had the counter during the first 2 games. Bunny had some great counter attacks. She was able to navigate her way off stage like we know and love her to do so well. But I think there was the one time either during the first or second game, Marckiemoo was going like way too deep for a stock. Bunny was able to grab that stair, steal that stock, make her way back up the stage. So Bunny was able to grab some very nice reversals. But in the end, once they started to get a much tighter read on each other, like sometimes they would dash in and do the exact same attack facing away from each other. There's been once or twice during that last game they would both dash in for a gauntlet snare and neither would catch, so they'd just be like, I don't know, square dancing.
They mirrored each other. They basically mirrored each other, pretty much.
The moment they started to get the good read on each other, and Marckiemoo knew when was like actually really worth it to approach, that was when Bunny had a very, very difficult time finding her way in, and Marckiemoo proving why the guy's seed 1, right? Yeah, proving why he deserves to be seed 1. That was quite a last game. 2 gnarly stocks off the rip. Those first 2 were nasty.
By the way, that was a set we just went through. Just saying, like
Marky.
that was so fast. Like I can barely process that just happened. The 3-1 from Marckiemoo, man, just seriously so good on the gauntlets. He found those openings so well with the gravity cancels as well. Just piling up damage on damage on damage. Mostly on gauntlets, which is interesting.
Coming up for our next set, this is going to be Guichabou versus Moni. These are two players that
Ooh.
have a somewhat similar of a history where they kind of started to rise around a similar time. Maybe, you know, obviously not on the exact same day, but they both really started to become prevalent in community tournaments just like this around maybe mid-pandemic, and it was late pandemic where they really started to show up to the world what they could do. It was either BCX 23 or 24 when Money Hollow took, I think, top 8 in ones, and then it was also Guichabou. I think it was, yeah, sometime during that same year, if it was last year or year before, where Gui actually made it to Oi Royale, made it to an invitational where only like 6 people in the entire world can make it, and Gui was marked as one of the top 6 players of the world of that month. So
honestly,
both of them
he still is. In a way,
yeah. Gui is Gui and Money. Their playstyles are very different, but they have risen together in a very similar era. They're both.
Right.
I'd say their experience with the game is very similar. So as we're waiting for the players to get in their lobby, Jiro, if you want to talk a bit more about their playstyles and their weapon picks, I've probably gone on for too much.
I mean,
you got anything to say?
I can talk about Guichabou's explosiveness on Qatars all day, like
serenade me, Gui.
And that's the thing, like first match of the set, it's usually analysis from him. That's what I noticed. Like he plays a bit slower and stuff. He tries to like, okay, so he reacts with a dodge up or a dodge down from this or a spot dodge, and after that, game 3, he's literally another player when it comes to like guitar strings. It literally becomes absolute cinema, like a combo video, montage, whatever you want to call it. It's insane. So that's kind of what I'm expecting from this, even though Money Holla's slower playstyle may have an effect on that. We'll see what happens. Even though
also,
Money Holla is not a slow player, I say Graffiti. Like, not a slow player, methodical.
Careful.
That's the right word.
Yeah. Careful and
His
methodical.
greatsword, when it pops off, it pops off. Like, that's the thing. I've seen it before. Like, I was completely shocked that that's like greatsword being played there, right? So we'll see what happens.
Pretty differently from a lot of other people. He is a pretty unique greatsword, yeah.
Yeah. And it seems
there's very little
Guichabou here on the Mako pick. General Grievous.
Mako pick is going to be very interesting. So yeah, Money Holla can be very slow and careful, but he also does play a very unique greatsword, and it's pretty hard to prepare yourself against what you're going up against him, which is why sometimes is part of the reason that he's such a Lanham, is because if you've practiced against greatsword, you haven't inherently practiced against Money Holla. There's a lot of other players you could say a similar thing, where like if you've practiced against greatsword, then you might have a bit of an idea of what you're going against Use, who uses a lot of very standard strategies, but uses them to just an absolutely like stupidly optimized way. Use does the standard options, but just does them perfectly. Just does everything so optimized that it doesn't really matter too much what he does. So Money on the Amugi that we were expecting from him.
Yeah, of course.
Gui responding with a greatsword of his own.
Yeah, which is I really am shocked about. And here we go. Honestly, that's what I expected from a Mako player. That's like 90% of Mako players alive. Just starting off with a side sig going off the platform, like that's so classic, and it worked. I mean, it got a decent bit of damage, but man, Money Holla seems kind of pissed about it because look at the amounts of damage on the greatsword, just smashing the end light there, because that's all you need to get the KO off the top. Yeah, that's a 30-second stock right there for Money Holla.
Gui really starting to kind of suffocate under Money's greatsword. We did talk about how we can play very deliberate and careful, but Money Holla is actually starting to get not quite reckless, but a lot more brave and bold than usually start the set out with. But Gui playing just as bold as ever.
Yeah, wow. What a bold pickup there with the ground pound. That was kind of crazy. Now down like ground pound though, coming out from Moni Hala. He doesn't seem phased. That's all I'm gonna say here. Like, he has a pretty decent lead. Moni Hala right now in terms of damage. He expected the side sig, but oh no! The reversal from downtown, but the GC gravity cancelled. Down like ground pound to get that stock away. Guichabou got a bit too reckless there.
Yeah, big overcommit. Money, even actually like dashed in for that bridge, and even though the attack didn't even connect, it was still the right direction. It's just if it was timed slightly different, a few frames off, Money still would have caught it. So Money already has a bit of a read on Gooey's dodges, maybe a bit of the movement, maybe a bit of the attacks. We don't see too many like sidelight dash outs. I know that has been nerfed a little bit, but it still is a usable option. And even though Money goes down a last stock 2 minutes in, Gooey is looking a bit worse for wear. Definitely gonna stick with guitars. Grabs them last second before Money can slither on by and grab a great sword out from him. It still is very interesting to see Gooey usually starts a set a bit slower than this, is playing a lot faster. Money usually starts a set just a bit slower than this, is playing a lot faster. Like they're both. I mean, they're both doing the inverse of what we expect and of each other.
I mean, again, I would argue that Moni Hala is not a slow player, even though he plays quite the slow character. And I mean, as soon as I cannot even finish my sentence, he gets the Sair on the Graysword to get rid of that first match away from Guichabou. And Moni Hala, yeah, he's definitely a lot more aggressive than usual. Don't get me wrong. But at the same time, I knew that Moni Hala has this in him. Like, I've seen it before. It's absolutely explosive Greatsword gameplay. Whether it comes with like combos on like that end with the signatures, or just, you know, to me it looks like Greatsword bashing, but it's obviously not mashing.
Yeah, so I think part of the thing is I'm not entirely sure if Money is actually respecting this pick from Gooey. I think if Gooey was on either a Lin Fei or a Queen Nai, something that is a bit closer to at least what we think of standard for him, I think then a Mugi would be, or sometimes when you say a Mugi, you think of Money, and sometimes the other way around. You get like a Fridazel kind of thing, or like you get like a like an I'm Llama kind of thing, where the character like just is the player at that point.
Yeah.
I feel like if this was a more standard, I feel like if this was a more standard pick from Gooey, I feel like Money would be respecting him a bit much. But no, Money I don't think is respecting or even really acknowledging this pick from Gooey at all, knowing that Gooey doesn't have as much practice on Greatsword as he does compared to something like Cannon, like Spear, two characters that Gooey is actually pretty confident with. So the fact that Gooey is still sticking with Greatsword, Money is saying like, this kid is down half his kit. This kid is playing against me with half a character. I'm playing a full character. I don't gotta worry about this kid. And like Money Hala's mental has improved immensely over the past few years as he's like really grown as a player and as a person. Like his mental has gotten so much better, and his stamina is like world class at this point. And he's grown immensely as a player. So
hold on.
The fact that
what is happening?
He's playing this confidently is a really good sign for BCX, but it's also really funny to see. I don't know if he fully respects the Grievous. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think he is respecting this. I mean, by the way, we swapped places to Western Air Temple now. You know, to the Avatar stage, and a very interesting choice. I mean, again, Greatsword is usually, it's usually a very grounded weapon. Oh my goodness. That neutral sig is a lot faster than it should be sometimes. Like, man. It just popped out there. And it somehow also got the KO. Okay, Moni Hala already starting to cook with the Greatsword.
Okay, we just not have him downloaded at all.
Oh! Nice recovery. There you go. Equalizing stocks. Right. I mean, again, Guichabou, as you said, he might be playing half a character, quote unquote, but he is not letting Moni Hala run away with the set either on the Eternal Grievous, right? So, I don't know. I'm kind of conflicted when it comes to that.
I mean, Gooey is like he's a guitar main, force on guitars. Even when he does play Nai or Lin Fei, he usually chooses to play more guitars than anything. But look at a lot of the combos that he's dropping.
Oh.
Gooey doesn't really have money fully downloaded. So
Man.
even though the weapon though is a pretty gross way to close out that stock, and even though Money is not like fully respecting this Grievous, Money is still like he's not completely trolling. He's just playing a bit more aggressive and trying to go for a few more clips just because he thinks he can. Because he has Gooey red. Gooey doesn't really have Money downloaded that well. Like a lot of the times Gooey would just let his signature rip. He's whipped a lot of signatures. He's dropped a lot of combos on guitars. Money Hala, on the other hand, like once he starts going on Greatsword,
oh, beautiful dodge.
Hits. There we go. There's the axe. Gooey can't even get the
light. There we go. Just trying to get that stage control now.
Hit on Greatsword. The one thing you're supposed to hit on Greatsword, Gooey can't even hit. He has to do a full edge guard sequence just to get Money down to the last stock. This is not looking good for the Grievous. Money might just clip us away with this Greatsword.
Wait, hold on. I told you something about Guichabou's guitars. Don't count him out yet. Oh my goodness, perfect spacing though coming out from Moni Hala there on the side signature. Nice side there as well though. Okay, weapon throw. Moni Hala is in a lot of danger here. Ground pound. Did he touch? He did. He touched again. He's back. Got the nair. And he's back on the stage somehow.
Delay just for the
with
side.
the side sig.
For the delay.
Wait. Okay. Oh, tries to get the dodge in read, but he did not manage it. Recovery!
Oh, my God, Gooey, stop with the side sigs. You are stressing me out. Damage is almost perfectly even. 450, 543 to 546.
Dude, Guichabou just stole that match. What a beautiful recovery all the way up there. Man. Yeah, this is, I think, another War of Attritions. I'm not gonna lie. Like, even on the Greatsword, it looks so even sometimes. But obviously, Guichabou is a lot better on the guitars. I mean, I've seen it so far. I mean, once again, an even set, so we never know. Small Fortress of Lions for Game 3.
I might still be thinking that this is still leaning a bit more towards Money's side. Gooey could, if Gooey takes this 2-1 and gets a lead in the set, it'd still be L5. But if Gooey wins this next game, then I'll be fully convinced of his Grievous pick. And I was just wondering, okay, when is he gonna swap back to one of his characters that is like a lot more threatening? Because Money, this is Money's standard pick. If you go against Money's Imugi, for most people on the planet, except for like a good few 20 people, that's an easy go next. That's just okay. Bye-bye. You're losing to that Imugi. But this Grievous, I'm honestly just kind of wondering what he's gonna swap to off of loss, because Money Hala is still just playing really solid. Maybe not like as many clips, maybe not as much momentum, maybe not as many like shings, but like still, Money Hala is able to get it going. I still am a little bit worried about Gooey, and I'm wondering what he's going to swap to if he does fall down to this 1-2 at the hands of Money.
Oh, he got the dodge in read. You cannot do that. Guichabou, don't dodge in against Greatsword. That's rule number 1 against that weapon. You get that simple read, and he just mashed the last and light finisher there. Moni Hala built up so much damage already on Guichabou's second stock. This is bad for Guichabou. Okay.
Yeah, I think
some of that damage back.
That second game was a huge wake up for Money. Maybe he was trolling just a bit too much, and now that Money knows, like, okay, I know what I'm up against. I know how much trolling I can get away with and how much trolling I should not do to ensure the win. You know, we can play the game and have fun a little bit. Gooey is trying to go for the U's, the dare and the nair. It's not quite working. Gooey can't even catch the spot dodge. That might have even tried to be a
stop criticizing Gooey. Okay, stop. No. You gotta stop, okay? Guichabou's Greatsword isn't that bad. Stop, okay? He is really doing like really well against such a player such as Moni Hala. Like, he is the Greatsword guy right now. Like, you know, you gotta cut in some slack. Like,
bad, you're right.
You're a Guichabou
Gooey
hater.
did win doubles. No, Gooey did. I was rooting for Gooey in doubles. I love him in doubles. You won doubles. That was a good night for me.
Gonna Trying to get some neutral now. Guichabou just trying to get some space, but Moni Hala doesn't allow any of it. Okay, Gracer versus Gracer now. Maybe you're right. Maybe, perhaps you're right, and Moni Hala is just gonna run away with this if he stops trolling, as you said. Oh, the side sink, that was so close. Nice. Getting some of that damage back though on the great sword down there, but what a Sair on the unarmed. Get rid of that last stock from Guichabou. That's a 2-1 just like that. Man, this set is hurting my brain. I'm not gonna lie to you.
So Gui is still sticking with Gui is still sticking with Grievous, especially Pink Grievous, which I gotta say does make me happy. I'm wearing a lot of pink today, and I think as far as drip contest goes, Gui definitely beats that out. I like pink as a color a bit more, so I definitely like the way Gui's looking a bit more. But if we could talk through the Grievous, I'm not gonna be a hater. The reason that he's picking Grievous is because he was playing Queen Nai in doubles yesterday and started going down in games, but when he locked in the Grievous, it's that when he actually really started winning, and so this Grievous was a huge pick as to why he won in doubles and played him for most, if not all, of Grand Finals. And so that is part of the reason. It was a huge surprise to all of us when he locked in the Grievous, and we thought he was fully trolling, but it actually was a serious pick. And so that's one of the reasons
wait, this is very dangerous right now for Guichabou. Hold on, I gotta interrupt you here because that was a perfect stock. That was a perfect stock right there. That was so dangerous.
Wait, they're both 3 stocks.
Or Guichabou. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm sorry. I had to stop you there. I'm so locked into this set. You have no idea. Okay, got the Silite and Light into the bridge. Get some more damage and just finishing it off just like that. Not even trying to go for a dodge read, just smashing the default greatsword thing there. Pretty much.
Money with some good stage control. I think now that I know that this is Gui's serious pick and that he's not just going to swap up a loss, I think his commitment and his determination does make me respect the pick a bit more, because like that just means he wants to make this work. He's not throwing this out there knowing he can get away with the game. He knows he can make this work if he really wants to. So honestly, the dedication, yeah, no, it actually does make me respect it a bit more. And he is at a deficiency, I guess. I gotta learn a better word for that. That's way too long to say. And
disadvantage. You can just
disadvantage. That's a bit better. Thank you, Jiro. Still weapon starving, weapon juggling, had guitars double down and traded the double down and keep guitars, and is gonna throw again for greatsword. Hold on, Gui is actually starting to play this this second stock quite nicely. Off stage with no options though. Gui on bracket stock.
Yeah, that was pretty brutal coming out from Moni Hala there. Just ending that second stock like it was nothing, I'm not gonna lie. That Sair looks so nonchalant to me on the greatsword. I mean, what else can you expect when it comes to Moni Hala's greatsword? It just seems so easy when he plays it, but when I play it, I look like a...
Oh! Wait, he reverses it!
Whoa, the reversal! Oh my goodness, the sider into the ground pound weight. Man.
Runs away with the free stock! That's why Gui spends so much time on guitars!
I mean, yeah. Again, he's pretty much the masterclass of guitars. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Is he the current best guitar player in the world? Genuine question. He might.
He might be.
He's in contention. He's definitely top 5. I mean, easily top 5. He's in contention for a single.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to like tournament performances, absolutely. I don't think there's a contest.
Tournament performances, that does make it a bit easier.
Okay.
And right
ground
now,
pound down
actually,
there.
that ground pound is huge. Gui, I mean, Moni actually throws the greatsword. He also throws Axe. Wait, why are you throwing Axe? You're just looking for the knockout. Axe would have probably been a safer bet for the knockout, but now Gui's disarmed off of the guitars. A silent recovery doesn't send. A recovery again doesn't send. Moni's chasing this a bit too hard. He's being a bit too predictable with his knockout options. He's trying to go for recovery again and again and again. Gui is actually starting to finally get a read on Moni, but it is too little too late. Gui can't clutch up the game. Moni, one of the greatest greatsword players alive, is able to move on to winner semis. Ooh,
man. I mean, again, I expected this in a way from Moni Hala, especially as soon as I saw the General Grievous. Like, again, I did not underestimate it. But man, yeah, I mean, when you go against Greatsword against such a player such as like Moni Hala, you might be just no diff, because that's what happened there. Like, sure, Guichabou was absolutely amazing with the Katars there for a sec, especially you saw the reversals. Look at that side there into the ground pound. That was beautiful to equalize the stocks.
Yeah.
But simply Moni Hala just got those recoveries in, because that's kind of what you do to get that KO option on the Greatsword. Honestly, like that's kind of the bread and butter, because it has such a big hitbox. It has so much verticality, and it can also like hit grounded. So yeah, you're just cooking. That's it.
So we're going to give y'all a bit of a break. We're going to give production a bit of a break, give the players a bit of a break, give ourselves a bit of a break, Jiro.
I need some.
We we need a small little break. Take a deep breath, especially after those sets, because we only have more exciting sets to go next after that. After a very short break, we're going to be having Gosu versus Hybrid, and then Flower versus Meg D. So don't go too far. We will be back after just a quick second.
And welcome back, everyone. I hope you're sat tight, because we got a crazy set going on into the Duskfall Rebellion 1v1 tournament sponsored by Brawlhalla. It's me, Jiro Todet, alongside my good sir here, Graffiti.
Hi.
Oh,
I'm
hi.
doing cool.
You're here too.
I forget where I am half the time. We are going through quite a beautiful bracket right now. We saw Marckiemoo and Bunny. A very interesting matchup, two very aggressive and pretty offstage players. Really do get out in a tense game. We had Guichabou and Moni Hala in a very entertaining set. But right now we have Hybrid, a name a lot of us know, versus Gosu.
A new player in the scene, at least for me. Again, I did not do much research. I'm gonna be honest, I should have done some research. I have no idea about the picks, which is very exciting, mind you. I'm very excited to like cast this set because I love to see a new up and coming player trying to go against the GOATs, the current GOATs of our era. So we're going straight into Small Forces Alliance for game 1. We got Arcadia versus Kaya Graffiti. What am I watching? Is this experimental or unranked 1v1?
A lot of great sword today. Right now, both
Yeah.
players are actually starting out quite... Gosu is wanting to spend a bit more time in neutral, but Hybrid is looking to get this a done deal wrapped very quickly. We'll talk a little bit about the players and how they got here and whatnot, their history when we have a bit of a break in the action. But right now, game 1 is going on, and this is game 1. I mean, every game is important, but you know, game 1
Oh
is
my goodness, Gosu!
because it could determine a lot of momentum in
Yo!
this set. Ensig almost sets Hybrid
wait a
out.
minute.
Kaya has a lot of
This is-
defense, but Gosu's
What?
still able to take the first stock.
Gosu, that was nearly a perfect stock. 26 damage on his name. What is this Arcadia pick? This is crazy. Against such a player such as Hybrid. I mean, Hybrid definitely has some history and some prowess in this game, and Gosu just got rid of that stock just like that. That was ridiculous. Oh my goodness. Okay, Gosu, my eyes are open. I'm locked in. What a beautiful silent into silent, by the way. There, that was peak Brawlhalla, by the way. Oh, but that was a deadly ground pound coming out from Hybrid on the bow. And yeah, we got a set. I mean, again, haven't seen Gosu yet, but I like what I see so far. This is great.
Spear that they're able to get a decent bit of work in. Now it's time for the Greatsword to shine. We do have a few D6s coming out. And Gosu is actually also making some pretty good use of the platform. The platform you think would benefit a Sphere player a bit more, but no, Gosu has been making some pretty good use of the platform. Minute into the game, or rather 2 minutes into the game. Both players pretty even. I completely forgot Arcadia has Spear. That's how little we see her. That's how rare of a pick she is. Right now, a few End Lights, chasing for a few Nairs, chasing for a few Sares. Both these players are starting to get pretty damaged. This is probably knockout for both of them, since Arcadia is not as heavily fortified as Kaya. So right now, the side sig will almost be enough to send, but it's definitely enough to disarm. Can Hybrid find the knockout?
Oh,
he grabs
beautiful.
the Spear. Sare's enough to do it. Is Hybrid going to get the extra credit, or is Gosu going to reclaim the lead that they once had just a minute ago?
I mean, what a hefty lead, by the way. But yeah, Hybrid just came all the way back, and now he has also the advantage in stock somehow. And Gosu definitely lost a lot of momentum from the start of that match. That was ridiculous, though. I gotta give him props. What an amazing first performance for me. Man, the GCD lights there as well to get rid of that second stock, and now back on the Spear. Perhaps just, throwing those D6s in neutral. I mean, a very good option on Arcadia. Again, a very unusual pick, especially in tournaments. But Arcadia seems very strong right now. I mean, Greatsword in a decent spot, Spear in an insane spot, especially in 2v2. And yeah, this is great. Alright.
Whiffs. Hybrid has to find the landing space. He's able to land a dare, but Gosu chases them high up into the sky. A Nair sends Gosu off stage. Now it's Gosu's time to recover and try and find some landing space back in the stage. A Nair sends Hybrid high up. Both these players really just fighting for stage control. That's been the main say in this game. A D-Sig whiffs. Hybrid's able to grab bow, grab a Nair, but the Nair might have not sent on a great angle, and now Hybrid was in an advantageous spot for a bit.
Beautiful.
Gosu is able to punish the dodge with a combo of his own. Hybrid dodges out of the D-Sig though. This last game is coming down to sudden death, Jiro.
Oh, sudden death!
D-Sig drops.
Oh! My goodness, this is so close. 214 damage currently on Hybrid, and he is just not letting go of this lad stock in game 1. But what a beautiful Sayer to get that jump read. And Gosu gets the first game against Hybrid.
My God.
Wow. Wow.
He's here to play. Gosu is
here to play. And mind you, Hybrid already restarted the game. He's like, wait a minute. I actually have to restart my game against this guy because this is ridiculous. And I mean, I don't blame him. What an absolutely insane performance from the Arcadia here. Wow. Just wow. Especially at the start. That was such a crazy first match.
Yeah, so part of the reason that a lot of us know Hybrid is because they are an incredibly talented doubles player. They have quite a bit of success in doubles, and they're also they're starting to find their footing in singles. They are a very, very capable and competent singles player. Doubles is just where a lot of their success, a lot of where their income from this game has come from. And part of the reason that Gosu is here, if we have a quick moment to talk about the upsets, Gosu has had a few updates to get here. Gosu beat Asterix 2-0. Gosu beat Volst, Shadow Jesus, 2-1. Gosu beat V-Sins 3-2. Keep in mind, Volst is seed 15, and Gosu was able to 2-1 them. And here they are. They could enter top 8 winner's side if they get Hybrid out here. This could be their big break. This could be
He could be the Goku of this bracket. I'm just gonna call it right now. He might be him. He might be the main character at this point. I mean, what a ridiculous performance. But we'll see what happens. Again, Hybrid did not let go of this team as well. And we'll see. We'll see. I'm very excited for this game too. Come on, loading screen. There we go. Small Terminus. Right away. Oh,
sticking with
never mind. Reset. You gotta reset.
Okay. Never mind. I'm guessing that it is the map change, because Hybrid on the, what is it? Hybrid on the Orion. There it is. Hybrid on the Orion does make sense. Hybrid does play a bit of Orion. Hybrid, I think, plays Ulgrim in doubles and does play a little bit of Ulgrim in singles. So the Rocket Lance would make a lot of sense. They played some pretty nice speed come last game. So the Orion would make a lot of sense. I'm guessing it's the map change, mostly because triplats are not super popular, even with spear players that love platforms. And I can say so. I kind of, man, am I one of the only ones that actually sometimes kind of likes triple plats? Like, I know they're a little silly, but you can get away with some really silly stuff on Spear.
I'm a Small Worlds and Small Brawlhaven type of guy. Right. You know, I just like just going in and fighting, okay? I don't want no distractions. I just want to desig on site in peace, okay? That's all I wanted. But anyway, we're back to Small Fortress of Lions.
There it is.
The tried and true pick here for pretty much every pro player under the sun. And once again, Gosu going crazy at the start here. 86 damage already on Hybrid on the Greatsword.
Ooh,
so yeah, it's it definitely seems like he has a very crazy jump start. What a beautiful read into that Silite finisher. That's so much damage already on Hybrid down there.
The clashes.
Wait, he comes back.
Hybrid is fully respecting the space around Gosu and is letting Gosu stay in neutral for just a bit longer. During the first game, maybe Hybrid wasn't fully respecting the space, but even when Hybrid is respecting the space, that's just giving Gosu a bit more space to play around. Gosu, free choices of weapons, chooses to stick on Spear to get extra credit.
Beautiful.
Keep in mind, the Arcadia was only 80 damage when Hybrid touched down on second stock. We're only a minute into the game. Hybrid is trying to start this ledge guard, going pretty swiftly, but still, we run into some issues with Gosu's able to recover back up the stage. Silite to nothing. Gosu jumps up, but Hybrid chases up, running out of options, has to touch back down to stage. Unfortunately, with a side sig, but covers it with a weapon throw. Gosu now in a really rough spot. He's built up a bit of extra credit, but Hybrid could find this knockout very, very soon. What are we going to see next, Churro?
Yeah, I mean, here we go now. We're seeing some neutral. That's what we're seeing, Rest. I mean, I don't blame Gosu, especially. He's in a very good lead. Gets the D-Light Sayer, trying to get with the gravity cancel down sig to get rid of some of that space.
Ooh.
But Hybrid ducks
Weapon
behind
throw.
and comes back to the stage. Weapon throw. Gravity cancel down sig there. Shoutouts to the down signatures today, man. They've been MVPs. Oh, again?
Unarmed. I mean, listen, Arcadia has a bunch of spacing tools.
Oh, that
okay,
was
it's going to be the
beautiful.
D-light. Putting them a
The
stock
gravity
and a half
cancel
ahead.
down light to get straight into the finisher. Mind you, fun fact, on Greatsword, if you try to gravity cancel anything, you go straight to the finisher, right? So that was a beautiful choice. It has a backwards hitbox. It got rid of that second stock, and Hybrid is struggling on the Orion against Gosu here.
These are two players that don't see top 8 in a singles tournament all too often. Hybrid, however, a bit more established with a 2, able to prove it with a D-Sig of their own, but still, neither of these players see top 8 in a singles tournament all too often. Hybrid really only sees top 8 and maybe even something like top 4 and top 3 in a doubles tournament. It's not all too often Hybrid actually finds themselves in this spot in a singles tournament, so they have to fight tooth and nail to bring it here. But Gosu has not found themselves in a top 8 or even a top 16 of too many tournaments, doubles or singles. And the fact that their first top 8 might just be a Moose Wars could be something impeccable, but Hybrid...
Wait a minute.
Really
Oh, the neutral save weapon throw. Pogo stick.
That he was playing
but he
out
dodges
the game from.
Ooh. Oh my goodness. Okay. Hybrid is definitely fighting back, but is it enough? Gets the Sarah into the weapon throw, catching that recovery away. Wow.
There's my ball.
Hybrid equalized the stocks. Just like that. Okay, wait. This is dangerous. Lance can be so dangerous off stage. Down air with the weapon throw. Down air. Side there. Okay, now he's just trying to style on him. Perhaps he got some confidence or slash momentum here. Hybrid. Okay, Gosu got the weapon. Tried to land with the nair on the spear. Not enough though to get enough landing. Okay. Oh man, just throwing signatures. Oh wait, this is enough. The comeback from Hybrid to equalize the set. What? A double downlight into recovery. That's so easy to drop, mind you. I've seen that drop in grand finals. Like, yeah, there was a steal there.
There we go. The funny part about it is that it's not even really like that hard of an input. Like I could do it. I catch myself doing that a few times, and I'm bad at the game. But when people do drop it, yeah, like you said, nerves of steel. It's because I feel like you're much more likely to drop that in grand finals as opposed to something like winners quarterfinals, where less money is on the line, and if you lose, you go down to lowers, and you just have to play a few more games. Whatever. You signed up to play the game anyways. You might as well play the game a bit. So I think we have no resets, same character picks, and we're probably going to be having the same map. I'm eyeing down small Fortress Alliance on the map banning, and I'm waiting to see it be the only one without a big bronze going through it. But as we're taking our time to get to game 3, this is a very, very interesting set because against most other players, both of these players would be an underdog, but right now Gosu is even extra of an underdog. Hybrid at least like has shown that they can tangle and tussle and wrestle with the best of them. Gosu, like this is the first that this player is on many people's radar, and we're actually not going down to Fortress Alliance. We're on Jiro, we're on one of your favorites.
End. Yes, one of my favorites indeed. And you know why? You know why? Because look, you're gonna see absolute intense action and just beautiful neutral. Because this is, look at the offstage already. So many downers coming out on the run from Hybrid. Building decent amounts of damage. Nice bouncing into D-Light Sair though. Coming out from Gosu. Beautiful turnaround, but immediately retaliated away with the dare. That was crazy. That string of actions was absolutely insane, and this is why I love Small World's End. Everything feels so intense, like the soundtrack especially. Beautiful soundtrack. Like, it's just such a good stage for tournaments. Okay, D-Light Sair.
Covers low.
Oh, yep. Try to cancel down lights there. Yep.
Oh
that's
my
a pretty much a
God.
confirm right there. And Gosu gets the lead in game 3.
Gosu's finally able to have a D-Sig, or yeah, a D-Sig combo fully connect, because Arcadia actually has a lot of options, true.
Oh!
Both of her D-Sigs, but N-Sig! Notorious! One of the most threatening in the game! It can be pretty hard to punish, and that meteor spike is brutal at the right
Yeah,
angle. So
but mind you,
that
Graffiti,
N-Sig,
why that was
yeah.
so well placed from Hybrid. If he was like 2 pixels more behind there, he wouldn't have like gotten like the full version of the neutral sig, right?
Ooh,
so he
yeah.
wouldn't have spiked him. He would have went into the stage. So that was really well placed by Hybrid. Gosu though, trying to clear it up on the greatsword. Highlight there.
Also, we're getting a good peek into both these players' mental approaches to this game. Hybrid wants an early lead, was really playing up like really aggressive during that first stock, and is now actually letting Gosu spend a bit of time in neutral during this third game. So Hybrid wants an early lead, wants to try and stay at least just a few ticks of damage above in the lead, and then slow down the games. Then be careful, saying like, okay, I got more to lose than you, so you have to come and approach me too. Grabbing cancel signatures to try and beat each other up, but it's fair to react.
And mind you, I feel like Hybrid is starting to get scared of Gosu here, especially in neutral.
Ooh.
As you can see, Gosu's trying to push the neutral, trying to push the aggression, but Hybrid trying to take it a bit easier. But as soon as I say that, he makes me shut up with the weapon throw Sayer to equalize the stocks and get them into last stock situation here. Wow. Okay, downlight Sayer, nice pickup on the jump. Oh my god, beautiful extension there with the gravity cancel downlight Sayer from that down signature. Man, Gosu is so good on those.
Gosu plays really opportunistic.
Look how much it covers though.
Yeah.
Oh my
Gosu
god.
plays really opportunistic, no Sayer off of the dare, but really opportunistic in the sense where they're not afraid to spend, quite a bit of time in neutral, and they're able to play patiently. They're able to play patiently, but once the door opens, they're able to rush in. They don't go for like sidelight off of nothing. They wait for the perfect sidelight to go for the full combo. Gosu is able to bring the set into a lead into their favor. Hybrid has to take a minute before locking back in. Gosu is playing really that was beautiful, actually. Gosu is playing really opportunistic, like super, like sharks in the water. Gosu doesn't throw himself in at every
not gonna lie,
but when they go in hard.
Absolutely. And I would argue that Gosu is extremely aggressive as well, like especially sharp. Reaction-wise as well. Like you saw those down signatures, and also he notices those jump reads. Those are so good for coming out from Gosu, and they're vital against Spear, and especially against Arcadia. You got the down sig, which honestly is kind of genius if you think about it. The down sig covers grounded, right? So what you have to do, you gotta jump, D-light Sayer, boom, just like that. You gotta counter perfectly for the down sig / even the downlight. It depends on how you approach it. If you can approach it, it seems like Hybrid is definitely struggling right now. Like, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. I'm losing my voice.
Because also, Gosu is able to switch up really well. Gosu is able to change from offensive to defensive really well, and I feel like that's where Hybrid is mainly getting tripped up. At least that's where a lot of other players would get tripped up. I don't know if tripped up would get tripped up by that. He's a smart man. He's a smart
He might
fella.
get tripped up. Who knows?
He might. I mean, that is his name.
Right.
But still, that is where Hybrid does kind of start to struggle. Sometimes it's hard to
Look
tell
at
if
Gosu right now.
is going to sit back and spend a bit more time with the D6, or if the man is just going to fully send for stuff like that side sig. That was one hell of a come in, Gerald.
Yeah, I mean, look at the amounts of damage coming up from Gosu! Getting the jump read once again, and as well as the dodge out of Hybrid's kit. And now, he has a very healthy lead, but it seems like Hybrid is definitely trying to get rid of that Earth stock as soon as he can, and he does once again with a perfectly placed gravity cancel neutral sig on the spear, now swapping back on the lands. Trying to get this something going because Gosu is definitely a threat. Okay. Cancel down sig once again.
Was able to even it out though. Right now. Both players about even, 62 to 63. Nair to let Gosu recover back to stage. Hybrid was trying to wait, see if they could dash jump in for a Nair of their own. A few more D-Sigs. Gosu is playing a bit more defensively. When are they going to switch to offensive?
Oh, yeah,
They're trying
wait.
to bait out a few more Nairs from Hybrid. Hybrid's approach is starting to get
Full dodge,
a little
wait.
too easy to read because you know Hybrid is waiting for those Nairs. There's another one. When are we going to see another Nair? We are not seeing too many Nairs on the lamp, but just as I say, there comes 2 out. So
Hey, yeah,
Hybrid,
gravity cancel down sig.
their approach is starting to get a little
Oh.
easy to read on
There's
Spear,
Sarah,
but
that's
it's
it.
getting a lot harder to read on Lance. They're able to find that knockout on Lance. So right now,
Yeah, I
which
feel-
weapon Hybrid has?
I feel like Hybrid definitely found a way to get rid of those down sigs and the pressure away from them. Even though they're so well placed by Ghost to recovery. As soon as I say that, he gets hit by a gravity cancel down sig again. But oh wait, this could be huge. Okay,
I thought he was gonna
down
Sarah
sig
off with a
again,
dare.
pogo stick. Oh, the down sig with the pogo stick, so crazy. Dude, the option
bracket
choice
stock.
from Gosu is crazy. Okay.
Hybrid is on bracket stock right now. This could be huge
Yeah.
for Gosu. They could make top 8 winner's side at a Moose Wars at what might even be their first top 16 ever in any tournament.
Yeah,
This
again,
is
could
actually
be.
crazy.
This is
This is what you
insane. We
dream
might
of
see.
for a breakout performance.
Absolutely, and again, we're a part of history if Gosu is really built like that. Like, it's either a fluke or we're gonna see a lot more Gosu coming in forward into
Oh my
other
God.
tournaments.
Gosu is
Okay,
absolutely
recovery.
about to
Wait.
accomplish the
Wait.
impossible,
Okay.
but it's
Never
gonna have
mind.
to wait.
Player 2 wins.
Zero.
We have. Guess what we have. You know what we have? in our
I
hands?
know we have that. I was about to bring it up, but if you want to take it away, you're more than welcome to, my dear friend.
Yeah, we got a game 5, ladies and gentlemen, and what a crazy game 5. I'm so
Oh my
excited. This has been so fun.
God.
I love this set so far. I hope everyone at home does as well, because this was so fun so far. And Gosu is definitely my pick right now, at least in top 8. He has to at least make top 8. Even if it's a lower bracket situation, or right now, getting straight into top 8. That would be crazy.
Oh, Demon Island.
We'll see.
Can go
Yeah,
see.
Demon Island. Here we go. A beautiful game 5 map, in my opinion.
Gosu,
The
break the
intensity.
barrier, or is Hybrid gonna
Whoa.
land themselves a comfy
Okay.
spot? Again, Hybrid against many other opponents would still be an underdog, and in their next set, regardless of who they face, win or lose, it's probably still going to be an underdog yet again. This is one of the only moments of this tournament Hybrid is not the underdog. This is when Gosu is actually like the
Oh,
force
he dodged
really
it.
trying to step in, and also taking Greatsword to Demon Island.
that's it.
I got mixed thoughts about it, but it's actually the spear that might be looking just a tad bit cleaner
see.
here. Hybrid
Yup.
needs the lance to try and figure something out.
I mean, he does get it at least. Got some damage. Nice there. Stage control. Gravity cancel neutral sig for some reason there. That was a very odd choice, but it feels like it helped
Wow.
to cover that space recovery. Getting rid of that third stock. And now Gosu definitely seems like he's a momentum-ish type of player. Kind of like I am. Once you like run away with it, you run away with it. But when you're like
Oh, yeah.
stopped and like the tempo is shifting and changing, it feels like Hybrid definitely did that in this set. Or at least he tries to. But my god, the conversions! The gravity cancel D-Light just to get the double downlight into Sair. So much damage coming out from Gosu, playing a bit more floaty as well on the spear. Okay. Doing some footsies here.
Lance. Yes,
Oh!
Hybrid is starting to spend a lot more time on Lance. They had a few pretty unfortunate whiffs
Uh-oh.
during the last game on Spear. They are able to get a few good hits in
Oh!
Spear. They're chasing pretty high, but I think there's a chance
Oh,
that might have
the
just
side
been
sig.
to cover the space and apply more pressure. But maybe it actually wants to wait for the moment to pull the trigger as they're able to find that side sig, notorious side sig. Oh my god,
Yeah,
Orion
I mean,
is
it's
such
so
like
good.
a funky character. So
Yeah, and
many
it has
sigs
that
are
delay
so
too, right? It has that like small
Yeah.
millisecond delay, and it screws you over so much. Especially when you're trying to land back on the stage and you're trying to time it perfectly, it sucks. But it's so good right now for Hybrid. He definitely has the lead in damage, but we'll see what happens. Ghost definitely has the explosiveness still in him, I believe. But Hybrid so far seems like he has better neutral game and better stage control overall. Ghost is trying to rush this. Oh, second stock
Bracket
pickup, but
stock.
man. This is bracket stock for Gosu. Okay, trying to be aggressive here on the unarmed. Goes back to the spear, downlight, Sair whiffed. Gets the pogo stick, trying to get the down stick as well. Neutral stick whips, he's just whipping everywhere. Okay. I feel like the nerves are getting to him.
Good job of baiting out the attack to start the string.
Beautiful.
Ain't even reached the spot dodge. Gosu is still locked in for a perfectly even game.
Okay, he's definitely locked in now. 1-to-1 stock, bracket stock here for Gosu. This could be huge for him. Hybrid
Off
though
dodge.
not letting go.
Off stage.
Off the gas pedal. Oh! Okay. Trying to get some more neutral going on. Neutral light whip. That's huge for Hybrid in the ground pound.
Hybrid marches his way and it's on A, denying Gosu
Man.
side entry. The weapon throw connects and Hybrid lets us know.
The weapon throw into ground pound. Honestly, a very should I say casual way to get that game 5 dealt with. But hey, if it works, it works. The weapon throw into ground pound, yeah, it works. Especially with spear or lance. Like, look at that. I mean, that weapon throw was perfect. Look at that. Oh my goodness.
It's almost therapeutic to see the techniques that are going to work at like every level. Sometimes if you just run off stage and spear ground pound against a lot of weapons, that'll at least create space and restrict options that your opponent can't go through. And it's such like a silver thing to do. Just dash jump out, spear ground pound, but like you even still see people do that at a high level. And something like weapon throw down into unarmed ground pound. That is something you see at so many levels, and there's something so fun about seeing something that works at all skill levels.
Absolutely, and I mean, yeah, if any weapon, it doesn't matter. Weapon throw is such a strong pickup, especially if you want to land back on the stage, or you can throw weapon throw up to get back on the stage. Like, it's such a versatile option in anyone's kit, in any Legends kit, and it's very good. And Hybrid definitely took advantage of that. But now, we're going to our last set. Or to, you know, us two, you know, just for us two. You guys got a lot more in store. Oh. And we got a hefty one here. We got Flower versus Meg D. What you think about this one?
Ooh, so these two players usually have a pretty separate, a pretty different play style. We know Meg D for, I like to say that he is like a skull made of steel, mental fortitude out the wazoo. Like the guy is so much patience and stamina.
He's a very good Subway Surfers beta tester. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay.
Like he is.
You called me out earlier for being mean. I'm gonna call you out for being mean.
Listen. I'm just trying to make a meme here. I'm just trying to make a clip here. Okay?
Alright.
My bad. You know, I respect Megdi for who he is as a person, okay? And I do enjoy some bits of his gameplay, but we all know that he has a very slow playstyle, that it's not everyone's cup of tea. But hey, if it wins the tournament, it wins the tournament. That's all that matters at that point, right?
We might actually see something different entirely right now, because both these players, especially Flower, have had a bit of a pivot in their career, of course, in the past few months. Megdi, I think, is playing really good today. Like, I was able to spy in on some of his sets, and I lurked a bit in his stream. For anybody that's been, I think, hear from his stream from the raid, I was sitting there watching it with you. And Megdi is playing really good today, and is also back on the Asuri. There's a lot of confidence there. Flower has also found a lot of fun playing Diana, which, since blasters are so disjointed, but also they can be pretty slow and punishable, you might have to play them a bit more careful. So the roles might be reversed, where Flower's trying to be a bit more careful and not take too many risks that he can't afford on blasters. And Meg D might be feeling confident, because like I said, the guy's playing really damn good today. Like, this is some top tier Meg D stuff for about his face.
Yeah, I mean, I saw the set against Kamal, and shoutouts to Kamal. I mean, she's a great player as well, but man, Megdi just When it comes to neutral play, he might be the best neutral. Like, in terms of neutral, he might be the best. Like, sure, he sometimes may not know when exactly to attack or to approach, but he's neutral. Like, his just overall footsies and defensive approaching is fantastic. And I mean, right now, he's definitely scrapping here against Flower. Got that Delight Sair. Getting Flower into red. Weapon starving him too.
So for the first time in a while, we've seen Sword, Megdi. We know him. He does have a good Petra, but we know him as a Sword main. So being back on the Asuri is pretty interesting. Sword has not been super popular, and Guitars, I mean, they are able to find the knockout, but a lot of people have been struggling on Guitars as of late, so if Megdi's able to make it work and say, nah, y'all are overreacting, Guitars are still good, and if he's able to prove that Sword is back on the menu, I'm sat in my seat. I would quite love to see just a fake Flower starting to try and deny that extra credit, starting to play a bit more confident, a bit more fast with the bow. Yeah, not really picking up blasters. We're waiting to see when the blasters are going to come out. Is it going to be for the knockout? No, we're going to double down on the bow, the weapon bomb.
Nice
That's
nair.
just enough bit more damage. Flower's able to even out the stocks 2 minutes in.
Yeah, 2 minutes in, and I mean, we're probably gonna see a lot more minutes going on here, especially when they start to figure each other out and trying to find those openings, those vital openings. But right now, Megdi is definitely trying to let loose on the Guitars, at least. I get that Sarah as well, but he whiffed. Okay.
I like Flower.
We're trying to get some approaches as well with the Delight Sidelight there, but it wasn't enough. And Light, interesting choice. Yeah, they're just trying to figure each other out.
Respect. Yeah, I really respect Flower's approach to this game.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens. So far, I wouldn't say even slow-paced. It's just very methodical. I'll keep using that word because it's a very good choice when it comes to this sort of set. Like, you know, a more chill, relaxing set. You know, you can grab some popcorn, you can grab some soda and stuff, you know, and just chill a bit while you're watching this. Okay.
When we saw
as you can see right now, they're trying to do some DDR right now, some Friday Night Funkin', trying to match each other's moves there with the movement.
When we saw Flower at the Moose Wars land, that was, I think, maybe the best Flower gameplay I've ever seen. Flower is definitely a Lanimal, but that was a step above Lanimal. He was also some of the first that we've seen them blocking this Diana, and that D-stick into that dare is gonna be not a half bad way to close out the stock. Flower, quite a nice little stock here, but both these players really they're in like a new phase of their lives as players and as people. Like, Megdi's playing really good today. Flower really stepped up their gameplay over the course of the past few months, especially changing character picks altogether. Like, this Diana has been secretly brewing in a crock pot for months, and we never even smelled it. So the fact that we're seeing the first few tastes of what could be, either one of these guys have massive potential to top 16 at BCX, since both have top 8 at BCX before. So this is the competition of two world-class competitors who are only getting better and better and better with each new day, and understand the weight of every single game. We're getting down into sudden death. This is where the game might slow down a bit, as neither player wants to risk dropping a single game. Megdi respecting the space around Flower and Nair, doesn't send too high, but he can't eat too many of those. Doesn't throw the sword for Guitars, wants to stay on sword for the knockout.
Nice
sword into unarmed, this could be good for Megdi!
Like, beautiful. That was a great option choice there from Megdi. He had nothing else. GCN Light will definitely do the job and get rid of that stock. And yeah, Megdi takes the first match. That was not bad. That was not bad at all. Like, you know, that was palpable when it comes to like pacing and stuff. I expected an even slower match. That's good.
Stop being mean to Megdi.
I'm not being. I didn't even say Megdi. Are you serious? You said Missy. You said it. Now you assumed it. It's not even my fault now.
Was that not what you were saying? When you say slow pace matched, when Megdi is on screen.
It's because, dude, even Flower is a like more methodical player. So obviously, when it comes to this war of attrition, when it comes to just more neutral focused gameplay, both of them are trying to figure each other out and their openings. That's why I said, honestly, it wasn't as slow as I thought, because Flower, sure, he may have explosive moments, but usually he is pretty neutral based as well.
Yeah, okay.
Right? Right.
Sure.
Yeah. Oh, that was beautiful right there. That was sword masterclass from Megdi. And I was about to say, like, the amount of experience Megdi has, like, just in general in tournaments. Megdi is such an OG player at this point. He has been playing this game for years, and the fact that he's still keeping pace with Flower is impressive in its own right.
Right now,
Okay.
both players being careful of
Yeah,
each
both
other's
players are just, again, they're trying to figure each other out, just trying to find some openings. And Light, I guess he wanted to convert that into a recovery as well, but that weapon throw.
Ooh, Megdi doesn't get the read though. Megdi is trying to really expand these combos and is not trying to let a single hit remain as a single hit. Megdi is trying to make so that when they do find their way in, it's worth a lot, but Flower is able to shut that down. 130 damage in, is able to stay up on the first stock. Megdi is just responding back down onto the second stock, about a minute and a half in, as right now Flower sticking with the bow. Not as left blasters as we've seen, especially compared to not only other players, but also previous Flower gameplay. The Blasters revolution is upon us, and we're probably going to be seeing a lot of blasters at PCX. So the fact that Flower is choosing to stick a lot on bow, I mean, I do think bow is a really nice weapon, but I am a little surprised we're not seeing as much blasters, especially since blasters might be a bit better at trying to space out Megdi and push him away, because when Megdi's trying to get in your personal space, there's not much you can do to say about it.
Yeah, absolutely, but I would argue that Flower is a lot more comfortable on the bow, like in general, simply because of the Yumiko pick, right? So, as you can see right now, he's definitely favoring the bow compared to the blasters, and it's working so far, at least in neutral, just trying to get those small hits, and bow is pretty good at that as well. Like, sure, Katars, you kind of have to get those dodge reads most of the time, right? But it feels like Megdi's found a methodical way to play them as well.
These players are tracing each other.
See the silent and like
D-Sig on the side of the stage, second time to set that's hit. The yoink.
Yeah, the yoink of Doom and Pain, the Diana downsig on bow. Man, that was so good coming out from Flower. And I mean, it feels like he's trying to figure out how Megdi is spacing around his bow, and he's like, okay, he's gonna land there, let me D-Sig that. You know, and I mean, that's so much damage and just overall knockback, not even damage. Has so much KO potential.
Megdi is able to put Flower KO%. Side sig!
Wow.
Just raw. Side
raw side sig.
The
Gordon Ramsay side sig, you know? You sometimes have to do it, and I mean, it works to equalize the stocks.
Yeah, Megdi doesn't even want to give Flower the space. That is one thing that Megdi is really good at doing, is staying close to you, but not close enough to the point
also staying far, yeah, exactly. It's just neutral.
Yeah.
The definition of neutral, like...
Megdi's spacing is really good and is able to dance around your threat range to the point where you think it's safe to approach, like you think it's safe for that ground pound. But Megdi is just barely enough time to dodge out of the way of the ground pound, hit
just 2 pixels away, Yeah, 2 frames away from a silent or something.
Especially after all the years he's been competing impeccable. Masterclass on trying to space and bait your opponent out. Masterclass on baiting right here. Don't say that.
I mean, I bet. Yeah. It's just not. Anyway. Okay, and Light recovery. Flower, though, has the advantage now. I wonder if Megdi can't bring this back. I mean, he definitely has the grasp, but not enough. And Light recovery to equalize the set. Flower gets one on the board as well.
So this is easily a go next for both players. I do think that playing Katars into bow, maybe just a bit too much, might have costed Megdi just a few more ticks of damage. I think a lot of the highlights we're seeing, it's bow into Katars is Flower winning, and sword into bow is Megdi winning. I think that is what we're seeing a decent bit of a pattern of, so it really is going to be the weapon pattern for Megdi. But also, Katars, a lot of people like to pick Katars for the weapon build-up, especially compared to weapons like sword. Sword is like I like to call it the most weapon in the game. It does everything okay and not one thing fantastic. Jack of all trades, master of none. That kind of beat. You already know the song.
Very versatile.
You already know the words.
Exactly.
Yeah, the most weapon in the game. So it's hard to tell if
The
Megdy's
most
going to want to
weapon in
stick
the
with
game.
guitars. Yeah, it's hard to tell if Megdy's going to want to stick with guitars for the damage buildup and then sword for the knockout, or if Megdy's going to want to stay on sword, his comfort pick, his main weapon for the entire game to try and avoid that matchup that he's been struggling with a little bit. We're getting into map banning for game 3. We have ourselves an even game here, Jiro.
Yeah, and I mean, it's very exciting. Yeah, I mean, we got a game 3 on our hands, and honestly, I'm learning a lot from this set. Just neutral. I'm learning a lot of neutral because I definitely struggle with that. I'm more of a momentum / aggressive player, so yeah, I definitely need to like take notes here because these two are pretty much goats at neutral.
Being
Especially
patient is
Megdy.
hard, especially when two of these
Yeah.
players are that good at putting pressure without actually gaining an advantage.
Look at that.
Pressure without gaining
That
an
was
advantage
crazy.
state is really, really like it's scary. When a player knows how to put good pressure on you, it really is scary. Like having patience, it can be difficult because you want to just panic,
Absolutely.
throw out a sideline and get punished for it. Like these two
Neutral-
players, you have to be methodical when you do this.
Yeah, like look, I mean, very good damage build up from Flower. It was very steady as well, just getting those dodge reads. Nice and methodical about them. But Megdy, I get those end lights as well. But again, retiring just all the way back just to weapon starve and get back on the sword. Like, man, I did not expect that. I thought he would just, you know, get the Yoinky Splinky side sig on and
That's it.
get that stock away. But yeah, recovery coming out from Flower. And yeah, back to some DDR dancing.
We do have our answer. It looks like Megdy doesn't want to spend that much time on guitars because, like you said, Megdy would much rather give up a ledge guard on weapon starve rather than continue the ledge guard either unarmed or a weapon that he's not as like 200% as confident with. Maybe he's like 80 or 70% confident with guitars. Sword is like he's won so much money with this sword right here. Probably more, maybe more money than obviously. I don't know. I am not a smart person.
During my lifetime.
Recovery does send up. Flower is in a lead of the game, but still weapon juggling. Is he gonna stick with guitar against unarmed? Is actually really smart, especially against blasters. Maybe guitars might be the answer to blasters. We're gonna see Flower's blasters for the first time.
So far. Good falling Sayer. They're just trying to figure each other out again. What a beautiful jump read with that recovery. Yeah, that was huge. Eli recovery, don't drop it, and he doesn't. Flower gets that perfect right there. And I assume he stays on the blasters? No, still on the bow. Wow.
His blasters are so good, though.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, again,
oh, that's not good, though.
Guitars, not good.
Into bow. The fact that Megdy tried to throw the sword but couldn't grab it back, tried to create a bit more space for him, grab a bit more center stage control, and throw out a threat range. But still, Flower is starting to be, it's starting to capitalize a bit more on the movement. Flower starts to have Megdy read a bit better, and also if Megdy is going to play a sword character and not play too much of the secondary weapon, Asuri does raise a bit of an eyebrow, and we unfortunately have a lag drop. No, Flower, come back!
No, Flower, get back to the stage! No!
No!
Well, what happens? We reset?
We might just... If the players agree to a reset, then it's the player's choice. They can, but that will most likely count as a point towards Megdy. So, if the players want to, like, gentlemen rule it and, like, just go again, we might let them, but that is most likely a win to Megdy. That's most likely going to make it 2-1 Megdy, and that is really unfortunate. I really don't know what else is I mean, we've all seen it. It's happened to all of us. It's happened to my brother. It has happened to my older brother who doesn't care about this game. Yeah. We do have no, we actually don't have Flower Black in the lobby just yet.
Oh, we got Moni Holla.
We might have to take a minute. We're waiting on production to see if we're gonna have to take a break to give Flower a bit of time to sort their stuff out.
We'll see what happens.
But if not, I do want to talk a little bit about the character pick from Megdy, because yes, Megdy is a sword pick. But if Megdi
Yeah.
is going to play a lot of sword and not too much of the secondary weapon, Asuri does raise a bit of an eyebrow from me because I might pick a character with a bit more defense. So,
I mean, I would argue that
This-
Megdi does not use that many signatures, if you noticed. Again,
Well,
very neutral
yeah.
based. And I think the Katars as a choice is kind of odd, but at the same time, it also sort of makes sense when you try to build up so much neutral and spacing and just pressure, because with Katars, you can definitely do that. Let's say you're trying to land back on stage, you get a sidelight, right? The opponent backdashes or like panic dodges, and then you're like, oh, he did that. Let me do a side there, or like a recovery. Recovery is such a good KO option as well on the Katars. So it's kind of all over the place. But obviously, Megdi is a very methodical player. Even when it comes to the Katars, again, it's like he's trying to build up a new playstyle for them. Which, again, if you look at a player such as Guichabou, you're just trying to go in and get those dodge reads, because that's how we kind of think that the how could I call it, the optimal play of Katars is just to try and get as much damage as possible from those dodge reads. But Megdi just is kind of an antithesis of that, or the opposite, I should say. So I don't, destroy my accent.
So the what is it again? We're still waiting for production to kind of sort some things out. We're very sorry that this has to happen, and I'm also
Hey,
we're
it
very
happens,
sorry to Flower. Very
Shout
sorry
outs to
for,
Brawlhalla servers,
Flower.
and honestly, it's not even
Shout out to the servers.
anybody's fault, Like, servers crash all the time. It's just the internet, Sometimes it's not stable. Like, I've had a friend today that he couldn't even play Brawlhalla because his internet was just terrible. So, that's just how it is. It happens.
Talking through the character picks, I know I said that if Megdi's only going to play one weapon, Asuri is a bit of does raise a bit of an eyebrow, because I feel like the stats of Asuri might not pair up to quite a few other sword players that might be, or sword characters that might be a bit better if playing to just play sword, because Asuri would Megdi would either throw away Katars or sometimes not do as amazing as he usually does, because he's just that good on sword. Even when it's not super meta, he still finds a way to make it work. He's just that good on sword. I think the character pick for Flower, though, still makes perfect sense, because he's using the Stigs quite well. Diana, the stats are not half bad. And the blasters are very good. I'm just wondering what he's saving the blasters for. If he's just worried about a matchup he doesn't want to risk, but because his blasters are looking really good. Yeah,
I would argue that Diana is just overall a very solid pick into the meta, as you said.
Oh, easily, yeah.
Yeah, not that much of a deep and defensive character, but you got blasters. Blasters are so good, especially when it comes to aerial movement. And Megdi, if you noticed, he tends to stay a lot into the air, and then you got that Nair very good on the blasters. You got the Sarah as well, especially when you're falling with it and stuff. You got the down sigs, and you saw a few of those down sigs, but it seems like I guess we're getting some sort of reset, or maybe we're resetting to the stocks. I think we're resetting to the stocks. That's
I peeked in the lobby a bit. I think what they might do is they might damage each other up a little bit and wait until they're able to get back into the part of the they're gonna wait until they intentionally set the game to as close as possible as to when Flower disconnected, and try and play through the rest of the game like that. So we do have a bit of sportsmanship, and this actually might be one of the best ways to deal with it. So this is really good on them to try and figure it out like that. But the Blasters Revolution is real, and there's a part of that is a little sad, because I do want to see Flower's Blasters a bit more. They're
173
really
damage,
good. But
and here we go.
Either way, I think we're back into the game.
No, not yet. They're trying to make it extremely accurate here. Here we go. 174 to 77 damage. One stocks to 2. On Demon Island here.
Here we go.
Versus Flower. Recovery almost got that KO off the top with the second stock from Flower, but Megdi not managed. Deal at Recovery will definitely do it though. And now, equal stocks. Here we go. Game 3. Lock back in, chat.
That is a very lagging out is a very tough mental block to advance past. So if Flower's still able to claim this game, even despite the fact that he's in the lead, lagging out is a really tough mental block. So if Flower's still able to win this game and win it back, bring it back in his favor, put one up on the board, that would actually be really impressive.
Okay, okay.
And again, like
Oh
world-class
my.
patience, world-class mental, and just a whole hell lot of a stamina. That's gonna be really
Yeah.
good display from these players, not only as friends and for his sportsmanship. The end stage for the first time in a
my.
while. These two players have incredible accuracy with their signatures. They don't throw them out that much. You know, they're
Yeah.
very risky options, but
I mean,
when
we've
they throw
seen
them out,
Gosu.
they hit.
We've seen Gosu with those down signatures. I think there's been hundreds of them in that one set alone. So yeah, this is definitely the opposite of that. And right now, they're definitely fighting for this 2-1 here. Oh my goodness. Okay, Nair not enough. Another Nair on the unarmed though from Flower. Just 182 to 185 damage right now. This is just like a D-Light Sarah away from Megdi, and honestly downlight Nair from Flower most probably. And there it goes, D-Light recovery from Megdi to get the 2-1.
Against many other players, Flower has an incredible clutch. If anyone has seen the one set they had against Money Hala at the Moose Wars LAN, I think it was either game 4 or game 3 when both of those players were at like 200 damage and neither of them could die for an entire 2 minutes. Flower knows how to clutch. Flower has an amazing clutch factor against most other people. When you're going up against someone like Megdi, who, like I said, this guy is a robot. Like that skull is made out of titanium. You're not breaking it. The few times I've tried talking to him at a LAN, like you can't phase him. He doesn't really nothing.
He's just locked in. He is the definition of locked in.
He's able to concentrate on the same thing for like hours at a time. And when you have that practice built up for years and years and years, you have one of the most meticulous and stamina-based players.
Dangerous,
that
honestly.
Maybe to ever touch this game. Megdi has some of the best tournament stamina of any player in the continent. This is like beautiful stuff.
He is like the Hungry Box of Brawlhalla. If you guys know Hungry Box, like
who doesn't?
He definitely capitalized that neutral sort of playstyle in platformer fighters overall. I would argue, because everyone just liked the aggression, and I mean personally I like the aggression more. But yeah, I mean there's a certain craftsmanship when it comes to neutral as well in footsies, especially like, you know, we go all the way back to Street Fighter 6 and Street Fighter 3 even, where that's all you need. You need a good parry, some footsies just to get that advantage into neutral. And I mean, this is what is going on right here.
Megdi,
this is
I mean,
pretty much fighting game.
Stamina.
This is fighting game essence right here.
Stamina is another thing about his stamina is that it means that he goes into every single set like the exact same. When you play, oh my god, that class is huge. It's gonna send Flower down to second stock. But when you play Megdi on a Tuesday, that's not any different from playing him on a Friday or like a Wednesday. He goes into every single game with the exact stoic. That's also one of the words I was looking for. Thank you, Jiro. Like I said, sometimes I try to talk to him at BCX. He's so stoic. He's so calm. He's like meditating 24/7. Like it's actually. It's scary how like nonchalant he is, and he's still this good at the game. Yeah. Look at the lead he has. He's only just getting knocked out of the first stock like 2 minutes in, and Flower is about to fall down to bracket stock.
Yeah, I mean, Flower is definitely struggling here, trying to get some damage. I mean, he does get those N-Lights, but that's nothing. And now Megdi back on the Katars, their N-Light. That's so much damage already. He just threw them away. What? I guess he wants to serve for the D-Light recovery. Nice N-Light with the pickup as well on the weapon. Nice dodge though. Flower back on the stage. Stare the way. PC Sidelight. Oh, that recovery. I really expected that to hit. But nice. He just skirted around there. Oh, okay. And gets the recovery. All right. I think this is Megdi's set.
Yeah.
I
mean, if Flower could build up, if Flower could stop.
Yeah, but look at the damage buildup.
Look at this. Well, But Megdi sort of spent a lot more time on guitars. I wonder what changed. Megdi was a little nervous to play guitars, and even when he was trying to be brave about it, it wouldn't fully connect, especially
again
his bow. So the fact that Megdi is able to find a way to make guitars work after it hasn't worked for quite a while is really impressive.
I think it's the definition of I understand it now. Oh, never mind the yoinky sploinky again with the down signature on the Diana bow. And man, again, we're seeing some Acno here. We're seeing some Acno right here.
Misses the pickup.
Against
That could
Marckiemoo.
be huge. Missing the weapon pickup on the bow could be huge. Now Megdi has quite a few seconds where Flower can't contest unarmed in a Megdi sword. Is not the place you want to be at the tail end of your set. Bow packs back up, but Megdi still has the sword.
Okay, wait. Nice. Second nair. Tries to get the inlight as well with the conversion. Oh, beautiful dodge coming out from Megdi now. Trying to land back on the stage. Gets the nair as well. Almost got it, I should say. Megdi actually attacking now a lot more, just trying to end this stock. It seems like he's getting nervous against Flower, getting those nairs now. Flower making these like last few seconds of the match a lot more intense for Megdi, it seems. He's just, why don't you get on the stage? Just go away, leave me alone and let me get the 3-1. But Flower does not allow it.
The next interaction could
the Gordon Ramsay! The Gordon Ramsay side sig! The raw side sig. We love to see it. Absolutely.
Skull made Titanium, you were not getting through that, man, any day of the week. Flower kind of brought me back to a different era, though, seeing all those Diana D6 rip. It's been a while since we've seen Diana, especially those D6, really come in clutch like that. Even when you see players like the tail end of Boomy's Peak and also the current phase of Balloon Boy, we didn't really see
even
the D6 that much. Yeah, Acno wasn't so
definitely put a number on Marckiemoo with those. Yeah, like
yeah.
He's kind of crazy on them.
Wasn't huge with the D6. He would still let him rip a few times, but Flower really brought me back to a time once gone where that bow D6 was much more popular, and Megdi was not fully expecting it, because you know what? None of us were fully expecting it. But either way, the legendary bow player is unfortunately going to fall down, and Meg D, one of like the most stoic and best stamina players in the entire history of the game, is gonna go on to winners
in terms of neutral. But yeah, I guess I'm pretty sure that's that for us, because that was 4 sets, and man, what crazy 4 sets. So much diversity in gameplay, so much diversity in weapons, even in picks. We've seen Arcada, we've seen Asuri, we've seen so much. We've seen Moni Hala,
3 different great swords.
Emogi. Yeah, 3 great swords, you know?
Yeah.
We've seen some Orion as well, you know? We've seen pretty good diversity, especially in weapons.
So yeah, Jiro, before we have to bring it to a short break, is there anything that you would like to say to our dear audience?
I mean, honestly, just thank you for allowing me. It's always an honor and a privilege and a pleasure, and I'm very grateful for this opportunity. I hope you guys enjoyed, you know, all the way there, whatever you are, America, Europe, Africa, wherever you are. I hope you enjoyed our yapping session. What about you, Graffiti?
Be sure to follow me and Jiro on social media. We are very, very, very pretty and funny people. You will want to pay attention to us. Jiro, thank you so much for joining me at the booth. This
that was great.
A lot of fun. Thank you. Me and Jiro are going to be lurking in chat, so we're going to be joining y'all right with you. But thank you so much to the players for giving us a good show. And the show is only just beginning. There's only so many weeks left in the season. There's only so many hours left in the day, which means we're only just getting to the best part. I hope that y'all don't go too far. This will be a very, very short break. I promise. we will see you very shortly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We love you.
Hello, hello, welcome back to Duskfall Rebellion Boost Wars. I am Tripped Up, joined here by Clown, and we've got some top 8 to get into. Clown, how are you feeling about it?
Dude, I'm excited. It's been a minute since I've been on the desk here. I'm ready to see some Brawlhalla gameplay. I've seen like a fun variety. We have a lot of people on their like main stables for the most part. For example, we have Marckiemoo right here, Moni playing their, which is they've been playing like all season pretty much. The Mugi, the Vortex. We had Bunny on the Rayman, but we also saw somebody switch over to Greysword earlier, Guichabou, switching to the Mako. So I'm excited. I'm excited.
Certainly unexpected. You know, you don't see too much of Mako outside of, Rutsme and I guess Vulcan, right? So definitely an odd pick, but at the same time, you know, sometimes those odd picks can allow you some signatures or something that just really mixes up your opponent, which at the end of the day, that's what you're looking for at this level is to, mix up your opponent, trip them up, if you will. Not in this case, though. In this, we're going to have the exact same as we're expecting. Like you said, the Amugi coming up from Monihalla and the Mordex coming up from Marckiemoo. Nothing unexpected at all. But as far as who's going to take this, I mean, this, honestly, it doesn't look good for Monihalla, just in the fact that, like, Scythe is going to work wonders around, the slowness of Amugi, right? So Monihalla is really going to be careful.
Yeah, for the most part. I mean, on both weapons, Axe too. Like, oh no, he's already off stage, and
Yep.
this is one of the worst parts of being this skill character. Is like you really feel the reduction of speed once you're off stage. You go a lot slower. You can't use that dash tech to get back and forth a lot faster. And Marckiemoo really took advantage there and just kind of. He couldn't do anything. It was unarmed. It was a defenseless turtle just falling to his doom. They finally picks up the Axe here. I like to see Axe in ones. You don't see it too often, in my opinion. Oh no, that dare! Okay, I was worried that dare was going to cost him everything at that moment. So.
Yeah, you know, he's definitely not afraid to go off stage, even though he lost his entire first stock to nothing but basically down airs and side airs, which really, that's how it goes with Scythe. Right now, he's trying to even things up on the stock count, but he's really struggling to put some damage onto Marckiemoo. Like you said, Axe really isn't the biggest 1v1's weapon, and that is because of its slowness and difficulty KOing. So, Monihalla is certainly trying to find his way around it, but Marckiemoo is always on top of him. But there goes a ground pound, and that should take the stock. It will. Okay, finally equalizing the stock, but with almost 150 damage built onto him, it's not going to take long to take the stock.
Yeah, that was a slick ground pound. Gravity-defying ground pound, sustaining something like that was perfect to catch Marckiemoo off guard. But this is a big deficit. He's already in that kill percent. That neutralizing him off stage. Greatsword, not the best off-stage weapon, but this is the weapon he uses a lot more in all his gameplay. So, I mean, he should be able to do much more work here with the Greatsword. That weapon that was going to cost him everything. He's able to get back to stage, but not actually touch. Oh, we're so bad for Monihalla here.
It is unfortunate. And I have to wonder if he might switch off of the Amugi in the event that he loses this game, which is certainly looking this way as Marckiemoo continues to adversely graze his way around Monihalla's stock. He has already lapped him in damage once again, but Moni, not deterred at all, gets himself a read, and that's just going to take the stock, because that is the one good thing about Greatsword. If you do catch a dodge, as rare as it is, you are certainly going to get a lot of damage and an easy finisher with a lot of force to it. So Monihalla able to bring out the best in Greatsword, but he throws it away, trying to approach the weapon throw, and now he's going to be stuck on... Or wait, actually, no, he swapped it over to the Greatsword, so he's looking good. And now he's bringing things back around to Marckiemoo, looking for the read. Marckiemoo jumping above it, just getting away from the attack. GC sidelight into recovery will take the stock, and Marckiemoo does take the win, but so much closer than you thought it would be at the beginning of that match, right?
Yeah, that was... Monihalla was just at enough fortune deficit for getting essentially 0 to death at the beginning there. Losing an entire stock, but a lot closer at the end, especially when he picked up that Greatsword. You saw that whole combo in that second stock, kind of just clean everything up for him, and that's really shows his prowess on Greatsword versus the Axe, how he really clean that up. But Marckiemoo doing a good job of not letting that deficit get any smaller and just outranging him and getting that nice side light recovery at the end to close it off. Looking great for Marckiemoo.
Certainly. Oh, and he's trying to continue this momentum going to game number 2, already taking Monihalla off stage, got himself a busted recovery, and almost could have taken things even further, but in this case, Monihalla is ready, and he keeps things even. Actually, he is in a bit of a favor right now, going up to the top, try to grab a recovery, or sorry, a ground pound off the top. and get the KO, but
Oh, no.
unfortunately jumps right into the recovery box, and yeah, that's just going to be a quick KO from Marckiemoo. Still closer than it was at the start of the first game, but yeah, Marckiemoo does have that lead.
Yeah, the thankful thing about having both Axe and Imugi is you're doing lots of damage with that little ladder he did, so Marckiemoo's already in the red right now, and a lot of these side light attack, GC light attacks, ooh, that Nair almost kills neutral light. Okay, now Marckiemoo has to be very careful not to get hit with pretty much any Axe move that has any force on it.
Oh,
there it goes.
really doing off stage. Oh, Monty Holla gives up a down air, and then GC side six, and Marckiemoo comes back. I thought for sure that was just going to be a sacrifice stock to try and get Monty Holla's, but he ends up taking not only Monty Holla's stock, but keeping his own. This is why he is #1. But okay, a side air finally is going to close things out. Monty Holla can breathe a sigh of relief, but not for long, because Marckiemoo is already starting to pressure him with the unarms. I'm not afraid at all. Look at this.
Yeah, let's see what's facing with the side here. Uh-oh. Okay. Ooh, these exchanges off stage really aren't looking great for Monty Holla. Oh, he was willing to bite those weapon throws as long as you get an exchange there. Monty Holla's in such a bad spot.
Okay. I see this right here, and I feel a lot better about this. Seeing Monty Holla pull out the Jaeyun. I was hoping maybe he'd do it in the second game, but you know, after it was a lot closer, I don't blame him for not swapping immediately. But here, obviously, he's gonna have a lot more balanced stats. He has plenty of speed to work with, so the offstage is not going to be nearly as detrimental. Plus, he now has a much better KOing tool with the D-like combos of Sword. So I think overall this is going to be much better for Monty Holla. The only downside being that the signatures aren't as abusable, and also he has, of course, less time on this character than the Imugi. But still, I think this will serve him better.
Yeah, honestly, for not having abusable signatures, JM signatures still are nothing to laugh at. Like, they're still powerful tools. So I'm kind of glad to see the JM versus the Imugi, because honestly, Axe can be a lot better right now. The Sigs got nerfed way earlier in the season. Oh my lord! Just all these nairs coming out from Marckiemoo, moving Monty Holla. He's already in the red. He was sweating bullets already. This is rough. Okay, he's at least able to exchange some damage here with the sword, but if he goes back off stage, oh, that curry's almost enough to kill already. Okay, finally gets the great sword.
Just looking for it. He's relentlessly approaching right now. In lights. Tries to look at this. He's just not afraid at all. And that actually might cost him. It will. The downer comes through. Yeah, you definitely cannot contest that down air. That is the one good thing about offstage with this weapon, is that the down air really can poke you down there and take some early stocks. Marckiemoo finding out the hard way, though he does find himself a stock, and with only about 43 damage built up onto him, that is not a hard deficit to make up. But now that Monty Holla has himself the first solid lead in this entire set, he is surely trying his best to keep Marckiemoo on his heels, and the sword is actually doing wonders for him right now. Whips the side sig, but here comes Marckiemoo, whips the recovery, but still, he's actually about to take his stock if he can keep him off the stage. Sweatbeats are coming out. He gets the GC insig, but a ground pound double didn't come back. A recovery is going to stuff him out. GC deal out recovery. What an exchange. Oh my goodness.
The precision from those GC neutral sigs coming from Monty Holla was just beautiful. One of those, using them for a lot of movement off stage, just really great. And able to turn that around. He never went back to stage. That entire exchange was able to close up a stock. That was beautiful. And Marckiemoo was finally able to like catch it back up, but this is not a bad spot for Monty Holla compared to the last couple games we've seen. But now it's
gonna get me really nervous, especially when you're about to jump into that side sig. He does dodge it this time and gets himself a down air. He does have the edge guard, but Marckiemoo finds his way back. And you can see he is being really careful on what greatsword options he throws out, because he knows one wrong move and Marckiemoo is on top of him. Recovery comes out. Are looking bad for Monty Holla, just because if he loses this one, it is over for him in the winner's brackets. He needs this now. And insane
he survives
does a KO. Oh my goodness.
He can
recovery?
Close this out. He has to be very careful. His offstage was looking a lot better this game.
Oh, unfortunate for Monty Holla. Gets unarmed recovered and sent out 3-0. unfortunate, but it was still a really good effort from him, you know, especially after switching to that Jaeon. It looked a lot better than the Mugi, but Marckiemoo in the end able to clinch it out and keep him at a 3-0.
Yeah, the big dog stays on top. Marckiemoo going on to that winner's final, guaranteed that top 2 spot, of course. Who would have guessed? So hats off to him. Huh?
It's not the lead, but it's all right. It's it's not
my
a big deal.
fault.
No, it's okay. You're only gonna get your pay docked by like half for that. Don't worry, it's not a big deal.
You're getting paid?
But with that being said, maybe we should get on to the next game, which is going to be pretty interesting as well. We certainly have a good one. Clown, how about you tell me about it?
Yes, it is a good one. If I remember the players very quickly, if you have it pulled up, that would be great.
I do, yes. It is going to be Hybrid versus Meg-D.
Right. Hybrid and Meg-D. It was honestly pretty great. Meg-D closed out against, I think that was Flowers, a 3-0. No, 3-1.
3-1.
It was a shutout from Meg-D, and Hybrid was looking great. Known twos player, kind of turning it up in ones lately. So I'm kind of excited.
Certainly. Now, the question has to be asked on what he's going to play, because Hybrid, of course, being known for the Ulgrim or the Lance, but as we all know, not exactly the strongest kit in 1v1s, so maybe he might be pulling out something different, but at the same time, he has certainly found a lot of success with, you know, I mean, whether it be Orion, which it seems like he's pulling out right now, actually, but yeah, Orion, anything with Lance really is going to be his expertise. And so far, he seems to be pulling out the Orion, which I can't disagree with. It's a solid legend. You know, you got Spear, which is really a top weapon right now, and I'm really shocked we didn't see any nerfs on that. And Lance, you know, not really a 1v1's weapon at all when it comes down to it, but at the same time, you can certainly get some you know, mix-ups in there and get some zero to deaths if you're really on point. So we'll have to see what Hybrid has cooking up for us.
Yeah, I agree completely, Lance. Not in its best state right now, but thankfully with Orion, you have a lot of states to kind of work around it with that down state, that neutral state. Just a lot better than some of the other options you have with Lance, with like, you know, Scarlet and these other legends. Oh, we got Meg-D here. Let's go. He was going crazy with the Asuri earlier. Close it out pretty quickly, honestly. So let's see. We had a lot of small Fortress Alliance today. I'd like to see, I don't know, a little bit of variety, but
I don't think we're going to get any different. That's kind of how it's been. Okay, well, Hybrid.
Oh!
That proved me wrong. Yeah. Yeah.
Got my
so
wish.
Here we go. Now, I think this is really interesting. Meg-D on the Asuri. And, of course, the sword. He's been on the sword for God knows how long at this point. So that's not surprising. But just the Asuri, because you don't see too much Asuri nowadays, despite how strong I believe she is as a character. You really just don't see it. I think it's because if you're going to be playing Katars, there are stronger Katars legends. And if you're going to be playing sword, it's the same way there. But really, I got to say, Asuri provides a lot of depth in the character. And Katars secretly is a top weapon as well. I mean, it certainly is being discovered more and more nowadays, but it went under the radar for basically this entire season, and maybe even longer than that, depending on how you look at it. Katars has been a really sleeper weapon, and I think Meg-D is trying to prove that here today with these Katars.
Yeah, Katars have been definitely a pain in the case here, especially with seeing crazy player like Guichabou with pretty good performance this year. I definitely believe it. Meg-D has always had an Asuri, so he kind of has always had those like vanilla-like characters, you know, Asuri, Val, Wushong, that as long as you're able to like have good neutral with, and good control with the Sigs, you can really do a lot with the mileage. So I'm happy to see the Asuri come out because he's already able to take that first stock very, I wouldn't say confidently, but 100 damage isn't the worst spot to be in right now.
Nope, not at all, especially when you got Katars. You can really get a lot of damage built up in there with one read. So right now Meg-D is looking for it. Hybrid going off stage, trying to grab himself an N-Sig. That certainly would have KO'd, but he is struggling at the moment. Meg-D did be off stage. That was a great recovery. The way that Katar's recovery, you know, the angle, it goes at a 45-degree angle like that and just kind of rushes up against the stage and allows for you to kind of just like hit anyone who's near the stage with a recovery. I think that makes it really, really strong as it is, and certainly McD abusing that fact. But Hybrid will get himself the KO with that D-Sig, and now he's got the Lance. Once again, not the strongest of 1v1's weapons, but this is his expertise, so I would expect to see something coming out. McD taking his time, just throwing out non-committal options like the Sword Nair and Sayer, trying to grab some hits, but it's looking pretty even right now.
Yeah, McD's doing that classic thing and being right outside of that range of his opponent. Was looking really good, which is really important for this matchup. Honestly, Orion does pretty well into guitars concerning his both Spear and Lance. All he's going to keep poking Megdy out of there, but he's having a lot of trouble. Megdy's weaving in and out very well when he needs to.
That's certainly what he's good at. This guy's patience is certainly on a different level, as we all know. But okay, there we go.
He dropped the side air.
No. Yeah, unfortunate. But then Hybrid is going to run right into it. There's not going to be a side air after that dare, and Hybrid
finally hits one of those.
Insig.
Yeah, he's been aiming for those GC signatures and finally has tapped one of those. Oh, he's not able to get back to stage. He's kind of still at the spot we were earlier in the game with that almost 100 damage deficit. Our difference between him and Hybrid.
Yeah, it's about the same. And as you can see, they're both taking their time right now and trying to figure each other out. But a nice insig comes out from Hybrid, and that actually is just going to eliminate all of his options. And McD will have his stock eliminated. And things are completely even now with Hybrid on the weapon advantage. Let's see, does he starve? No, McD will pick up his sword, and then things will kind of fall back as to how they were before, with both them taking their time, trying to find the proper open up. Don't want to get too overzealous. Very important, but it might get kind of slow here. As you can see, they're kind of baiting each other with dashes, trying to get an option thrown out. But as soon as you whiff one, the other is on top of you, so you gotta be careful.
Yeah, I've definitely seen slower games. These players are getting a lot of tits for tats here. You're seeing that damage slowly rise up here. They really don't want to take those extra hits. They're going to add up soon. This is their last stock. And this is going to be good momentum for the rest of the set. Being a game up, you can lose the game. Lord. That Lance. Hybrid has not been doing so well with the Lance, though. I would like to see him with the Spear. McD, as soon as he's in with these guitars, there's not too much Hybrid can do about it. He has to get back out of range. Ooh, nice ground pound, but a little crazy with it. A little crazy.
The second one was definitely reaching, but you know, the first ground pound was very nicely placed and puts him in a not terrible position. McD gets himself an in-light and continues this edge guard. Hybrid is taking his time, very slowly getting back on stage. You can tell he's also got, of course, those signatures in the back pocket that McD is afraid of, because an insig could come out and take away all his options, and Hybrid steals away that first game.
Oh, lovely turnaround. He finished the last two stocks the exact same way. McD was barely over that 100 damage mark, and that insig, that last one is right there at the bottom. It's right there as soon as he throws him, so it's a terrible spot for McD to be in. Hybrid capitalizing to I hope carries the momentum. That was nice. That was beautiful. He's not doing so well at the beginning.
Yes, that was definitely his game to lose there, but Hybrid able to bring things back around, and no swaps are going to come out. I think that, generally speaking, McD had the slight advantage in that game. But yeah, it really doesn't matter when your opponent can just sneak out a stock out of nowhere. As long as you have your one stock remaining, you know, you can easily take away 3 of your opponents. You know, it's not easy, but it can be done. And Hybrid didn't even have to do all that. So getting into game number 2, still on the same map, and I'm expecting to see much the same as terms of patience goes.
Yeah, we're gonna see a lot more pokes. These players have a better idea of their range now, so they're just gonna get even more patient and better at it. Oh my lord! Okay. Oh, there we go. Need a little combos from McD here. I was expecting him Hybrid to get scooped up.
Just like barely saved him. It would have been detrimental if he got caught by that insig that McD was about to throw out.
Exactly. These players are really good at being conservative with their movement options, because they're hitting the split marks right as they touch these walls over here. It's quite impressive. But Hybrid is already quite damaged compared to McD. McD hits the right sig on the edge here, or gets a nice dare. I think it's going to be a terrible position.
Yeah, he's been using a lot of D-lights on the edge, trying to get himself D-light into side air, though we saw it before in the last game that kind of didn't work out for him. He whiffed multiple of those D-light side airs off the edge because, you know, the D-light doesn't exactly get the proper height if you hit against a ledge. So, yeah, it's unfortunately going to be a whiffed combo most of the time. But in that case, he was able to get a D-light recovery and take the stock. And he's going to quickly lap Hybrid if he can't find his way onto a weapon. Good read. GCD Light, what an amazing move. Just juts right out there. If your opponent dodges horizontally, then you could certainly get a huge read going. Magdi continuing this pressure right onto Hybrid until he picks up a weapon. And then now, I'm assuming he's going to go back. But Hybrid, what are we doing? That ground pound, once again, kind of overzealous from him. It is going to cost him dearly, especially when he's already behind by so much. Side Sig.
He's kind of cracking under the pressure here. Magdi is doing really good with keeping that. Look at that! Like that N-Sig, if Magdi was a little too overzealous, he would have ran into that N-Sig and that would have been the stock. Magdi's being a lot more careful. He doesn't like the fact that he lost 2 stocks in the last game like that. So he's being real nice at keeping this damage lead, not going unnecessarily off stage when you have this guy with a spear that can just dunk you at any moment.
Yeah, you know, we've seen this time and time again from Hybrid. He is really trying to catch Magdi off guard, and he did do it in the first game, but now that Magdi is ready for it, it's not going to be nearly as easy to catch him off guard. You saw him still going for it, and it actually ended up costing him the stock, and yet he's still going for it. Does get the Lance Tech with the Cider off the stage, and that actually is just going to take the stock, so thankfully able to take at least 1 away in this game. Hybrid is not completely out of it, but he has 2 entire stocks to work through if he wants to take the second game, and Magdi already whittling away this last stock like it's nothing.
Yeah, 126, and he has a full, he has a full stock to play with here. Hybrid getting fenced out by unarmed right now. Oh no. Clean
What a response.
3. I haven't seen one of those in a while. That was nice. Good job, Magdi. All right, it's 1-1 now. Any player's game.
Yeah, although I have to
time.
express some concern for Hybrid because, like I said, the first game was definitely Magdi's to win, but Hybrid was able to take things away with his signature usage. But in that game, it felt like a very solid, or second game rather, it felt very solid in Magdi's favor, and with no swaps coming out from Hybrid, which I wouldn't expect, but either way, I just don't see this going more in Hybrid's favor, especially if already in game 2, Magdi is getting himself a 2 stock.
I mean, Hybrid might just be thinking good in his head. It's like, this is the time to level up. You're going back to Demon Island. I mean, this should be the better map. Actually, no, they both have good weapons that don't want those extra platforms. So this really, Hybrid is putting faith in himself and this character here. And I respect it. But Magdi did just kind of overrun him that last game. So Magdi's going to continue to outfence him. Ooh,
yeah, he's putting a lot of faith in his empty hops, but Magdi, he's dissecting each and every one, and Hybrid finally able to answer back with some spear hits of his own. But yeah, these guitars from Magdi have certainly been putting in work. Nice sidelight inlates, built some good damage. Once again, every time these two interact, which obviously they're keeping their distance, but whenever they get within proximity of each other, it seems like Magdi comes out on top in each of these interactions. And little by little, that's working its way up. Magdi gets himself a dare nair and nice GCD light recovery. That's going to take the stock.
Yeah, it was funny because as you were saying, the Hybrid was finally get the hits back, but then Magdi gets a couple hits back and optimally kills at the perfect percent with that GC recovery. So another thing we weren't seeing too much last game of quick knockouts. So looks like Magdi might be getting a better read on Hybrid here. Oh, he's getting a little a more ambitious going off stage here. Nice.
Yeah, and once again for the signatures, oh my goodness, 2 whipped insigs. And you can see Hybrid is trying to bait right now, doing a dash signature just like that, and he did bait Magdi. That's surprising. After like doing it, what, like 3 or 4 times whiffing, you wouldn't think Magdi would, you know, be keen on approaching, but he was ready for it and was got himself that KO. So things now have evened up in stock count, but Magdi not wanting things to turn into Hybrid's favor again. He is starting to build the damage, and Now we wait.
Of course. I don't know. Some of these SIGs, they're so quick that it's like you can wait for it all you want, but it's like kind of like dodging a bullet. It's like, oh, like that one right there. He's hopping back and forth, and that end SIG looked like another jump, and it wasn't another jump. It was an end SIG, and Hyper just he's gone. He's gone.
Yeah, that's something I didn't even think about that. Yeah, it does look kind of like a jump if you're not paying attention. You just see pixels moving up, and you're like, okay, well, certainly that's a jump. It couldn't be a game or a stock-ending insig, but no, it's going to take that right away. And Hybrid, he's not looking good at the moment. These guitars are continuing to dig into each and every one of his stocks. Honestly, it's a lot of these whiffs. As you can see, Meg D is just bouncing around, waiting for an opening, and Hybrid keeps throwing out attack after attack that do not land, and once Meg D is close enough, he's going to be there for the punish. I think that's ultimately what's causing the most damage on Hybrid's part right now, and he is already looking to lose this third game. But maybe, I mean, he's still got a chance. It is much closer than the second game. And he's placing pressure on Meg D right now.
Nice.
He does have the spear. That's going to be better at outranging the guitars, but it doesn't really matter. Meg D is just so aggressive once he's on top of him. I don't want to say too aggressive, period, because Meg D, but...
I think Meg D is pumping up aggression just as much as he needs to right now. He's interpreting a lot of these signatures with nice light attacks, and he's able to dodge both of those down signatures very narrowly, by the way. And the way he moves, it's kind of like, I don't know if you watch boxing at all, but how the Russian box moves that pace back and forth. He closes that out beautifully. Good job, Meggy. Jeez.
Does. Okay, now things are 2-1 in Meg D's favor, and Hybrid has got to ask himself if he's going to swap. I would say if we are going to see a swap, it's probably going to be to Wu Shang, because you're going to retain that spear, and now you're going to have a better 1v1's weapon, being gauntlets. Much better than spear or lance. Of course, you are going to lose, his better weapon, so it will be a bit of an adaptation. But I think now is a good time to switch things up because obviously Meg D has figured out this Orion. He may have lost in that first game, but he's able to adapt in games 2 and 3. So Hybrid, I think it's time to switch things up. But yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, something has to change. Something has to adapt. It's not a legend choice. Maybe a map switch. Maybe a total. Approach switch here because it's looking rough. Meg D kind of just is really doing a really good job of fencing Hybrid out, and not like these ranged weapons are doing Hybrid any favor. So maybe he has to adapt to something that, the focus is something else here. I think Wu Shang would be great. You go nice and up close with those gauntlets, but and he pulls out the Orion. See if he can do better this time.
Okay, yeah, he's back into the Orion. I guess he feels confident in it. He was waiting a while to lock that in, so we were expecting something different, but he just needed a breather, maybe to, drink some water or something, stay hydrated. Obviously, a smart tactic, but at the end of the day, I think it might be smarter to swap maps. It is appearing so, because they're going to ban out Demon and go to some small fortress, so going to get a platform added to the mix. That'll be interesting, because like you said, both of them have weapons that you don't really need the platforms, so I want to see which one of them kind of takes more of that platform and adapts around it better.
So definitely both weapons can do more things with those platforms in mind, but I feel like it'd probably be Spear that gets more mileage out of it, so maybe this is what Hybrid needs for an advantage. But that platform's kind of high for a lot of like Spear downlines and such, so it could be kind of rough for him. So far, nothing too crazy here. Meg D's getting a couple taps, and Hybrid finally answers with one back, just 2-1.
They're really slowed down here.
Nice.
Okay, recovery comes out. Now onto the spear. Hybrid throwing out multiple attacks. They just keep getting punished every time. Like that down air right there. You see, like it's just every single time Hybrid tries to get close to Meg D, he throws out an attack. And Meg D is good enough to move around all these attacks and get the punish. As you can see, another whiff is going to lead to a 3-piece from Meg D. Hybrid is just really needs to be more conservative about throwing out attacks. Because Meg D, he's certainly got his number.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Meg D's throwing out just as many attacks, and I bet that'd be frustrating as the other player seeing the other guy, throw out these weapons. But throw out these attacks as much. But with Meg D, he has these string weapons that they hit a lot faster and closer up. So he's gonna be able to throw out these attacks more often. So Hybrid kind of has to dance around his range here. He's having a little trouble. He's having quite a bit of trouble.
It is,
Jeez.
and
Okay. He's finally able to touch.
I'm having a
Just
trouble staying
jumping
awake
back
right
and
now
forth.
because that was a really long exchange of dashes. But finally, some blows are exchanged, and Magdi, oh, nicely done
Nice!
from Hybrid. Got behind, double nair, GC, and Sig. Finally able to use those signatures to his advantage since game number 1, because otherwise Magdi has been working around them so effortlessly. But for once, it's Magdi on the back foot, grabs himself the sword after throwing at the guitars. And let's see if he continues this piece-by-piece gameplay. That's certainly been doing him the best. And there will be a down air to confirm that stock.
Yeah, maybe keeping calm, not worrying a bit, just throwing out smooth. Very smooth light attack to finish that out. Oh! Oh, okay, no, Hybrid able to come back on stage. He's able to stay on stage for most of this stock here. He's kind of afraid to let him trying to take any stage away from Megdi here. Megdi, despite jumping back and forth, is kind of keeping stage control. There we go. No players landing any attacks here. Finally, got a nice dare, but no mileage out of anything here.
We are 2.5 minutes
They
into
need
this
a
game,
map.
by the way, just so you all know.
Backpack. Please help us. Okay.
Okay.
Little tit for tat
So-
here. Come on, something. Come
I
on,
think
baby.
part of it is that Hybrid is really taking to the skies. Actually, I mean, both of them really, but it's Hybrid going even further and then Megdi chasing from underneath. Yeah, it's definitely causing things to slow down considerably. Get the side light down air.
Make
but
sure these
it
dead
just-
zones don't make it fun for these players. One wants to approach by one way, and the other one wants to approach the opposite. So, a lot of... No! Nothing happened. So finally, something happens there, and we get a nice air to close that out. Maybe he could have possibly came back, but Hybrid doing a good job of finally closing that stock out. And
Right.
Megdi finally on the back foot for once, down a stock against Hybrid here.
And now we can see what
Well,
happens when
very
he's down a
willing to
stock.
stand.
Yeah, this is certainly what you come to expect. But Hybrid is not approaching either. You know, he is certainly taking his time. Even though he's got the lead for once, he is fully understanding of the fact that Megdi, with 1 or 2 good combos or just a side stick to the face, that stock lead of his can be completely eviscerated, and indeed it is. So now Hybrid's got to find his way back onto a weapon. Megdi certainly is not going to allow that. Hey.
Very good play by Megdi. It looked like he was trying to put Hybrid to sleep with just staying back, and the moment Hybrid relaxed, he just whipped that side swing. I feel very bad for Hybrid here. He finally had a nice lead, and it's gone in an instant.
Right now, Hybrid is really only using side airs with the spear. He's trying to poke out some options with it. And, okay, gets a nice nair. Will up some damage, but yeah, very, very conservative. Okay, exhausted recovery is going to build up some more onto Magdi. He has been lapped. And as soon as he sees that, he's like, oh shoot, it's time to start dashing back again.
Hybrid has to get a little more movement here and get... Oh, okay. Just going for one down air. Whiffs the second one. Where are these down airs going? They're touching the platform. Megdi is 40 feet below it. Hybrid is very terrified to let those guitars get near him because he knows the moment they do.
Someone in chat said they're on pace to go to sudden death. Now that is something I would like to see, honestly. I think that'd be pretty funny. But
it's legal. You'd have to play it out.
Right? We might be getting there. Megdi is actually pretty close to getting KO'd right now. The only problem for Hybrid is he has no KO confirms to fall back on. Megdi, of course, he has sword to fall back on if he needs a consistent KO, but there's a D-Sig. Nicely done. Oh, just barely not touched by that side air. Hybrid is going to keep Megdi off the weapon for now. Sweat beating gets around. Recovery's going to come out. He's certainly putting a lot of pressure onto Megdi, but he does pick up the sword. Side air comes out, but it's not going to KO just yet. I was looking for a pogo.
Yeah. The recovery. I'm seeing Megdi just clipping the ears.
There
Finally gets the side air to close out the stop. Mid-stage, and thankfully it does close it out. And we are at 2-2. No, this is game 5. Oh.
We are, yes. And it looks like they're both going to be restarting. after that half an hour long game. And, you know, that's perfectly understandable, right? You don't want to have any of those frame drops, especially not in a Game 5. So, yeah, chat, you know, I know predictions already went by, but how about we get a new prediction? How long will this Game 5 last? Let's see. I'd like to see some predictions in the chat while we wait for them to get back in here. My personal prediction, I think it'll be at least 6 minutes. You know, we'll see that one, whatever it's going to be. Yeah, that's my prediction.
Yeah, I was gonna say, chat. What do you think the over/under on 6 minutes is? I think there's like a good 80% chance we hit 6 minutes.
Game 5 is always short.
Okay.
You would say yes, maybe, usually, but you never know. I mean, this has been a peculiar match, that's for sure. But okay, both of them back into the lobby now. Same picks, of course. And I'm assuming... well, actually, I'm not sure. Maybe Meg D will try and ban out those platforms. Seems like he's going to keep the same maps open as before, which allows for him to either go to Demon or...
No!
Okay, yep, he's going to go to Demon. Honestly, I feel like going to Fortress might have been a better idea for Hybrid's sake because he did a good job on that map. But then again, Meg D was really camping on that platform, especially when he lost the lead. So maybe he's trying to prevent him from just like stalling out on the platform like that.
I was about to say, yeah, like I would personally think he'd have a better chance, like you said, at that other stage. But that might be a mental burner, just seeing Meg D camping that platform like that probably would do me physical damage in real life. So I completely understand coming back to Demon Island and reducing any chance of those platforms. And Dome is going to be the same thing, just on both sides. Oh, and honestly, not looking too bad for Hybrid. Like, yeah, but they're not getting punished, to be fair.
No.
Oh, there we go. Finally gets the
Which is surprising. I would have thought that Meg D would be able to find his way underneath these side airs with his guitars because that D-Light certainly puts himself right in the path of it. But in this case, Hybrid will get punished with that side air. These are still relatively even. Hybrid swapping over now to the spear. Certainly been his better weapon in this matchup, honestly. Lance has not really been doing much good outside of the occasional mix-up with, you know, like that double nair into GC Insig that got the KO, or the random signature that'll work out. But otherwise, spear has been Hybrid's weapon here.
Yeah, but surprisingly, Lance is doing quite a bit of damage here. It's keeping Meg D at least very close to him in percent compared to some of the other games. It looks like Meg D's is able to like get back to figuring out how that side air works, and he's starting to punish a couple of them here and there, which is not good for Hybrid. It's kind of all he had going for him on this Lance here.
Ooh. Okay, that was good. Dashing away from that side air, that certainly would have been his stock lost. And, you know, he's really being careful off stage because Lance's trajectory off stage, especially that recovery being so telegraphed, will certainly lead to a lot of KOs if you aren't careful with it. So Hybrid is doing a good job waiting at the moment. Gives himself a pogo, keeping his distance from Meg D, who is aggressing at the moment with the sword, trying to grab himself a D-Light combo, and Inlight will come out and push Hybrid off stage. And once again, he's waiting on the stage. I would be scared if I was Meg D because Hybrid has shown a proclivity to do these random one-off signatures, but this time a sider will come through and take the stock.
Yeah, that was nice following Hybrid, making sure he doesn't get that landing and just closing out the stock. Because that honestly, yeah, at this point, that's when Meg D could get hit by one of those beautiful neutral signatures we've seen the last couple of games. All right, Hybrid finally picked up another Lance here. Doing a little bit better at not going above Meg D and poking at him a lot more here, but maybe seems to be finding out the distance to get back in here.
Okay, but even with that being the case, Meg D is starting to lap Hybrid in damage, Inlight into a nair, putting him further and further into the red. This is not good for Hybrid. And once again, Meg D keeping calm, not approaching too much, keeping his distance. But here come the signatures, 2 in a row, and a sider to the face takes out that stock. But that's a lot of damage that Hybrid incurred along the way, so he's got to find some quick combo starters fast. Otherwise, Meg D's going to take away this one. He is going to keep Meg D off the weapon for now, doing a really good job starving.
Yeah, he really can just take a lot of damage here as long as he eventually gets that weapon, which he does. He picks up the sword here and trying to close out the stock, but not able to catch Hybrid. We're not afraid to just send them off stage with the neutral line and wait for another chance, though. Oh,
Yeah.
keeping that sword primed and also keeping Hybrid off any kind of weapon. Uh-oh. Bad spot to be in. Oh, but Hybrid lets him back on stage.
Yeah. He was probably a little worried of a retaliation if he were to take it too far, but now that's 3 sidelight dares unanswered. Hybrid starting to bring things back around in his favor. A nair as well. GC GC sidelight into a down air, and now things are basically completely evened with Hybrid being almost at, or now he's at 200 damage, but Megdi cannot find the KO blow.
This is terrible for Megdi at this point. Even if he closes out the stock here, any Orion Sig will get the knockout. Though Hybrid has had a little bit of trouble closing out these stocks, just like Megdi. So maybe Megdi can get some mileage out of this, but he needs to be extra Megdi careful.
This certainly do. And Hybrid throwing
here
out
goes.
his signature. He's been trying to throw out more of them. There's another one coming out. It is going to barely graze Megdi and not take the stock.
Nice.
Okay, recovery, but off the side of the wall, it's going to get buffered out. Megdi holds onto the stock for just a little longer, and he knows this is golden. He knows that as long as he keeps his distance, Hybrid cannot KO him, and he can keep building up this little damage, even if it means throwing weapon after weapon at him. That is still 1 damage apiece, so I guess it's a viable strategy, but he is able to get some open-ups. Finally, a side sig for Hybrid is going to get the stock, and ladies and gentlemen, it is looking more and more like we're going to get that 6-minute game I predicted.
Yeah, the way Megdi was cleaning up those first 2 stocks, I was sure we're gonna get a slightly faster game, but it's really starting to slow down at the end here as Hybrid must be careful not to lose this lost stock too quickly, and Megdi not too crazy to finish out the game yet because.
Side air comes through, and honestly, yeah, I'd be scared if I was Hybrid just because the sword edge guard on Megdi's part has been especially brutal. You know, sword with the side air, being able to keep opponents off stage for so long as you place them correctly. And Megdi certainly has a lot of prowess with this weapon, so he knows exactly what to do. Inlight comes out, pushing Hybrid off stage once more. He is now in the kill percentage. He's got to be so careful. Throws up the instinct with the dodge up. Megdi in a bad position, but unfortunate, the wrong direction from Hybrid, and that GC light may have just cost him. He picks up the lance. The nair's not going to connect. Megdi holding the stage. He's got to get an end light. He was certainly looking for a D light, but it's okay. He's pushing him off once again. Whiffs a D light. This is getting really close for both of them. Nice. 6.5 minutes into this game. It is anyone's win, but here it is, a D light in the recovery. Megdi finally clinches out the game and wins over Hybrid. Wow.
That was nice. That was a nice. That almost looked professional for Megdi at the end. You kind of stopped seeing him do that little dash boxer step until the very end there. We closed out that stock from Hybrid very quickly compared to those last 2 stocks in that last minute. We did almost hit that 6 minute. I think we were like 2 something for the end there. So it was 5 something there. But nice both players here. And
yes,
that was
a
top 3.
Very long match indeed, but a fun one nonetheless. And that is going to set up our uppers finals, which is going to be Marckiemoo versus Megdi, which we'll see coming up in the future. But for now, we got to take a bit of a break. So do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello again, welcome back to Duskfall Rebellion Boost Wars. I'm Tripped Up, joined here by Clown, and we're getting right back into the action. Now into the lower bracket, we have got a nice match coming up. We've got Draggy Waggy versus Volst.
Yeah, I know Volst, long-time Orion player. Draggy Waggy is a rather new name. I've been kind of out of the loop lately. Maybe that's a name change, but I have no idea what to expect from Draggy Waggy.
I've seen Drag Waggy for a while. I don't think he's new, but I think he's been around for a long time, but just hasn't really placed too high to like make a big name for himself. But I have seen him in like the top 32, for example, range and majors. So he certainly is a good player, especially being in flow state. That's not an easy clan to join. Now, as far as what character Draggy might be playing, I'm actually not sure either. I haven't seen him in a while. What I do know is that he used to be big on the Zol.
Oh, that's always a fun pick. I love Zol players. Their special breed of both cannon and axe, just pure power. And their matches don't last very long, very often. So I love a good Zol player. Always take
Certainly
them when I
not.
see it.
Yeah.
And going against Orion player, that's a lot of lateral gameplay movement, a lot of more fencing, but this is more fun fencing in my opinion because we're fighting for the same space. We're not fighting for opposite spaces here.
Right. Yep. And Draggy Waggy, while we're waiting for him to get in, or waiting for Volst to get in here, has pulled out the Zol, perhaps confirming to me that we are indeed going to be seeing it. But yeah, he's got a lot of time on it. Level 93. That is certainly a hot minute to be on there on that character. So we'll have to see. We don't often see much Zol in honestly ones or twos, but at a higher level, I mean, it's really just non-existent. Of course, we had Snowy back in the day playing it in ones, but nowadays there is nobody on this character. It is pretty much obsolete, which is a little strange because, like you said, this is a powerhouse of a character. Obviously, canon, not very favorable, and honestly, neither is Axe in 1v1, so we can see it from that end. But as far as the sheer power of this character goes, it can't be like, you can't neglect that.
It's insane. You get caught with any one of these things, especially those side signatures, one of the slowest things that will come out in this game. But if you get caught with those, you are dying in yellow health. I really love it, and shout out to the other Zol players that have existed. Stingray, one of my favorite sets is Stingray versus China DCX a couple years ago. That was insane. And then Experience, of course, when he first started coming on the scene. A lot of Amethyst gameplay coming from that guy. And we are seeing a Dusk come out from
Okay.
Volst.
I can't disagree with this pick at all.
Yeah.
He is a character indeed, a very strange one, but a very strong one too. You've got two top tier weapons. Orb, not much I can say about Orb that hasn't already been said as far as balance goes. We have certainly seen Orb take a rise, especially after Amit winning the most recent Royale. He has showed pure dominance on this weapon, and even before then, a lot of people were picking up this weapon, and Dusk is certainly a character to pick. You got that spear, got some really strange signatures. I mean, they are bizarre indeed, but at the same time, they are really strong, so we'll have to see how he uses them in this match.
Yeah, I'm excited. Those signatures slowly crept into light attack territory with all the buffs they were getting raised past couple years. We've seen quite a few players pick up the Java. In the past, it was very few people that would pick up that. A lot of more Orb now, and I'm kind of loving it. This is the year for Orb. I hope it does keep to do well, and it's not just really destroying Orb out there. Like you said, Ahmed is tearing it up this weekend. But Draggy here, closing out that first stock, being that neutral air at the end off that downlight confirmed. And pretty quickly here.
Yes, certainly. And Draggy able to use cannon for a bit. I do think that is more of his preferred weapon, if I'm not mistaken. I think things could have changed. But yeah, when you got that D-Light into Nair as the KO confirm, it's certainly going to do very good, especially with the power of Zol. But right now, swapping back over to the Axe, looking to build up some more damage onto Volst, who is about to get lapped if he isn't too careful. He is in an edgeguard situation, but lets him back on and taking his time, really. He is looking, of course, for a sidelight side air with the bread and butter KO confirm, but when he's got these giant hitboxes of Axe to contend with, he has got to be so careful, and a side of the face is going to be a 2-stock lead now for Draggy.
Yeah, he's doing a good job of waving that blade right in front of Volt's face until it's trying to close up the stock. Finally, it's something that might be promising here. Oh, but Draggy doing a good job of really slowing out to the side there, waiting till the perfect moment to use that slider and push that wall. Get a little extra damage in, but still, trying to get up from Volts. Okay, the axe immediately get picked up, no weapon starve. Volts needs a lot more than just getting a little bit of extra damage and closing out his stock.
Yes, he's going to need a big string, and a big string is what he starts off with. There we go. That's exactly what you need with the orb. You've seen really big strings come out, especially with Nair, the way that it's able to chain together attacks and strings. That's certainly how you're going to get a lot of your orb damage, but look at that. Venturing deep off stage, grabbing himself 2 attacks with the unarmed, and that's just going to be a game done.
Yeah, did he punish a gravity console downlight with the ground pound off stage? Is that what I saw? I saw the ground pound connect. I didn't see what it was off, but it was a gravity console delight. Ambitious, but beautifully closed out by Draggy with that dare into the side light. Very off stage. Even if he lost that stock, he had a whole another stock to play with.
Yeah, no, he had that. He was already Volts was already sweat beating, but just to flex, just to push the nails in a little bit further, he had to put that D-light, or sorry, that GC D-light, no, not D-light, side light. I'm tripping up over here. But here we go, getting to game number 2. Things are exactly the same as last game, and Draggy's hoping it's to be the same as far as the results go. Getting really aggressive already, just 10 seconds in.
Cannon blast. Okay. Oh, only has been tapped once, and also over here. Uh-oh! Did not touch, try to ride the edge there, and just like, this is terrible for Volt. He's not getting any early stocks, and he's just going to take a lot of damage after this. Oh, okay, maybe he takes it up with the spear here.
Oh, but here comes a big string, and you cannot take any of those individual hits. The signature as well. Nicely placed D-Sig from Draggy. He also outspaces that end light just barely. He had no room on the edge there. He was really reaching far. Oh my goodness. Volst. He is just getting dismantled right now by Draggy Waggy. This is not what anyone was expecting, I'm sure. You know, Volst, of course, definitely has more of the placements to back it up, but at the same time, he's not on his main character. He still has the spear from the Orion, but I don't know. Maybe this just isn't the pick for him, at least not in this matchup.
Might be the pick. I don't know. Draggy kind of just sense blood in the water. He's going to be fighting away. It's not looking great for Volst. He looks frazzled. He's missing a lot of things, not by an inch, but kind of by a mile at this point. Draggy is doing a lot of damage with these cannon strings.
And even when there is a whiff, Volst is just not on top of things. He is starting to get over into the spear more. He was leaning heavily on the orb for most of the game, or most of the set rather, but now starting to take a bit more of a approach with the spear, and finally a sider is going to nail 1 stock. Only problem, he's got 2 more to go, and he's got 1 very damaged stock to play with, so he's got to play perfect Brawlhalla if he wants to get this, and I just don't see how he will. There is going to be a side air. 2-0 now for Draggy Waggy. Volst, my friend, you are certainly in a pickle, and he's not afraid to lock back in the Dusk. He is not going back to his tried and true Orion. He just wants the Dusk.
I mean, I don't blame him. Dusk is in a much better position than Orion right now, in my opinion. And also, Orb is beautiful. He's kind of just getting outplayed by the cannon here. I think, you know, by Draggy overall, not even just the cannon. You were seeing those swings with the axe, keeping really good range against a weapon that should be able to outrange the axe. Spear shouldn't be struggling getting into it. So, we're going to Miami Dome. We're getting a stage switch. Hopefully this does but this is also with cannon nairs. Position for nairs from both weapons, honestly.
Yeah, I think this favors Volst's weapons more because of how abusable, for example, Orb Nair can be if he does decide to pull that out. We didn't really see much of like Orb Nair stringing for Volst's combos, but they are able to get underneath really well. And then of course the recovery, for example, from Spear, basically covering the entirety of the platform. Nice cider from Draggy, completely wiping that stock clean, and Volst is still behind. He has not been able to find his big open up or his big break, and Draggy Waggy has been there to punish him each and every time. Nice sidelight side air, but still not close to KOing, and Draggy is going to get some extra credit.
Great. Oh! We have really close walls here, so any one of these things may touch at any health above yellow, close up the stock. So this might be good for Volst. He's having trouble getting good damage builds, so maybe he's able to close up the stocks a bit sooner, like you saw right there. But he's already getting back to the red.
Yeah.
Off these
The damage.
actives.
Yeah, it does not take much. Oh! He deep really
He's
far off
very
there with that,
patient.
and then back into the recovery. You've got to be so
He's
careful.
jumping. Oh,
Nice.
I'm watching Draggy just jump and Volst just trying to stay out of range and using every option at the same time. Dragging him very quickly.
Draggy's matching him though. Like on the horizontal level, you know, anytime there's a jump, for example, you saw those side airs taking away those stocks very quickly. I mean, of course, they are very slow, but if you can time them correctly or get a read, the axe side airs do have a lot of power to them, so certainly you'll be knocking out stocks quickly. Whoa, I'm surprised that signature didn't hit. Volst still very much on the back foot. He is on the spear right now. Throwing out a side sig is going to miss, but he is still starting to rack up better damage than he was on the orb, that's for sure. I think this is, if he's going to make this comeback, it's going to be on the spear. Nice ground pound. And missing a pogo, that's not good. You need the stock as quickly as possible to not allow any more extra credit, but two big hits from Draggy almost solidifies this stock. There's a down air. It's just not going to do it, though.
Oh, he's missing every punish on those side screens. We'll finally get something after that. Draggy didn't have any dodge. Volst pretty damaged, though. 128. I don't want to be at that health against Zol here. Any one of these things. Put that side air already.
So close.
Draggy just throwing the weapon though, questionable, but they're not going to take off for it, thankfully.
Yeah, well, it might have been questionable, but not when the real question is how much longer can Volst hold on to this stock.
Yeah.
Is certainly looking like a axe end light, even from that side of the stage, might do it. It doesn't, but so very close to the point where any end light from any point of the stage will probably do it next time. But now he's onto the cannon. Of course, he'll be looking for either an end light or a D-light into Nair, but it's going to be a down air, push him off the stage, and Draggy Waggy will 3-0 Volst and send him out of the tournament.
Good job for Draggy. Volst almost had it at the end there, kind of panicked that ground pound, and thankfully Draggy had plenty of time to close out that stock, but very, very close showing from Volst. Impressive point from Draggy. That was a fun game to watch, especially compared to how long you can do. And now we're going to see Guichabou step up with that make it all I was talking about earlier, that General Grievous crossover. What a fun crossover we have in this game.
That's
crawling on this
but
thing.
I do want to call attention to who Guichabou will be going against right now. It's going to be Darwin. Which should certainly send some alarm bells through some people's heads, because Darwin's Scythe is not something anyone wants to mess around with. Okay, we've seen it time and time again. His offstage is immaculate. So I really think having a character that can get around it is going to be crucial for Guichabou here, because even though, of course, Guichabou is a very, very solid player in his own right, going against that Scythe is just gonna be difficult, especially when he's got Katars, because he of course has the Katars. That has a not so favorable matchup into Scythe, so unless he plans on leaning far into Greatsword, he's gonna have to play very tricky to get around the Scythe.
Yeah, it's super tricky because Katars is somewhat of an offensive weapon as much as it is a stream weapon, like deal damage. As soon as you go off stage, you can get those early games. But against Scythe, you're kind of risking just as much as you're putting out there, and
yeah.
It's gonna be rough. But we have the same bands we've been seeing all day. I'm going straight to Demon Island. Jiro,
Not surprising.
Mako, lots of flat land, no platform.
Guichabou says he's trolling. He confirmed in chat he is trolling. So if he loses, clearly not his fault. But who knows? You know, maybe the Mako will find his way around. You know, hopefully, you know, Vulcan and Rutsmi are in the chat watching him play this character, because really there's no one else rooting for Mako to do well. But right now, deep off stage, we see Darwin is already in a bad position. Nice GC side save to come up from Guichabou. You don't see that too often because Mako's signatures are very, very awkward. So I wouldn't expect to see too much signatures coming out, but Guichabou already putting them to the test with another GC side sig. You see Darwin trying to run through Guichabou, get to the other side to find an open up with the sights, but these GC side sigs are doing a great job, but not so great when it comes to getting back. The weapon throw is going to interrupt it, and Darwin will take the first stock.
Darwin did really good staying calm off stage there. He was in like a terrible position most of that engagement, but he was hitting people with a little more damage. And that damage build really mattered when he was knocking him off towards the end there. Ooh! Doing really well with the sights here. Not letting Guichabou get to that weapon. Look at those sweat beats pop out. Darwin being very patient. Nice. Uh-oh. So, might be able to touch here? No, weapon throw even to get him off with that weapon.
Okay, yeah, Guichabou looking for a KO any way possible, ripping 3 side signatures, and 3rd time's a charm. He will get it, and does stick on the guitars. Not too surprising, as we know. That's definitely more of his main weapon than Greatsword will ever be, but still, he did do a decent job on it, mostly with the signatures, though. Okay, dipping off stage, tried to grab a fast fall from Darwin, but he was able to space that out correctly. And Guichabou, as you said, definitely using the off-stage kit of guitars very well, despite the fact that he is going against, well, right now it's Sword, but the Scythe of Darwin. Scythe in general just being scary, but especially Darwin's, because he is always trying to find a way to push things off stage. That is absolutely his expertise.
Yeah, you see him right back with Guichabou, trying to keep it off stage as much as possible. And Guichabou's not afraid to go off stage too, so I'm kind of really enjoying this game of just hug the corner here and who's the better shark. And so far, it seems to be Darwin.
And he's not even playing a shark.
Yeah.
Like
you're right. I
is.
didn't even think about that.
I guess it's not shark. He is playing, General Grievous, but. At heart, he is playing a shark, but okay. Nicely done. He tried to get up there and grab a Nair to confirm the stock, but not quite yet. He is struggling to find a KO. He understands it's very difficult with this. Okay, there we go. Got really overzealous there with that insig, Darwin. I think that might have been a misinput, honestly, because I don't see why he would have gone for an insig there. But either way, things have been completely evened out. And now Guichabou, nicely done. GC sidelight, exhausting all of his options. Darwin, hold up a minute. Now he's in a bad spot.
Yeah, possibly Darwin might have been a little frazzled with that panic instig. I also kind of believe maybe that was because Guichabou did that crazy down trig, and then Darwin was like, no way, I'm gonna let him get away with that. And something even more absurd response. But he's able to get Guichabou back off stage, Guichabou back into the sweat beats. Terrible spot when you got that Geo neutral signature.
Oh my goodness, that just takes it.
Yeah.
I was so worried. As soon as I saw Guichabou use all of his jumps like that and go really far up there, and especially after seeing those sweat beats, I knew it was kind of over. Because, once you're sweat beating, of course, you are very, very limited in what you could do. You could basically do nothing, fast fall, and pray. That's about it. Guichabou, unfortunately, was not able to do any of those things to his advantage because he was easily taken out by the Scythe. And now we got game number 2. But things were still pretty even. I'm not going to lie. Things were still relatively even. So Guichabou can still pull this out. But I don't think it's helping that he's staying on the troll pick, which, like I said, he did confirm this is a troll. Not like we need any confirmation. I mean, let's be honest here. Oh, what a read.
Maybe he's trying to level up here and he wants people to finish his trolling. So he, it doesn't affect his self-esteem. But Guichabou, not afraid to go off stage. I love it. I love off-stage gameplay. It feels so much more ambitious. Something I'll never do personally, but I love to see other people do. Woo! Just look at how much
that just takes it
off the bottom and just nothing to come with.
Certainly not. Guichabou doing a great job of reading these jump options, for example, from Darwin, or the dodge ups, because he is always on top, trying to get a down air. Has really a lot of strengths of guitars, but nicely done from Darwin. GC Sig will take that out, and relatively evened up. About 30 damage built up on Darwin so far, and Guichabou is now on the Greatsword, so this is definitely the time for Darwin to get out there and try and push his advantage, but it's being whittled away completely. Guichabou is starting to pick up some damage on the Greatsword.
He's being careful at not hit with these counters from the side here. Did a good job of kind of fencing it out with the Greatsword. Now he's coming back in with the guitars. Kind of a lot better than his last game. I'm very happy with this. Ooh, these signatures are also, I feel like they're being placed a lot smarter as well. Ooh, nice, you know, with that downlight. Darwin's in the tough spot now. This closer area is kind of bad for Darwin. He was able to put a little more pressure than Darwin was able to deal with.
Certainly. Right now he is on the sword. He is trying to, you know, use these quick options that won't get punished, like Nair and Dare, trying to build some damage. He does have a good edge guard going, but throws a little bit too early, and nice! Oh my goodness, the stock is gone. Guichabou takes him down under and takes away that game with a 2-stock. Wow, that just really shows how you can never ease up against guitars off stage, right? I mean, the stigma is, like, with Scythe, you gotta be really careful off stage. Gauntlet's gotta be really careful off stage because they've got, you know, their own things, but guitars is certainly not something you can ignore either, because those down airs will snuff out all of your options and leave you just hanging to dry.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's just me, but like watching those guitar hits, it kind of feels like, you know, buttery smooth, where like it doesn't look like you're in danger until you are, and like your stock's already gone. It's just like with Scythe and Gauntlets, you're feeling every single one of those hits, or you're feeling how far away you are from the stage. Guichabou, I don't know, he has some slickness to his movement right now, and he kind of just closed out both those last stocks, with Darwin not contesting anything, really. Woo!
Yeah, okay. Guichabou currently trying to take a page out of Hybrid's book with these ground pounds. Hasn't really caught anything so far, but a side sig will, and nicely done. The spot dodge through the attack to do a GC Endlight into recovery. This guy is absolutely the best guitars player right now. I mean, there's not really much contention, and he is showing how strong this weapon is. Nice D-Light from Darwin, though, going to continue to build up some damage. That is the one problem. No matter how much Guichabou does onto Darwin, it's only going to take one big string, one big read from the Scythe to take everything away. But nicely done. A 3-piece will confirm that stock for Guichabou. And, of course, will prime up those guitars to keep himself on his better weapon.
Yeah, I like to see that, and hopefully he's able to keep this damage deficit to get a little bit bigger here. Getting a couple cuts here and there. Nice. Every time he's going off stage, he's kind of going for those dares, and looks like Darwin finally punished him for one. Maybe Guichabou won't be able to get these things stocked so well. Oh, okay. Nope. Guichabou gets right back in the stage. We have a pretty much general reset now.
General reset. Not a General Grievous, though. We have one in the game. Okay, nicely done. And I am just sick to my stomach if I'm Guichabou. Anytime I see Darwin or any side player really just hovering around me in the air, because like that's when you know something's coming out and you are stripped for options. Guichabou, though, nice side sig. Fill up some more damage. Keep himself even with Darwin for now, but I gotta say Darwin is starting to pick up momentum.
Yeah, he's doing great with these counter punches right now. Oh, nice down signatures to force Darwin to react. If he didn't block, that would have been a lot worse. Just barely missing that neutral signature. Darwin has to be very careful. Ooh, nice down air to keep Guichabou off stage while also able to come back. Nice. Can we keep it up? No. Oh, but he is able to recover from the missed down neutral air.
What a nice option. Okay. That was so nice from Guichabou, because he knew if he dodged up, that GC breakdance was going to get the KO. A ground pound's going to do it, but okay. Darwin is now in the lead, but it can be easily taken away, especially with Guichabou on those guitars. He's got to build up some extra credit fast. He's already done a little bit, but Guichabou is sharking underneath him. Oh, that was not a good D-Sig, and that's going to be some free damage for Darwin. And I thought for a second that was Darwin who hit like a cider or something, but yeah, that was weird.
Yeah, that was a nice side air counter from Guichabou there. I completely for him to get scared and be in a terrible spot right now. But he possibly turns around. Darwin can't get a weapon, and he's only really doing really well off stage when he has that knife in his hand. Scored, doing pretty well, but not well enough to turn it around like he
The ground pound.
Destroy it! Oh, nice down air. That's it.
All right, Guichabou completely coming online right now with the unarmed guitars, or not unarmed guitars, off-stage guitars. Yeah, that's an oxymoron. There's unarmed guitars, but there's certainly a lot going on for Guichabou. But Darwin is going to be swapping over to some Munin, or I guess Hugin. I guess that is Hugin. But I think this is a really interesting pick because bow is a very strong weapon. It's very good at, of course, ranging out your opponent, which he kind of needs at the moment because Mako, or the guitars of Guichabou have been inserting themselves a lot into Darwin's space. So now that he's got a bit more of a spacious weapon, maybe he's able to keep Guichabou away and at bay for longer. But only time's gonna tell. Now in game number 4, and the one bad thing is, I will say, guitars completely counters bow. So yeah, that is gonna be something Darwin will have to work around.
Yeah, let's say, for as much as bow is an awesome range weapon, it has so. Ooh, nice spacing with the scythe. Something we've been seeing around all day. It might be just to play, just to have the Hugin scythe. I don't know what special tricks he has with Hugin here. We don't see a lot of Hugin players. They're very. In the last one I remember as Moni. Whoa, that was
what
a nice
mix-up!
Off stage. Yeah. So I hope to see cool side stuff, but yeah, bow I would not want to do with guitars just because of how slow it is to interrupt those good options once you're stuck in.
Certainly the case. And right now we're continuing to see the pressure being mounted against Darwin. Try to go for a GC insight to catch a down air or something that Darwin would go for, but this time waiting it out. What a D-sig, just putting up a wall in front of him with the musical notes. And right now he's trying to create a symphony of scythe attacks, trying to get Guichabou off stage. He is actually starting to lap him right now, and Insect comes out and whiffs. He's going for another one. Guichabou is staying on top of these, not getting hit by any of these signatures so far.
Okay. I like the theory. He's using the down stick to range out, and then Hugin Insect is actually a good move. I like the theory in between the but it's not working out in practice too well. He's already down the stock. He has to close it out, and Scythe is not the best weapon at doing stuff like that.
Okay, but wait, a down air. Ground pound as well. Yeah, that's just got to take the stock. There we go.
There we go.
Okay, we'll do it outright. How is he still holding on to this? What the heck? He just keeps coming back. Okay.
Yeah.
Another one?
Nope.
He's still alive. Oh, this is... I'd be fuming.
There we go.
I'm not going to lie. I would be fuming. That guy was holding on for dear life, but Guichabou finally gets eliminated and take it down to his final stock.
I wonder if one of those weapon throws actually gave Guichabou a little extra breath of life. If I swear one of those, he was dead. But this is stuff for. Actually, no, they're in a great spot. The damage is nearly even, but for me, that would have been a mental block. Okay, we're able to counter these side kicks coming from Guichabou. I see the theory with the down stage. Keep it up, keep it up. This is beautiful.
Oh, the ground pound on stage was a little questionable, and Guichabou out of options, and it is over. He is now in a Game 5 situation. That is not where he wants to be, certainly, because Darwin, despite, like I said, playing, or he didn't play bow at all, really, so no, it's just been the scythe, and those signatures really came online, spamming those scythe down signatures, and again and again, Guichabou was running into them at the end, building very consistent damage, and then able to get that KO. I guess it wasn't even a KO, it was an SD from Guichabou. But yeah, now we're in a Game 5, and going back to Miami Dome, it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I enjoy. Okay, now he can't. Darwin cannot be down stage as much as Miami Dome, which was be able to reset up the top. But now he has that good sig from Hugin, that N6, which was not going to be wanting to touch, or if he is going to be touching, he's going to be doing very quickly and getting right back off that platform. So I wonder if this is a good pick or not. Oh, he's still going to try with those down 6 shenanigans, which not being going right up close, and that perfect spacing to get that. first
It's
KO.
basically indeed. Guichabou, yeah, he was throwing out multiple of those down signatures of the guitars, and they were all to no avail, but finally able to get one and come out on top in the situation. He has got a commanding lead against Darwin, who is looking to take away this stock as quickly as humanly possible, trying to keep Guichabou off stage, but yeah, he's just kind of keeping his distance at the moment. Guichabou getting in, getting back those guitars. He will pick up a D-Light and is trying to once again force the issue off stage with a ground pound, but Guichabou's ready for it.
Very careful here. He knows he has the advantage if we go to sudden timeout, so he's being cautious with each one of these approaches. Oh! That side take. First one coming from Darwin, all set. Barely with Mr. Guichabou. I think the low charge was enough for him to react to it, but that's scary. Oh, okay, no. Well, finally switching to the Great Sword. We haven't seen nearly much Great Sword gameplay.
No, not at all.
Nope.
Which, I mean, not surprising. And maybe Guichabou has just stopped trolling. I mean, he's still using what he calls his troll pick, but at least he's not trolling by using only the Great Sword. And finally, he's able to use that instinct to his advantage, dunking Darwin. And that is a 2-stock lead for Guichabou in this Game 5. Certainly, the tides are turning on Darwin. He is not finding his way around any of his attacks, not even the Great Sword attacks, but finally, a ground pound will silence Guichabou for now, but not for long. He comes back with 2 healthy stocks, and Darwin is on 1 with at least 90 damage. Yeah, that is not looking good at all for Darwin.
Whoa.
But with Scythe, that's the one weapon he might have a chance to do it with, but yeah, it's not looking good as time goes on.
I love how Guichabou is getting as his damage gets bigger and bigger. He's throwing out these signatures in very silly ways, but they're still very effective. Like, Darwin cannot approach them any way. Like, you'll get knocked out at this point.
Taking his time, really making sure all of his options are correct, but a D-Sig will come out from Guichabou and eliminating Darwin. He is out of here, but a well-played fight, a 3-2, Game 5. That is certainly a close game. But yeah, the troll pick from Guichabou, the General Grievous, is apparently one of his picks. I guess it has to be now, right?
Like, he won 2 of it, and then he's been playing for a minute. This is not the first thing I've seen his General Grievous player, unless I'm tripping. But for a troll pick, he really did really well. I still don't believe it. I think he's lying to the crowd. I think he's been studying with this Mako this whole time.
Think so? I mean, hey, only he would know, right? Maybe we get a post-game interview if he wins this thing with the General Grievous. That would certainly be a storyline for the ages. But he's got a long way to go if he wants to make that run. He has got to go against Hybrid now in the lower quarters, and still has an entire lowers run to make if he wants that. But yeah, so that is going to end things off for Clown and I. We're going to hand it off over to Hackle and AJ. But before we do that, anything else to say, Clown?
No. Thanks for showing up, guys. Keep watching. More games coming.
Absolutely. We'll see you soon.
Yeah.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome on back to Moose Wars Duskfall Rebellion, powered by Brawlhalla. I'm AJ Moore. I am with Hackle. Hackle, how are you feeling tonight there, my man?
Absolutely ecstatic, feeling very excited to see these matches coming up. We've had some incredible games so far already with some really talented players and a few names we wouldn't really expect to see maybe this deep in the tournament. So excited to see how that all shapes up for the rest of the bracket.
Yeah, for sure. And we've seen a lot of really cool matches there. We've seen some very long matches. I'll acknowledge that because that was a very long set that we had a little bit earlier. But as I say that, we're going into game number 1 of this best of 5 set between SIB's Marckiemoo and Draggy Waggy as well.
This is going to be an interesting match because Draggy Waggy's a player who recently has been sort of pushing into that top range of North America. Not quite within that like top competitor of the region, but making a big name for himself recently. And Marckiemoo, meanwhile, is a bit more of an established name, that one very talented greatsword player in the North American region. I don't know a whole load about Draggy Waggy in terms of like character picks, for example, but so far we are seeing the Zol into the tried and true Jaden. No Imugi for Marckiemoo to start with. He might be regretting it.
Yeah, it's kind of funny too because we have, we have Marckiemoo on the greatsword. He's got the Jaeun, but it's not on the Imugi that we're used to seeing him on. So I think he's just a little bit more comfortable on the Jaeun. That greatsword recovery goes through all the options that Draggy had to get back to that ledge, and Marckiemoo is going to go ahead and take that lead so far into this game. A little bit back and forth here. I'm gonna go from there. Oh, there we go. Marckiemoo does go and get KO'd there by Draggy. Is now 2 stocks off.
Yeah, a very even game to start us out here. Although Moni's going to get the aerial pressure going with the greatsword, going to continue that pressure as well, holding this ledge. 80 damage built up very quickly. No answer back from Draggy yet. Just going to save that dodge as long as possible. And Moni knows what to do in that situation, just building so much damage, fishing for these side airs, have to try and get that stage control. But Draggy answering back with the cannon, goes for a risky ground pound. Might feel the pressure here as Marckiemoo
there we go.
Goes in with the unarmed.
He's going in with unarmed, picks up that sword, gets the jump sider KO on the Draggy as well to go and take a little bit to lead to their name there and build that up pretty nicely. So far, Marckiemoo with the weapon star, picking up that great sword. Draggy's going to go ahead and pick up that cannon and see what different options they could do. We see a little bit of a cannon string here and there. Nice little dodge read, but now we're seeing Marckiemoo take back that platform control. As I say, that Draggy says otherwise, gets that 2-piece combo with cannon. Oh. And satellite side air comes in clutch. It's now 1 stock up between both these players. Draggy's bringing it back.
Yeah, really risky move by Moni to go for that GC side take. The payoff would have been fantastic giving him that stage control, but the downside being that he was 1 dodge read away for Draggy to take that stock. We see it right there. Now back to an even game state. Despite how dominant Moni was on that second stock, it's all been taken away. We're back down to a very scrappy even state as Moni trying to get some work done with the sword here. Going to find that 2-piece. Goes for the risky ground pound. The down air going to punish as well. Moni could be done here. The side air as well. That's going to secure it.
There it does. It definitely does go ahead and secure it. And Draggy takes game number 1 to their name by going off that ledge and using that cannon in a very, very nice fashion. So very good job coming out of Draggy. And, bringing Marckiemoo off that ledge is kind of where you're really going to be going forward with that, just because of the fact that Marckiemuo's damage buildup is with the greatsword. It requires that platform control. So overall, that's the main thing they need to go ahead and do going forward. So we'll see what happens to see if Moni can go ahead and rebound there a little bit there. Still choosing that Jaeyoon pick, not going back over to the Imugi at all though, which kind of surprises me a little bit.
I mean, Sword is in a very comfortable state right now and perhaps just doesn't really want to play like a tanky legend into another legend that's got very high stats in the form of strength. Opening up here, making use of what you were mentioning before with that grounded pressure greatsword has, and while it does have a relatively strong aerial kit, it's best when it's playing to an advantage state in aerial. When it's coming back from being like edge guarded on greatsword, it's a lot tougher.
Oh, yeah, you're definitely right in that regard. And now you're kind of seeing Dragon go back up that ledge there, try to, respect the spacing of Marckiemoo, see if Marckiemuo's going to throw an attack that they can go ahead and counter. Oh, Marckiemuo's weapon throw saves them from getting punished. They both weapon throw each other. Dragon picks up an axe, satellite in the neutral air lands, and we're probably going to be seeing a backward neutral miss. But we're seeing Dragon take that platform control. Marckiemoo is on sword, so he doesn't have to rely on platform to go ahead and damage build up. But now they're just trying to knock each other out of that first stock. Oh!
We will be seeing Draggy take the first one there. A bit of a turn from last game. Marckiemoo just answering straight back with the gravity cancel haymaker. giving no time for Draggy to get that extra credit. Going to toss up that greatsword, look for a weapon star, but Draggy gets in just in time with a perfect weapon spawn to get that cannon. Now we're back onto everyone's string weapons, looking for that damage build.
Yeah, and right now we're just kind of seeing Moni Hala trying to figure out what he can do for damage build up here on the second stock. It's that 4-piece combo there as well with that platform control. Derek coming in from Draggy. Oh, Moni Hala with a 4-piece combo with great sword, goes over to sword to try to get a KO option. Juicy neutral light lands, the Dare lands as well, and Moni Hala is taking that lead so far.
Yeah, once again, like these second stocks, it feels like Moni Hala feels a lot more comfortable here. He's been playing the best in those second stock situations, but whether or not Draggy can do the same thing again and just turn around this game, bring us back to an even final stock match. That side is actually going to be enough as Moni turns away. And once again, Draggy cleaning things up very efficiently here.
Yeah, and right now we're kind of seeing Moni Hala going for that neutral signature there with sword. Sword recovery comes in clutch. Silent comes in as well. See, can recovery coming in? And we're starting to see a little bit of back and forth there. We're seeing Draggy trying to find opportunities. They're approaching and try using their weapon to go and approach a little bit further, but throws away the weapon by mistake. We're just kind of seeing this overall lead from Moni Hala come in. Now he's starting to get risky. This is where Draggy has an opportunity of punishing. But as I say that, Moni does have that sword. He can move around a little bit faster than what he could do with the great sword. So Draggy's got to be careful. He gets his silent neutral air, can lead into a possible neutral signature, but Moni Hala lands that falling side air, realizing that's going to go ahead and come out. Oh,
Moni just fishing. He knows the options he needs to try and find the KO, and Draggy knows just as well. Now approaching a range where Draggy, if one or two interactions go his way, he could find a downlight into the neutral, but Moni going to find a downlight into the recovery and take the second game.
all right. Yeah, so Moni Hala is going to go ahead and take that game into their name, making it 1-on-1 right now, and we'll kind of see what happens. I mean, we saw Moni Hala do very well this time, using more of that sword to their advantage compared to what we've seen. And we're seeing Draggy kind of using that axe gameplay. And I mean, the bad thing about axe and cannon when it comes down to Zal is that it is very powerful. If you miss your attacks, there's a lot of ability to go ahead and approach your opponent, right? So if you whiff an axe or a cannon attack, your opponent can go ahead and come in there and get into your point of field where they can go and punish you. Gotta be very wary about going forward with that, but we are going over a small fortress of lines though. It does have that platform on the map, so we'll kind of see if Draggy can go ahead and use that platform into their favor there. They do get a very nice 3-piece combo, and Draggy's gonna go back over that cannon and go back to, feels like he's using that as his primary weapon at the moment rather than the axe. Oh.
Yeah, we didn't see too much out of the axe in game one, a little bit more in game two, but still very much relying on the kind of Moni Hala. Going to rip that side sig, point blank range, going to catch Draggy off guard, find that stock with a decent chunk of damage put onto the first stock, but nothing quite within KO range, although this is Zal, so maybe one more good interaction and Draggy will have Moni within that range. Going to be trying to play a safe sword game here, looking to just get these individual interactions, but Moni actually going a bit deep off the side of the stage. Draggy looks for the ground pound, Moni goes for the down air, GCN, trying to get back, both players playing very risky off the side.
Right, nice downlight coming in from Draggy there, and ooh, we're starting to see back and forth. Downlight and the recovery comes in. Weapon throw comes into a dare option. Silent from Moni into a neutral light. Nice recovery as well, and Moni Hala's gonna go ahead and go down to that second stock, but Draggy is so low in the red of that second. That's a huge advantage for Moni Hala. He's just gonna go ahead and go for a KO option.
Yeah, having Greatsword isn't necessarily ideal when you're looking for a KO because you have to try and either fish for like a recovery, a falling side air, something without going for a dodge read. If you can find a dodge read, obviously that's ideal, which one he's going to try and find here, but it's a bit harder to secure than one individual move. Now swap to the sword, much more consistent KO tool, finds the end light. That's not going to be enough. 200 plus damage now onto Draggy, who is just clinging to life. D-light down air as well.
Nice dare, neutral air, very nice job coming in from Moni Hala and getting that KO option in a very nice quick fashion there. The dare and a neutral air, very fast KO option there, but we're seeing Moni Hala weapon start Draggy, making sure that they do not get a weapon. Just make sure that they can go and do as much damage buildup as they can while they are with this great sword here. So weapon throw comes in. Then Draggy tried to approach with that cannon. Moni Hala's not comfortable with the range of the great sword, going back over and picking up that sword. A lot of jumping, a lot of back and forth. Reverse side air coming in from Moni Hala into a side light. We're going to see Moni Hala take that platform control away from Draggy, but Draggy comes in there with that weapon throw to go and approach. Moni Hala does a neutral light. Neutral light comes in from Draggy into a weapon throw. The weapon throw does not land, and now he's got the axe. He can go in for a KO option, and a backward recovery comes in clutch to make things one stock all.
I really like how Draggy was playing towards the end of that stock. He knew that Money Hollow was in a range where one good interaction would win him the stock, and so he wasn't just throwing anything out, he wasn't running away either. He was pressuring Money Hollow by getting in his space and waiting to find an opportunity. Not necessarily just playing passive, but more making use of your positioning rather than just running out attacks. However, speaking of attacks, Money Hollow gonna find that string and just eviscerate that final stock.
Yeah, very nice job coming out of Monty Hollow there, and you know, that's a very nice way of doing that, involving those Great Sword strings to be able to do damage build up and going for the final KO option there, and that's something that's Monty Hollow's bread and butter. You know, he's very accurate with those attacks, and you know, we did see Draggy come in there and do pretty well with that reversal recovery, but it was all down to that final stock, and Monty Hollow just popped off with that Great Sword, and Draggy didn't know what to do to really approach it.
Yeah, that's the really scary thing about a character like Jay, and especially in the hands of Money Hollow. It's very much like an on-off switch, where Money will sort of play back, play a safer game with the sword. The second that Great Sword is in his hands, you have to respect it, because he can just eviscerate a stock, take it away in possibly one interaction.
Yeah, for sure. So we're kind of seeing things go around a little bit here, and now we're on Miami Dome, so we've got two platforms that the players have to worry about. Jump neutral comes in. Dialect comes in. Neutral light comes in as well. Dare. Oh, double dare coming in from Moni. Oh. Dialect neutral air comes in.
Hollow swapping over to the sword now. That deal recovery off the platform, can't find it right there. Does catch the dodge with the falling side air. Gonna try and pressure up the stage, misses the down air. Now into this scrappy situation where both players are trying to find something.
Nice.
Turnaround Sarah is very nice. Money Hollow could be in trouble. As another Sarah comes out but doesn't connect. Both players still staying off stage. Money Hollow didn't touch the wall, gets the recovery.
He got the recovery and got the jump to get back to that ledge, and now you're seeing Money Hollow with that sword. You're seeing Draggy swapping over to that cannon while being very low on that first stock. Monty Hollow probably just wants to make sure that Draggy does not go ahead and get a cannon into the next stock, so this will be a huge opportunity for Monty Hollow when he gets this KO. And right now, Draggy's just going ahead and dancing back and forth a little bit, trying to get the KO. Monty, jump neutral air comes in. Oh, dodges a little bit early. Just unarmed sidelight, picks up Greatsword, goes for the dare, misses that barely, and Draggy comes back, gets that platform control. As I say that, jump neutral lands, but does not KO on Miami Dome.
That was a really good punish by Draggy, chasing that movement of Money Hollow, actually punishing the attempted KO tool. Money will find the stock, but 161 damage put onto him on this first one interaction. One good combo out of Zol is going to be more than enough to take the stock here with that super high strength. One axe side air, I think, even at 175.
All right, a little bit back and forth here. We're still seeing Money Hollow with that little bit of a lead. Gets that string as well. Being pretty accurate with that. Throws the weapon to kind of mix things up. Picks it back up. Gets a jump neutral air. And a silent, or I'm sorry, a jump side air comes in from Draggy and gets that KO on Money Hollow's first stock. So 2 stocks all. But Draggy's in the orange a little bit. He's got to be very careful here.
Not quite as bleak as the second stock for Draggy last game, where he was around 130, 140 at the start of Money's second. However, still not exactly comfortable. Does find the recovery, catches a dodge, but can't get anything out of it. Money striking back with the sidelight. Both players jostling for position here. Sidelight into the neutral air, going to disarm Draggy as well. Approaching that dealer recovery range now as Money looks for it off the edge. And Draggy trying to get something done with the unarmed. Can't find it. Dealer recovery. Money Hollow goes up another stock.
Yeah, very flawless attack coming out of Monty Hollow to go ahead and get that 1 stock lead over Draggy. And now we're kind of seeing Draggy going in with cannon, satellite, and the dare, trying to make amends, making sure that they go into 1 stock even. But as we say that, Monty Hollow launches Draggy into the 57 stock of their damage, or damage of their stock. And we're kind of seeing some sidelights here. Draggy does miss that signature option. You're seeing him really throw these explosive signatures out just to go ahead and get some sort of KO. And he's willing to bring that risk into play as well.
Maybe a little frustration coming out of Draggy here. Needs to find this stock as soon as possible and cannot find the move. Money knows that he can afford to just back up, play that patient game, because Draggy is playing from behind. The recovery going to send Draggy up. Money just starving out. All the weapons looking pretty bleak here. Needs something to save this game, but can he find it?
Yeah, I think Draggy's starting to let that mental get to him a little bit. He was going for weapon throws and kind of just trying to land some sort of attack, but it wouldn't have KO'd. That does go ahead and KO instead, though. GC down light into neutral air lands. Now it's one stock all, but Moni Hala's on such a clean stock. You got Draggy and 190 damage on that final, and Moni Hala's confident.
Oh, that's barely not enough. Weapon throw down, though. Draggy could just be done here. Recovery underneath. Very well played by Moni Hala.
Yeah, very nice job coming out of Moni Hala. Waiting at set 3-1 over Draggy. But Draggy, I have to give him credit, though. I mean, he was doing really well with that cannon, really well with that axe, but it just came down to Moni Hala having that stock lead, kind of getting into that mental space a little bit and understanding what was going on. And you saw that movement coming in from Draggy, these weapon throws, and Moni just had a really good read on that. So very nice job from Moni. He's advancing further into this bracket, going into top 4. And Draggy is unfortunately getting 5th, but had a phenomenal run in this bracket, beating some very big names there. So props there to Draggy on getting 5th place in the event. And we hope to see more of that going into some of the future events going into November. But with that being said, though, that was a good set. We got some more coming up there, Hackle. What's our next one?
So looking like Hybrid versus Guichabou. Guichabou down uncharacteristically early, I would feel like. Losing out a bit earlier on the bracket and having to make a lower side run. In fact, losing out to Moni Hala earlier on. And possibly going to have to rematch him if he wins against Hybrid, who is coming in Seed 7. Another very promising sort of newer name to the top of 1v1 in North America. A player who has been consistently close to that like top 8 position in 1v1s, did manage to find one in Summers, but hasn't quite been able to break back into that in Autumns, getting 9th. There's still a very potent player, and someone I've been seeing, he's been playing Lance in 1v1s, which you don't really see too much these days.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a lot of Lance. I mean, we also see a lot of range, a lot of spacing with that Lance too. I mean, that's a big deal going forward with it. I mean, that's what Hybrid's known for. He's known for kind of respecting the space of their opponents and really approaching the way that they need to go forward. And Hybrid's going against Guichabou, though, and Guichabou's known for being an over-aggressor, like as in like he can approach in ways that most people can't approach. So, you know, we have Hybrid using that range and kind of stepping back, but I think Guichabou's going to really be able to match that with those signature sets. And you know, we're going to see the Mako come out too. You got guitars, you got strings, right? And then you also have that great sword that does have a decent amount of range and could do build up on the map there. So if you're Hybrid, you gotta be careful of letting Guichabou have platform control this time around.
Yeah, I mean, we saw yesterday into how terrifying Guichabou can be when he's feeling that flow, especially with the guitars. I mean, he was making Mako look like a meta CV2 pick, and we've been seeing that General Grievous crossover come out a bit today as well. And if I'm Hybrid, I'm afraid of what those guitars do. I've got to get that some respect, I think. Whether or not we see as much aggression in the 1v1 space out of Guichabou is really going to be the question, but I think we're going to see some pretty crazy stuff in the guitars here.
Yeah, we'll have to see kind of how each of these players really use their aggression and their patience and the pressure on each other, right? If you're going into this matchup there, it comes down to putting the pressure on the opponent and seeing how they're going to react. And I think it's going to be definitely a good game number 1 to kind of see where everything is at as we are going over to Demon Island.
Yeah, we're seeing a Hybrid actually locking in the Kaya here to start with, not onto that Lance. Going to be perhaps trying to look for something that more comfortable against the specific Mako pick. Guichabou on the Greatsword currently, not the weapon that we know him quite as much for, but did make it work very well yesterday, showed that he was perfectly capable of using it at a pro level. Hybrid playing a very patient game with the bow here. Guichabou trying to jostle for space, pressure a little bit here. Dodge does come out and Hybrid's going to escape that string, but not the side stick damage, building up in Guichabou's favor.
Yeah, we're kind of seeing Dialight Neutral coming from Hybrid. Tries to go for a signature, tries to get risky there a little bit. Now you're seeing Guichabou with the recovery into Dare. Oh, into another Dare as well on the Hybrid. And Hybrid does touch barely. But Guichabou's aggression is definitely doing very well against Hybrid. But he's got to be careful though too. Guichabou's recovery is going to have a rough time knocking out on that ceiling because it is Demon Island. And that's why Guichabou went with that KO option that he did go and just throw out to go ahead and throw Hybrid into that second stock.
Yeah, and curling in general is going to be the real big weakness here for Guichabou. This character does not have any like consistent KO confirmed tools. I mean, your best bet on Katars is to try and find a readout and light into a recovery or something like that, or just rip a signature. On Greatsword, your only combo to do so is just a down air into a nair. So go try and be like cheeky and find these right interactions to secure KOs or get like a nice signature hit in, which Mako does have a good kit of that. Whether or not Hybrid can get rid of this fast stock of which he was going to be the big question though.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll see what happens. I mean, right now we're kind of seeing a lot of movement, a lot of like back and forth, and we're kind of seeing this rhythm of, you know, Guichabou matching that movement of Hybrid, and Hybrid kind of moving around there too to kind of really approach Guichabou. He does so very nicely by going KOing Guichabou off that left side of the map and launching Gooey down into the yellow of their second stock. And you know, we're seeing it a little bit back and forth. We're seeing Hybrid being a little bit more aggressive with that bow, and we're seeing Guichabou trying to land these dares or these sidelights with guitars, and they have so many recovery frames too that they have to be very careful of. If you go for a dare option, you know, you can see Hybrid dodging up or left or however else, but then when you have, you know, a sider like that, it's also an option there too from Gooey, and Hybrid is down into his final stock by Gooey putting that pressure on a Hybrid and throwing him off that ledge and going for a double side air.
Yeah, you can play as patient as you want, but the second you get your put underneath that slap from Guichabou, it is absolutely curtains for your stock. Guichabou going to be trying to cling to this stock as long as possible, trying to extend this lead, but that clash is going to be dangerous. Hybrid's going to secure it with the side air, and now we're back to an even game for these final stocks.
Yeah, now we're kind of seeing it even right now. You're seeing Hybrid kind of playing in a different method we're used to seeing him play. You know, he's playing the spear a little bit. He was playing the bow. It was doing pretty well. But now Guichabou has him off that ledge, and guitars are so deadly off that ledge there too. Even though Hybrid has range, oh, you can see Gooey is going for some like Heck Marys there off that ledge and just trying to find different opportunities, trying to be very explosive with the way he's attacking. He's not like going too early where his attacks are missing here and there, but as I say that, a couple attacks do miss, but it's coming down to the range of those guitars. They don't have that much range, and Hybrid can move away as fast as he can against those, and seeing things go down a little bit. We got about 40 damage in between both these players right now. You're seeing Guichabou being that aggressor, trying to be a little bit more explosive, Hybrid trying to be that rebuttaler a little bit, and Gooey starting to do some attacks here. Gets a neutral light, neutral air. Okay.
Guichabou does have Hybrid within KO range. Looks for that dodge read into the recovery like I was mentioning prior. Can't find it. D-Sig to approach is going to get punished. Handle. He goes for an N-Sig. Just a bit of a Hail Mary there. Can't find it. Looking for everything here. This is that weakness of Mako. You don't have those KO confirms. Hybrid getting ballsy with these signatures. With the slap out of Guichabou will just barely stem the bleeding.
Bro, and you gotta look at that, and you have to think that signature is gonna go ahead and land, but because Guichabou was predicting that to be thrown out, the dodges came out and the movement came out there as well, which allowed for Guichabou to go ahead and get that side light and the side air off that ledge, that KO option, and that was a good deal for Guichabou. So respecting the spacing, you know, making sure that they're able to read what Hybrid's really throwing out there, and that was a good game one for Gooey. See that side light barely hit, by the way, like one frame. And oh, Gooey was able to dodge that too. Jeez, I mean, those replays were phenomenal there, and we'll have to see what happens in game number 2 from Hybrid.
Yeah, over onto the tried and true Orion. The pick I was expecting to see, I think most people were expecting to see out of him today in this set. Get the stuff going with that Lance. Perhaps not necessarily feeling as comfortable with the Lance into Greatsword matchup, or maybe even Lance into guitars for here, but Guichabou's going to find the side sig. Very even damage at the start of this game. 30 seconds in, both players have found a couple of interactions. 2-piece there for Hybrid is nice as well, but Guichabou going to answer right back.
And now we're kind of seeing Guichabou having that Greatsword platform control, and Hybrid needs to really be aware of taking that control away from him. You know, if Gooey misses one attack, it has so many recovery frames, so he's got to kind of either bait him out a little bit or go ahead and land these attacks. We're seeing a lot of these late attacks come out from both players, and they're just not landing. Just like that, we're seeing missed attacks here and there, and it's a very, very big deal when it comes down to these matches. The amount of frames that your opponent can go ahead and rebuttal, and these players are just going in and out of attacks. Now Gooey's with the guitars. He's known for going for some strings.
Oh,
he's a
big
falling
slap.
side air, and Hybrid can come back, but Guichabou says otherwise.
Yeah, perfectly placed ground pound there, but Guichabou going to shut down that first stock, and a small lead here as Hybrid is able to take the stock very soon with the right interaction. Side is going to be a good start. Gonna try and pressure, looks for the Poco, can't find it. Guichabou trying to get any extra value here. Couple hits with the Katana is nice to begin with. Goes for the Ensig as well. Goes for the ground pound.
He tried so hard to go for that string, and he did a GC neutral signature just a little bit too far left. You didn't expect Hybrid to really go that fast away from him. But, I mean, he's willing to be risky. He's comfortable. You're seeing that in his gameplay, and he's going for clips at this point.
I mean, honestly, like, you take that interaction and you just say worth. Like, that's a bunch of free damage for not taking any back and just losing your stock. Like, he was going to lose it eventually anyway. And just finding that. Also, like, we're seeing Guichabou on respawn, he was immediately so much more aggressive. He was feeling the heat after going for that interaction. They're looking to continue the pressure. Gonna get caught with a sider. Hybrid with this lance. Gonna get punished with a GC down sig. Guichabou now looking to close out the stock here. 183 damage onto Hybrid. Picking up the spear.
Alright, Starlight comes in. Starlight. But Guichabou expecting a third Starlight, and now recovery comes in clutch there with that great sword. So now we're seeing Gooey with a little bit of lead. I mean, he's starting to get that second game to his name. That was a weird interaction. It leads into this guitar string, and now Hybrid having to go and touch that ledge there. Oh, runs into a GC neutral signature. Runs into it there. And I see, a nice dare coming out of Hybrid. Oh!
Yeah, Hybrid striking back to make it back to the stage, not giving Gooey a chance to position for more pressure, although still so much damage dealt. Once again, that's completely worth it. Guichabou can't find the stock, but can find 140 damage off the back of that. Now Guichabou playing back once again, has that advantage, can afford to wait for Hybrid, and Hybrid kinda can't here. Looking for all these signatures, both these characters very Sig reliant, and Hybrid showing that off.
Oh, and he misses that spear recovery though. Allows for Gooey to stay alive a little bit longer on that second stock, and Gooey's just trying to probably get a KO. I mean, he's already up 1.5 stocked. Hybrid go ahead and comes in there with that spear recovery, gets that KO, and makes things one stock off.
Guichabou floating above, looking to pick up a weapon here. Hybrid within range to lose this stock very soon. One signature could do it, and he knows it. Playing like it, even Guichabou looks for the DC, can't find it. The slap gonna ping off the wall. Hybrid could fall here. Off the wall with that cider.
Alright, nice two-piece. Starlight into Dare coming in from Hybrid as well, trying to do damage build-up. Now we have Gooey with no weapon, and Hybrid weapon starves him. I think Gooey was kind of expecting that, wanted that to happen, get that on-arm neutral signature. Does get combo, but picks up guitars. Now Hybrid with no weapon. He's got no backup. What's Gooey going to do? Oh, Hybrid picks up that lance. He tries to go for a cider, but recovery comes in by Gooey. Misses that Starlight due to the spacing from Hybrid. It's now down to the wire there.
Yeah, Hybrid has been playing this final stock so well. Guichabou getting a bit desperate here, looking for any options to try and find the KO. Hybrid. The longer Guichabou takes to take the stock, the more time he has to build damage. Guichabou. That was a pronunciation, and Guichabou does find that neutral heavy.
He does, and he does it very, very effectively as well. And you know, we're seeing these attacks in the beginning. We saw that reversal cider coming in from Guichabou on the first stock there of Hybrid. Looking back at these replays, also leading to that ground pound. And then Gooey goes for the strings, KOs himself a little bit. And then we see double silent from Hybrid. Gooey was expecting a third one, lands that recovery. And then you see Hybrid spear recovery as well. And it all came down to his final stocks, but we saw Guichabou go ahead, and even though it got knocked down into the red, was able to get that Hail Mary neutral signature there onto Hybrid to go ahead and take it 2-0. And I think right now they're figuring out what maps they want to go to. I gotta see what they're saying here. Stress too much. There's a lot to learn on Great Sword, but it's not bad. And then someone said, I wish. So we're seeing some banter back and forth there between the players, just kind of talking about what maps they can really choose. I think Guichabou is choosing a certain set of maps. They kind of throw Hybrid off guard. And I think not going to platforms because they realize how bad that platforms might affect them with their neutral control.
Yeah, I mean, taking a character like Mako to Demon Island is a pretty sketchy thing because both weapons thrive so much on grounded pressure, but who cares if you're going to just send them right to the right side? Hybrid tries for it, goes to the GC side, they can't find it now. Guichabou still trying to get back to stage. Hybrid, side right down air. Goes for the nair, gets punished with just one neutral air though.
Yeah, Hybrid's attacking very, very early compared to when he needs to in certain instances, and we're seeing Gooey be able to really punish that. As I say that though, Hybrid goes a little bit early with that spear side signature. Doesn't have a spear now, throws it away, think it's gonna hit Guichabou, but picks up the lands, gets the GC down signature. We're probably gonna see a jump side air here, more than likely. Nope, Silate, and the jump side air lands. And Gooey's now down into that second.
I'm curious if Hybrid was trying to go for some like evil tech there, like using sidelight as a read tool, because obviously like usually you're going sidelight now, or like ripping a sidelight set if your opponent needs their dodge. But Hybrid used the sidelight to set up a second sidelight and confirm the KO. Guichabou now playing very far from behind, considering how the set's been going so far.
Yeah, but I mean, right now we're kind of seeing Hybrid have almost an entire stock lead over Gooey. Gooey's is kind of being red momentum based at the moment. As I say that, he does go ahead and get a GC side signature and tries to go for a ground pound. It lands, and we do see it being 2 stocks all. But Gooey's overall movement and his evasion levels there are lower than what they were the last game, and we're starting to see Hybrid pick up on what he needs to do against Gooey. And Gooey's movement's changing a little bit. He's being a lot more aggressive than he's been in the past game or two. So now that might be a huge advantage for Hybrid to go ahead and take this game into their name. And right now it's a half stock lead for Hybrid. Kind of spacing out Gooey, not giving him too much opportunity to really approach. Does give him one opportunity. Gooey maximizes on that. Oh!
This is looking pretty sketchy here for Guichabou now, as Hybrid just needs that one recovery. But as I say that, Guichabou turning the tides, finds a extended string on the Greatsword side here, barely not enough. Guichabou might make it back here, spends all options at the side to punish. Is beautiful. Hybrid taking another lead. A bit smaller than the first stock here, but still definitely doable.
Well, keep in mind, he was down half a stock, or he was up a half a stock. So the Gooey was able to bring things back into his name a little bit. Hybrid just got really lucky with the attack. Oh, as they say that there, Gooey tries to go off the ledge. He gets to there, but doesn't get the KO option. And we're just seeing these very risky attacks, but Gooey comes in with Greatsword, gets a down signature, picks up guitars, tries to get a recovery, tries to get some sort of downlight, misses the side sig, and Hybrid's unarmed starting to pop off there too.
Yeah, the unarmed definitely a very scary tool in the kit. Can be pretty potent in the right hands, but Hybrid now backing up, playing that patient game. Not wanting to overextend and lose his stock too early, trying to get any drop of value he can, but it will get stuffed as Guichabou finds the recovery, and we're down to final stocks here.
Yeah, Guichabou doing very well at grabbing that KO, and now it's 1 stock all. There's a lot of pressure on to Hybrid. He does not want to get 3-0'd, so you're going to see him kind of step back a little bit and wait for Guichabou to over-aggress. And he's punishing these very, very nicely, and Gooey's giving him those opportunities. Hybrid gave him a huge opportunity, though, and now we're starting to see Hybrid in yellow. Oh, Hybrid! What a combo on the Guichabou! Bouncing him off the bottom of the map to go ahead and get that KO in a finessing fashion. And now we are going to game number 4 there, Haggle.
My goodness, yeah, what a way to answer back to your opponent. If you're down in the set and you find an interaction like that, that is just an absolute massive confidence boost. Hybrid gonna take that game to his name, and actually Guichabou banning out Demon Island in this next map striking.
Okay, so maybe he's not comfortable with that, but maybe he wants the better ceiling there for that Greatsword recovery. He's got to be very careful. The neutral signature from Lance. Got to be very careful of a couple different options as well. And the ceiling, the walls of the map are very similar to the ceiling, which is how far out they are. So maybe some down signatures come out from Hybrid and stuff like that. So, well, because Hybrid has that range like build, you got to be very, very careful there. Guichabou has to be very careful there. But at the moment, we're seeing a lot of back and forth. Also, Gooey does have that guitar recovery, which can knock off that ceiling in a very powerful fashion. So maybe trying to go for that. Silent comes in, goes back to that ledge. He's sticking with those guitars. Those are his bread and butter. Silent neutral lands. He tries to greet a
oh no!
But as I say that, Gooey comes in and
Brother, he's done. He's already gone.
Oh, but Hybrid gives up his stock. Gooey exchanges.
Guichabou almost made the most catastrophic misplay, going out for more there and almost losing the stock for it. Hybrid almost caught that off guard. Now charging up the recovery, and they get punished. Guichabou clinging to life off that side sig. Avoids the recovery just narrowly, and now disarmed on the center stage, hit by the D-sig as well. Guichabou's out of there.
He definitely is, and right now we're kind of seeing Hybrid take control of that neutral of the map, just making sure he doesn't really give Gooey that opportunity with Greatsword to do it. But I don't think Gooey really needs it. He's going for aggressive gameplay. He's going in with guitars. He's off the ledge with hybrid. Going to try to use that GC neutral signature at some point. Just right now, trying to go in for a dare.
Oh, no.
Going in for another KO option. GC neutral lands. Hybrid touches though, and that is a big deal. But Gooey with the neutral layer lands. It removes hybrid's option to get back to that ledge.
That is much more characteristic for what I expected out of Guichabou in this set. Finally waking up and finding those disgusting interactions, and now heating up a little bit with these interactions here on the Katars. Which are going to come through. Pressuring up the side, hybrid turns it around with the down air. Goes for a risky ground pound. Could be falling early here. If Guichabou goes for another edge guard like the previous, can't find an end sig. It's a D sig though, which does fall through. Hybrid now getting to Sorcerer's Zone with the unarmed. Does continue it with the unarmed down air, but the clash comes through. Guichabou just scrapping up the side of the stage.
Ballet recovered. There we go. Coming in from Gooey and putting this pressure on the hybrid. Hybrid's having a rough time really approaching Gooey, and he can't really do much. He's got to be careful of that low final stock. He picks up spear. Gonna try to do some spear stuff, but Gooey might be able to get right through it. So hybrid's got to go in for some risky stuff now if he wants to go and win this. Tries to go for neutral signature. Does it the wrong way, and Gooey gets that punish.
Yeah, textbook finds the side sig onto that overextension with the end sig, and Guichabou will close it out. But a fight definitely put up by hybrid though.
Yeah. Oh yeah, hybrid did very, very well in a bunch of different instances there too, and trying to use that range. But overall, Gooey's overall unorthodox aggressiveness that we've seen is countering how hybrid's playing. And I think, you know, hybrid was realizing, okay, he's gonna be aggressive. He's got to throw out some sort of medium range attacks to kind of counter that out a little bit. He was going for spear, but overall was just having a very difficult time because of how Gooey's movement is as well with the unorthodox gameplay. So very good job for Guichabou. Hybrid got a very good placement in this event. Congrats to him. And we'll be seeing Gooey go against his lovely bracket demon there on the winner's side, Moni here in just a little bit. But before we do that though, we do gotta go into a small little break so that you guys don't have to worry about all those Twitch ads and stuff like that. So is there anything that you do want to say there, Mr. Hackle, before we go into a break?
Look forward to Moni Guichabou. Look forward to the winner's side of Marckiemoo versus Meg D. That's going to be a crazy match as well. Don't go anywhere.
That being said, don't go away. We'll be right back.
Welcome back on in to Moose Wars Duskfall Rebellion 1v1s. My name is Hackle. I am joined by the lovely AJ Moore, and we are about to get into some more of top 4 action. How are you feeling, AJ?
Dude, we had some really cool matches not too long ago. We've had a bunch of really cool matches in general overnight for over this past bracket here, and even yesterday in doubles. And now we're starting to get into the top 4 of this event. This is where we get to determine who is going to be getting that top 3 placement and who's going to be winning this event. So it's going to be very, very cool going forward. We got some bracket demons facing each other, or we have we have Moni Hollow, we got Guichabou facing each other again in the elimination side after they faced each other in the winner's side of the bracket, which is why Gui was in the loser's side. So, we got them facing each other again. Dewey's got that opportunity of coming back and making things into his favor. He's got some momentum with him. And then you have Moni Hollow coming in here and, has been doing phenomenal with the great sword in the, the Jaeyoon. You saw a little bit of Mako, a little bit of, Imugi, stuff like that. So he's got a couple different options to really throw out. But he's also has technically a little bit of an advantage because Gui is playing greatsword, and that is the main weapon that Moni Hollow plays.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting for sure. I mean, that matchup's going to be a very fun one. I'm curious if they do end up playing that greatsword mirror match. On the flip side, Marckiemoo versus Meg D is a sort of not necessarily a massively new versus old matchup. Marckiemoo been a bit more of a mainstay for a bit longer time, but Meg D is a bit more an older head in the North American scene by this point. And I was very excited to see him bringing the Asuri back into this tournament and playing surprisingly well, given recent performances, making their way into winners finals. Whether or not that Asuri is going to be continued on against Marckiemoo, who's most likely to be on that Mordex, it's kind of a fated matchup we've seen a lot of times as well, the Asuri versus Mordex back in the days of old, of like Wrench Sandstorm. So it's one we've seen a lot and one that I think is always a treat to watch.
Yeah, and for sure. I mean, Meg D has been around for quite a bit in the Brawlhalla scene. Marckiemoo kind of got in a little bit after Meg D and started really doing very, very well in the Royales and stuff like that. Marky's won a couple different Moose Wars events. He won the very first Moose Wars LAN as well. So he's been doing very nicely with his gameplay and showing off what he's made of. And I think we got Meg D who's playing that level 100 Val, with that sword and those gauntlets. That's bread and butter for him. He's probably more than likely one of the best, I think the best Val player at the moment in North America. So we'll kind of have to see how that Val comes out against Marckiemoo. But Marckiemoo been facing Meg D on and off for years. So we'll see what happens in game number 1.
I'm excited to see the Val. I'm a bit of a Val head myself, and watching Meg D is always very, very fun on this character. Makes it work so well. Marckiemoo obviously on the tried and true Mordex, going to Demon Island for game number 1.
Yep, so we're on Demon Island. We got Meg D going with those gauntlets, but keep in mind, it's gauntlet v gauntlet. So you're seeing Meg D trying to out-gauntlet the gauntlet player as well. So we'll kind of see what happens here. Marckiemoo does land a phenomenal string off the ceiling there, almost getting KO options. We got Marckiemoo doing his falling siders, gets the ground pound, and now you're seeing Meg D get this neutral light, misses that down sig. A lot of movement back and forth, but Marky's just unable to get a KO option just yet. As I say that, Meg D's at 183 damage, and Marckiemoo now has that sight. Oh!
Yeah, this is kind of what I was afraid of and why I was expecting Meg D to pick the Asuri, because I don't know how confident anyone would be in choosing to play a Gauntless mirror match against arguably the best Gauntless player in the world right now. As Marckiemoo is just so confident on both weapons and Mordex, and we'll see some games where he just does everything on Gauntless, everything on Scythe, although Meg D, getting a bit scrappy with the Gauntless, getting some in here, hasn't taken damage on the second stock quite yet. If he can play continuously flawless, which he cannot, he could try and get this stock down relatively quickly. Marckiemoo striking back though.
Yeah, I mean, with the way that Asuri has been with guitars, guitars in a great spot at the moment, so you might definitely see that pick come out of Meg D going to game number 2, but right now he's playing that sword, he gets the Dare neutral air. He kind of realized that Gauntlet v Gauntlet is probably not going to be a good option against Mark, but he definitely wanted to try it to see how he was going to do. Picks up that sword, tries to get this KO option, misses it, but gets a reversal neutral light. And it leads into a Dare from Marky. Oh, but a sword recovery from Meg D. Doesn't KO because we are on Demon Island. And this is where Marky is starting to be aggressive on arm.
Yeah, Marckiemoo giving no respect to Meg D here. Finds the ending, we're going to disarm with that. Goes for the recovery, can't find it. Meg D needs this stock as soon as possible. Marckiemoo almost lapping now in damage. Meg D, one raw recovery will do it. Marckiemoo knows, clashes it out with the end light. Meg D floating around looking for that interaction. Marckiemoo sent off the left side of the stage. Just playing a very patient game, going back to the wall. Meg D not going to pressure, goes to the sider and gets punished. The down light as well. Marckiemoo, a 2-stock lead now here in game 1.
This is a very big deal there for for McD because he's trying a couple different options to see what he can do with gauntlets and with sword, but he's going back to that. Go back to that bread and butter of the sword. So, I mean, he's phenomenal with gauntlets too, but Marky's just outpacing him with his gauntlets, and he's preferring to go back to gauntlets a little bit there too, to kind of see what he can do.
Yeah, I mean, gauntlets are your like preferred damage build tool on Val. Like, obviously, both weapons can KO and can build damage, but gauntlets sort of favor that a bit better. And Marckiemoo, I've gone to the scythe now. Haven't seen quite as much out of the scythe compared to the gauntlets in this game, but absolutely full faith in that weapon in the hands of Marckiemoo as well. Struggling to find a couple of hits here as Marckiemoo is kind of flailing a little bit with the scythe. Megdi does find more hits until that dodge read comes through, and Marckiemoo now taking a big lead here.
Yep, falling neutral comes out of McD and gets like a recovery setter as well. Misses that ground pound, but Marckiemoo with the scythe there. McD getting around the second one though. But is it going to be enough to get the second stock KO? It's not, and Marckiemoo comes in with that satellite into recovery KO and gets that first point to their name.
Yeah, Marckiemoo just making it look easy at all times. Like, it feels like no matter who Marky is fighting, if it's a game he wins, he makes it look effortless. Unless it's used in like BCX, but that's used at BCX. That's kind of a whole different story. Megdi needs to find something here. Still on the Val, sticking with that Gauntlets mirror match going into this game too.
Yeah, which is kind of surprising though too, because you would think that Zuri would be coming out with his guitars, and you know we haven't seen that matchup yet from Megdi against Marckiemoo, and but he's going back to old reliable. He was starting to bring things back pretty consistently well at the end of the final stock there. I mean, he was bringing back a stock and a half, almost 2. So it might come down to Megdi's mental and his thought process of going into this matchup, and maybe he has to mix that up a little bit.
We know for sure Megdi has the mental fortitude to play out long tournaments, long sets. He's been doing it for years at this point. Marckiemoo definitely has the capability as well, although a bit less experience than Megdi. And so far that experience might be shining through as Megdi does have a small damage lead here going into game number 2. Marckiemoo pushed over 100 damage, Megdi still below 50 with the Gauntlets mirror match coming out now, and we saw how that went last game.
Yeah, for sure. But you know, Marckiemoo does go ahead and take that. He's going to try to go ahead and take that lead with his gauntlets. This comes down to how Megdi really approaches and how he moves. You know, we see a recovery satellite and GC satellite into recovery as well, pulling out a page from Marckiemoo's book that he's landed on the Megdi already. So Megdi's feeling comfortable in those gauntlets. I think he's just going to go ahead and try to stick back on the platform a little bit, do damage build up. But now Marckiemoo is going to be a little bit more aggressive because he's playing that scythe. Jump, grab pound again. Megdi. Oh, no. Miss jumps off that ledge there. Was trying to go ahead and touch back to that ledge, but just didn't use his movement opportunities the way he needs to get back on that platform. But Marckiemoo gets a little bit aggressive off the bat. GC downline into ground pound by Megdi to follow suit. But now we're starting to see a lot more fast-paced gameplay, and Megdi is starting to be the prevailer there out of who's going to be winning that stock. Because now we see Marky in the red, we see Megdi in the orange, but Marky's starting to be aggressive. Now we're seeing Megdi trying to do a follow suit, but is unable to do so. Oh.
No pun intended, this is just pure hands right now. I mean, I apologize to Megdi for questioning the Gauntlets mirror match. He's playing it very, very well. He's going to get caught and disarmed with that combo as Marckiemoo does actually take the lead here. Will take that stock as well.
I mean, I think he's going to go ahead. He got the stock, but the momentum was very much in Marckiemoo's favor. I think Megdi has kind of got caught off guard off those last couple engagements. So I think now we got Megdi on that sword. He's going to try to go for a sword KO. Some sort of quick, fast option without having to rely on those gauntlets. But as I say that, Marckiemoo is starting to be aggressive with those gauntlets. Megdi gets a downlight into recovery and makes things one stock all. And if he can do what he did at last stock in the last game, he can take a game off of Marky.
This is completely doable now as Megdi has taken a small bit of damage on this final stock, but is perfectly capable of winning out this game. Marckiemoo is going to strike first, though, has Megdi now approaching the orange. Marckiemoo positioning very well and forcing Megdi to look for these uncomfortable options here on the gauntlet. Going to catch that neutral into the foothold. GCN light as Marckiemoo catches the recovery as well. Just no damage. Megdi can't touch him. Finally, one side light, but nothing to follow up.
Oh, now he uses all his jumps, that weapon throw lands, and Marckiemoo takes that point to their name based off of the movement options from Megdi that he just threw out on the final stock.
See, no matter how scary it looked for Marckiemoo at the start of the game, that final stock was borderline flawless. Megdi just couldn't find an answer back as Marckiemoo found a way in and just kept on pressuring with those gauntlets.
Yeah. Well, and if you look at the final stock too, I mean, Meg D just impulse jumped a lot in the air. Marckiemoo realized the options that Meg D had to get back, and he just aggressed to counter that. If we look back on this replay real fast, you see him jumping around, and then you see Marckiemoo with the side air and the weapon throw, and just land perfectly. So very nice job. We're going into the next game here with Marckiemoo, I believe, up 2 over Meg D. Meg D needs to win this game to go forward at least.
Immediately pick up the weapon, find that neutral light for Meg D as well. Weapon throw away, doesn't want to really put any stock into this sword. Starting the recovery, Marckiemoo trying to pressure even further, just chasing Meg D down with these gauntlets. We're seeing some dash dancing, looking for an opening down air. Goes for the raw ground pound. Very ballsy there by Marckiemoo. Meg D holds the stage control. Marckiemoo dodges into the down air, but there's no follow-up for Meg D. Can't find the neutral air, and every interaction is just slightly more in Markiemoo's favor right now.
And now we're kind of seeing some movement from Marckiemoo being a little bit aggressive against Meg D. Meg D's already in the res, so you see Marckiemoo feeling comfortable compared to what he's done in the past round that we just had. He's a little bit more being aggressive, kind of realizing that, hey, Meg D's in a red, I need to get this KO option. Tries to go for a sidelight, but both players miss light attacks. Marckiemoo gets punished for trying to do that signature. And Meg D is just trying to get some sort of damage build up to lead to this KO, but oh! Gauntlet recovery comes out on Marky. Meg D tries to go for that down light with sword, but just was misplaced, and Marky takes advantage of that.
Yeah, Marckiemoo has taken a decent chunk of damage on this final stock. Meg D can equalize things up if he finds one good interaction here, but can't find the dodge out with a recovery, and Marckiemoo trying to find some extra credit here, looking for it with the scythe. Backing up, playing that safe game, but caught out on the end light. Marckiemoo trying for just these chips of damage.
Yeah, we're seeing Meg D trying to punish in the air a little bit too with these jump side airs, thinking that Marky's going to impulse jump. So we're kind of seeing things move around. It comes down to Meg D with how he's trying to think that Marckiemoo going to really approach him and how he's going to move away from him. And I think Meg D is going for these satellites there, thinking Marckiemoo is going to go off that ledge a little bit. Meg D is going to go back to that platform, get that gauntlet recovery. He needs to get this KO option because he's almost down already an entire stock, and that's not good for Meg D if he wants to go into further a little bit later here in the grands. But neutral light comes in, does not KO though. Marckiemoo, lands the weapon throw, and it KOs Meg D. Are you kidding me there, Marky? What predictions do you have to really throw out to be able to land that?
Dude, Marky was spending so much time just positioning around every option that Meg D was looking for, and then one little interaction like that and Meg D's stock will fall. Finally finds a round of recovery. Meg D celebrating with that little breakdance, but still a full stock behind. Gonna stick with the gauntlets here, and Marckiemoo looking for a weapon. Immediately grabs them.
But now we're starting to see Meg D do some strings there with the gauntlets. We got 4-piece string into a double dare. And now you're kind of seeing Meg D being that aggressor. He's starting to out-aggress Marckiemoo, but he's got to be careful because he's had a rough time landing these different attacks. He needs to learn how to kind of be aggressive while making sure his accuracy is there as well. And I think Marckiemoo's been doing very well with that, and that's how he's gotten this lead so far. But Meg D's starting to take that rhythm away from Mark. Mark's trying to approach a little bit. Sidelight comes in for Meg D, tries to go for a second sidelight, and Mark's just off that ledge.
No.
That was such an early ground pound. And Marckiemoo knew it. He did a GC signature off that ledge to make sure that he was still alive when Meg D was off that ledge. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Marckiemoo is going into grand finals of this bracket in a very dominating fashion.
Yeah, I mean, there were signs of life from Meg D throughout the set here and there, but just never quite enough to secure a commanding lead, and Marckiemoo just consistently playing very strong in both offense and defense.
Yeah, without a doubt, and I think, Mark's known for being crazy. I mean, he was being very aggressive. His confidence is there with his gameplay today, and I love seeing that too, especially kind of looking at the doubles event yesterday and how he was playing with Bubble and how it was changing. So I'm glad to see Marky doing very, very well today. He's in grand finals. He's doing very nicely there. And now we're going to go ahead and get into the elimination side here. And we're going to have Moni go against Guichabou. And he's got his Amugi out this time around.
Yeah, the Amugi I think is definitely going to be a good pick for him here. I mean, Guichabou not really known for playing super tanky characters, so having that high strength and that high defense is going to be very, very useful. I mean, the only character I can really think of that Guichabou's been playing recently that I think has a comfortable time into Amugi stats-wise would be Queen Nai, but Meiko really struggles to KO, and against 7 defense, that's going to be really tough. Asuri is a pretty balanced stats, but still not the easiest time KOing, especially with Katars. And then Lin Fei just is so squishy and does so little like individual hit damage. So we're going to be seeing General Grievous, that Meiko crossover coming out to start with. That great sword mirror match you were mentioning earlier.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that General Grievous from Guichabou a lot too, and you know, him being kind of that second player to really choose it in tournaments too, first being Ratsumi there. And I mean, it really comes down to the great sword and guitars. Guitars for Guichabou are his bread and butter. You know, that's what he's known for. And, you know, I think with that great sword as a secondary, you know, I think Moni is going to be able to read that really, really hard. So you're going to be seeing Guichabou a lot going on his guitars going into his next game as we go over to small Western Air Temple out of all maps.
Yeah, interesting choice, especially for both of them being on Greatsword. Like, the two platforms are going to be interesting to see how they shape up. On stage, we don't see a whole load in competitive by comparison to, like, Small World's End or Demon Island, but still, so far, a very scrappy first stock here as both players are finally going to interact with the Greatsword, though Moni Hala's going to come out on top to start with, finds that down signature, can't find the Sair, though, as both players clash out there, and a dodge caught by Guichabou so back and forth here.
Yeah, but I think, you know, going into this game, I think Gooey's main choice for this map was Katars, and those platforms are going to mix Moni Hala up. He does go ahead and get that KO on that first stock on Moni, but Moni does have Axe, but Gooey's speed can kind of counteract that range a little bit. So you're looking at weapon throw into sidelight, into a dare. Oh, he goes back up. Can he touch? Oh, and Moni Hala expects that GC neutral signature, and Gooey is unable to come back to that ledge. He had no more options to get back.
Yeah, that's the sad part as well with that end sig on Meiko. Like, unlike other signatures that's moved up vertically, it has absolutely zero drift. So you rip that, you're going straight up and straight down again.
Yep. So I mean, it kind of gives a little bit of a nerf to Meiko, but it also is probably a good nerf because we're probably really broken right now. But now we're kind of seeing Moni Hala with this overall platform control, trying to do damage build up against Guichabou and try to go for a little bit of a KO. But as I say that, Guichabou gets a little bit of a half pipe, gets a dare satellite, tries to go for a side air, but has a lot of movement for him with him. Moni Hala reads the falling side air from Guichabou. Oh, Moni Hala with GC down signature landing on Gooey. But Moni Hala now having a great sword contest with Guichabou, is trying to make sure they maximize on their opportunities there. Oh, Gooey tries to read a dodge read, it lands, but doesn't go forward with it, and Moni Hala gets that KO.
Yeah, Moni going for an interesting interaction there, going for the that down air straight into a downlight finisher. Is able to catch Guichabou off guard and now trying to put on the pressure here with this great sword, starving away as well, forcing Guichabou to just play that floaty game. Again, continuing to start. We're able to the axe, we haven't seen any of really this game so far. Guichabou tries to go in with the unarmed, manages to push Moni back enough to get the Katars in hand. Now both players off their great swords onto their other weapons. Guichabou, however, much more comfortable with that off weapon than I would say Moni is with the axe by comparison.
Yeah, I could definitely side with that there, and you know, Guichabou, oh, it's showing that right now with the neutral signature read through that platform. Moni Hala thought he was going to be able to touch, but Guichabou said otherwise in his hand, and we're seeing Moni Hala down to his final stock with Gooey, but has an 82 damage difference here. Can Gooey come back, or is Moni Hala going to keep this string into his favor here? Oh. Oh.
Guichabou gets stalled out there by that down air. Moni Hala looking for an interaction to try and close out this game, but leading may have started as Guichabou finds the wake up into the down signature, the recovery as well. Both players now entering the red. Moni Hala a bit more tanky here, but still Guichabou is pouring his way back. Side sig is going to go unpunished as Guichabou finds the wake up and the exhaustive recovery off the top.
Guichabou with the phenomenal double recovery KO there on the Moni Hala, putting that pressure onto him, and Moni Hala had no way of really getting back to that ledge. Pull up the replays here real quick, and as we see, you know, we're seeing a lot of exchanges from both players. Moni Hala was doing a lot of really good engagements with Greatsword, but I mean, those platforms kind of mixed him up when Guichabou was on those guitars, and that really shows, and Gooey was able to come back almost a stock disadvantage on the final as well. So that's a pretty big deal. and we are going to Demon Island this time around. I don't know who's going to really benefit here.
Yeah, that was a lovely... It's always fun to watch players like all of a sudden rip out some really ballsy wake-ups, and Guichabou did exactly that there. Money Hollow forced onto the axe with his first weapon. Might struggle a bit more as Guichabou catches the dodge, finds the string as well. Money Hollow answering back with the axe, but not quite to the same effect in terms of damage. Guichabou still holding a small lead here, and the stage control doesn't pressure with the greatsword. They're going to give some respect to Money Hollow getting back to the stage. Move on to the Katars now as Money Hollow chunking damage on with this axe, repeatedly just sidelight there over and over. That's another one. Looks for the follow-up there as well. And now Money Hollow poised to try and take this stock.
Yeah, Money Hollow's using that range very nicely with the axe, and as I say that, Gooey comes in with a silent neutral at recovery to kind of get in there. And now Moni doesn't currently have a weapon, so this is a very big deal there for Moni. Picks up Greatsword and does a dash back into signature KO on the Guichabou, and Guichabou was trying to be aggressive, but both attacks he threw out were just too far out, or too far close to himself there. Gooey comes in with the guitar recovery though to make things even, and we're at clean second stocks.
They're both players fresh on those seconds off. Guichabou will strike fast with just a recovery. Finds a control as well. Money Hollow gonna answer back with some greatsword shenanigans here, holding the stage control. Guichabou comes in with the dash sidelight and continues the aggression here. Dodge read. It goes for the side sig, but it's a good chunk of damage onto Money Hollow. Like Guichabou stalling out, caught by the D sig. Money Hollow finally pressuring the edge guard just a bit, but Guichabou turns the tables.
How the tables have turned here as they say that, because Guichabou misses that ground pound, gives Money Hollow that control of the map, and you're seeing Guichabou just trying to go for KO options, but Money Hollow respecting the range of Guichabou's attacks, but still alive. Money Hollow's still alive. He's trying to pick up a weapon. Gooey says otherwise and gets a string into a reversal 3-piece combo to go and KO Money Hollow off the ceiling of Demon Island.
Guichabou now not quite within KO range here. Even for him, Mugi needs a bit more damage put onto him. Goes for the raw side heavy, can't find it. Guichabou starving up those weapons. Money Hollow needs to find something here. Gets under the side air, stalls out with that sidelight and grabs the axe. Now Guichabou the one disarmed, goes for a weapon throw. It's a bit ballsy. Everyone just tossing away their weapons. They want to go fisticuffs. Guichabou gets the Katars though, catches the dodge, and the damage building up very quickly here for Guichabou. As Money Hollow is in dire straits. Weapon throw as well. Guichabou applying the pressure. And the D-Sig.
Oh, it doesn't KO. It doesn't KO either. Money Hollow saves himself there with the signature, and Guichabou does the GC neutral signature the wrong way and saves Money Hollow from being KO'd at a 2-stock.
Money Hollow clinging to life here, but one well-placed Sig could be enough to lose this game for Money Hollow. The slap comes through. Guichabou going to toss the weapon away, just trying to get any kind of pressure onto the edge he can. Money Hollow tries to go to the weapon throw, can't find any value though, and has to play incredibly safe here. Does go for that string, but doesn't find it. Both players now just looking for something. Guichabou on the ground. Money Hollow manages to land. Gets around that D-Sig as well. Guichabou getting a little bit desperate here perhaps with these options. Weapon throw to the engage, can't find the KO.
Yeah, now Guichabou is trying to starve Money Hollow, but he doesn't even need to worry about that, because that dash into neutral signature unarmed lands. And Gooey takes that point to his name, and you know, I kind of got worried there for a second with how things were going because of how each of these players were playing. I mean, you're sort of seeing Money Hollow kind of get strained up a little bit, and then some sort of come back there. But I mean, Gooey is risky enough to go in those different options, and Money Hollow just needs to be able to regroup and do the damage buildup and be careful of how Gooey is off that ledge. They are on Demon Island. It is very easy to knock out on that floor. And I think that's what Gooey is really trying to go for when he goes into this map here. So we'll see what happens. Neutral air lands, misses that side light, but Money Hollow has axe. He gets the dare into recovery, but neutral air dare, neutral air into neutral air, misses the last attack there against Moni, but a lot of random attacks there against each other, and Moni's trying to get a little bit risky. Gooey is known for riskiness and is able to KO Money Hollow with just that dare. Money Hollow didn't use his move options right off that ledge.
30 seconds into the game, Guichabou takes one, and now Money Hollow playing from behind already in a situation where he's already down 0-2 in the set, needs to win this game to continue on to the tournament, and it's not necessarily looking too great as Guichabou still holding this lead. Money Hollow hasn't found too much in terms of tables being turned, but some neutral coming in as Money Hollow looks for anything. Guichabou though It's so back and forth. Moni Hala can't afford to be trading damage here, and yet he is with Guichabou. The side are going to come through, not quite enough. Looking for something else. Lifts the down air, and now manages to get caught by the D-Stick, which went all the way out there for the pressure as well.
Now you're seeing Moni Hala disrespect spacing here a little bit. Trying to go for some KO options and held signatures, but he's going for these secondaries because he kind of realizes where Guichabou's at, which is currently 2 stocks above him. And he's going in for these unarmed side sticks just for jokes at this point.
Oh. I think Duskfall can't find the dare into neutral air. Rips that GC down like to try and find some kind of clap back, but Guichabou just dare into dare. Almost catches that gimp, but Moni Hala finds the recovery. But this is looking like it could be a possible 3-stock here if Moni Hala can't find an answer back. No KO options in sight. Guichabou got the Katars, weapon throw into the engage. Doesn't find the ground pound. Moni Hala just going to stand there and wait. Tries to catch the recovery, but he can't.
Now you're seeing Guichabou just trying to jump around a little bit, trying to bait. Weapon throw into silent lands, but does go ahead leading to Moni Hala getting that great sword dare option and bringing Gui down to his second. But Gui is very comfortable. I mean, he's just going unarmed. He's holding that side signature. Got Moni Hala off that ledge. Weapon throw lands into a dare. Moni Hala unable to come back. It barely misses that ledge. And Guichabou wins 3-0 over his bracket nemesis from the winner's side and goes further into this bracket in top 3.
Yeah, a really dominant final game for Guichabou there. Moni Hala just didn't really have any way in. Looked like he was completely mentally broken, had no answer. Did manage to avoid getting 3 stocks, but nothing more.
Well, and I think after the first 2 games of Guichabou kind of putting pressure onto him, there's a lot of pressure on him, and he kind of feels that and has a rough time coming back from it. So, you know, good job for Guichabou winning that first game over Moni Hala and taking that advantage. And I mean, the overall aggressiveness that we saw from Gui was very powerful. And I got to give credit to both players. They're both doing very well. They're both succeeding very nicely. Moni Hala got 4th in this event. Congrats to him. He's improving very nicely. But Guichabou's guitars, no matter what, are prevailing over Moni Hala in this set. And I think I don't want Moni Hala thinking like, oh, okay, he's got a better greatsword than me. Because most of those exchanges, Moni Hala's greatsword was a little bit higher than Guichabou's, and he had to go back to the cards.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if that was a raw greatsword to greatsword matchup, it would have been a bit of a different story. But obviously, Guichabou had those katars to fall back on, which he's just so tried and true. He's so comfortable with those weapons.
Yeah, without a doubt. And with that being said, we now officially have our top 3 players. We currently have in the bracket, we got Guichabou, we got Meg D, and we have Marckiemoo. Are we going to see the Moose Wars champion win another online championship? Or are we going to see some players that have been known in Brawlhalla, been known in Moose Wars for a while, go ahead and step up to that plate and go ahead and get that win? So we'll definitely have to see. When we come back, though, of course, is there anything you want to say before we do a small little break before we get into our top 3?
Get hyped for top 3. I mean, Marckiemoo is always going to be an absolute treat to watch. I think Meg D Guichabou is going to be very interesting as well. We might get a Katars mirror match there if Meg D brings back the Asuri, so stay tuned.
Yep, with that being said, don't go away. We'll be right back with Meg D and Guichabou in the elimination final. Don't go away. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with Moose Wars, Duskfall Rebellion, powered by Brawlhalla. I'm AJ Moore. I am with Hackle. We are now in the top 3 of this event. And we had a really nice matchup not too long ago between Guichabou and Marckiemoo, and we are now in top 3. Hackle, how are things going so far right now with the bracket? How are you enjoying it so far?
We've had a nice mix of like a couple of upsets, some more predicted players like Marckiemoo making all the way to winner's side of Grands. It's not really a big surprise. But then we had some players making some deeper runs that we didn't quite expect. We saw some really nice matches between players that we saw Volst in top 8, which was fantastic. We saw Darwin in top 8 as well at seed 56. And now we're seeing Guichabou Megdi, which is a bit more expected, I think. Seeing Guichabou Megdi in the lower side finals is something we've probably seen before in Moose Wars alone. And something that I think we know what to expect from this match. We're going to be seeing a lot of Qatar's shenanigans, especially the fact that we're getting that mirror match I was mentioning, both on Qatar's with Megdi on the Asuri, Guichabou on this General Grievous that we haven't... I'm curious what the motivator was for like the Mako pick for Guichabou. Was Megdi maybe proving that the Qatar's in his hands might be slightly better for now, as he's finding just a lot of unanswered damage.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing very, very well. His movement against Guichabou is kind of unorthodox for him. Like, he's kind of known for giving a lot of space, but he's also being a little bit more aggressive. And I think he's able to go in that with those guitars against Guichabou's greatsword to a point where he's getting a huge lead right now. You know, we're seeing Megdi actually going back to the sword to try to go for a KO option. We're seeing Guichabou now going for some aggressiveness with that greatsword. And that might give Megdi the ability of taking that lead, but Guichabou says otherwise. He has no weapon, and if he's able to pick up those guitars, it might be deadly there for Megdi.
Yeah, Guichabou knows Megdi's looking for like a D-light into recovery or just a raw recovery at some point here, so Megdi has to be very smart about how he pulls out those options in a way that Guichabou either isn't expecting or has no way of avoiding. GC side sig is going to be a perfect opportunity, and Megdi does find the recovery. No D-light though, so not off the KO. Endlight's going to clash out Guichabou off the right side of the stage. Hatches the GC end sig though, and the damage evening up as Megdi's struggling to find this KO.
Yeah, now with Megdi kind of letting Guichabou have a little bit more time to regroup, he's starting to be a little bit more aggressive. And it's allowing for, you know, these crazy attacks, these signatures that we're not used to seeing from Gui on Mako, landing on Megdi and catching him off guard. But now he takes that platform overall map control. And as I said, Megdi comes back, takes that sword, and is going to try to use it against Gui. And Gui tries to do a GC down sig, but misses that, and Megdi gets that reversal punish.
Kind of a testament to Guichabou's ability to position in a way that makes it hard to KO on sword. Like, it took 2 minutes for Megdi to find that stock almost. Considering how much damage Megdi put out early in the game and how quickly he pushed Guichabou into the red, that's very impressive. Whether or not Megdi manages to find some extra credit now is the big thing. Does find a little bit of damage there, 30 out of the Qatar's Guichabou. Greatsword in the hand, not quite the most comfortable weapon to KO with, but we've seen him do it before. Megdi, but though chipping away with these guitars, finding hit after hit, now already pushing Guichabou into the orange, who is struggling to find the KO.
Yeah, and right now we're kind of seeing Gui with a very nice greatsword there against Megdi, and I don't think anyone would have expected that to land the way that it did. And you know, it's 2 stocks all. Megdi is up a half a stock, so for Gui, his main goal is to kind of use his guitars out aggress Megdi. But Megdi's on that sword. I think he's expecting Gui to be aggressive, and that sword counter is working very, very nicely. We're probably going to see Gui on the greatsword for a little bit, kind of trying to counteract that sword gameplay.
I'm curious as well, if it reaches a point where Guichabou's down like 2-0 or even like just back against the wall, whether we see a swap to a different character, because we know by this point Guichabou does have a pretty deep pool of characters to choose from. Megdi most likely to be sticking to the Asuri and the Val, and so far working pretty decently, although once again struggling to find the KO. Finds his recovery, will find it. I mean, I curse it at the very last moment, but Megdi a bit more of a handy lead here than we saw in the first stocks, but still not quite a super dominant position. Guichabou can definitely take this back if he finds the right interactions.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I definitely think he can bring this back here, and I think he's trying to play greatsword against his guitars, and Megdi's guitars are just more powerful in that aspect. I think Gui's on the greatsword just because of the fact that he needs to get this KO option and trying to use that range a tad bit, but you know, now going forward, I mean, like, Gui's having a rough time playing greatsword against Megdi, and Megdi's doing damage build-up. He does almost get KO'd by that greatsword, but Gui's willing to go for a Heck Mary and go over those guitars already and try to approach Megdi, but his movement's a little bit off, and Megdi's getting the punishes.
Yeah, I mean, almost lapping and damage. The slap is huge, which should be done here as he manages to make it back to the wall, finds the neutral arrow as well. Can he turn this around? He does manage to find the KO off that interaction. That's a Guichabou special, turning an edge guard against him into a victory for him. But Megdi just 1 or 2 interactions away from a deal recovery being enough. That's not quite going to be it, but 1 more will do it for sure.
Yeah, and right now, Megdi's neutral layer does not KO off that ceiling still. You're seeing Gucci being a little bit more aggressive. That downlight into recovery lands from Megdi, and Megdi takes game number 1 into their name in very nice fashion. Those guitars were out prioritizing Guichabou when he was on that greatsword.
Yeah, this is a really interesting spot. I mean, like, we should be sticking with the General Grievous as well. They're going to immediately bang out Demand. Does not want to go back to that stage and leaving open platform maps here. So I'm assuming probably going to be leaning, as you've seen, more into the Katars, not really on the Greatsword. Moving to Miami Dome for game 2.
Well, and here's the thing, too. I mean, if you're a GUI and you're going to try a new character, your goal would have been the second set. I mean, I wouldn't do it like it's like a Heck Mary in the final, so... He's sticking with the General Grievous now. He's got the platforms. Maybe that does a little bit something for GUI. But he's got a couple different opportunities, and we'll see how Megdi really reacts to them as well.
Yeah, bit of a burned dodge there for Guichabou. Megdi going to capitalize nicely. 60 damage built up of that interaction. Guichabou kind of swinging here with the greatsword. Megdi punishing accordingly. Megdi actually pressuring there, getting into Guichabou's space. Going to get stuffed out by the weapon, so he finds the recovery. Now very scrappy here on Guichabou, finally landing some hits with the greatsword damage, equalizing up a bit as Megdi struggling to find an in.
Yeah, now we're starting to see Megdi be aggressive with his guitars, but as I say that, he big swaps over to his sword and gets juicy downlight recovery again, while GUI's still in the air. He didn't have enough time to really be able to regroup as much as he needed to, and, you know, get GUI down into the second stock, but it's guitar beats the guitar now. See what GUI can do to bring things back into his favor.
That's really kind of an ideal situation if you're Megdi, right? Like, finding that deal recovery at the right spot is going to do so much for you, unless, however, Guichabou starts to go crazy with the guitars, which we are seeing here. Megdi going a bit deep there with the chase dodge down to the down air, clashed out by that weapon for Guichabou back onto the greatsword, perhaps trying to stuff out this guitar approach. We see once again, yeah, Megdi trying to get in with the guitars, actually playing uncharacteristically aggressive for a moment, and Guichabou just stuffing out the approach with these options.
Yeah, I think Megdi's willing to be aggressive because he knows that Guichabou's going to have a hard time really doing any attack when Megdi's being aggressive because of the amount of recovery frames and the amount of frames realistically to throw out an attack with those greatswords. So it's a big deal, but now GUI's got an opportunity of taking the lead. He's got guitars, he's got Megdi in the air. As I say that, Megdi is starting to balance it off pretty well and is starting to show, you know, who the guitar player is at this point because he's just going back and forth. A downlight recovery there on the GUI, and Megdi gets that read side light neutral light into downlight side air, and it's gonna lead into GUI definitely just barely misses that or barely touches that ledge, but now we got Megdi on that sword. That side sig's coming out.
Yeah, side sig to punish the side sig, both sigs charging across the stage. One comes after the other. Megdi a very large lead here on this second stock. Only 50 damage built up on his second, while Guichabou is fresh on that final. Guichabou looking for something here with the guitars, manages to get them in hand. Not too much in ways of damage though, as Megdi now slowing down the pace of the game, forcing Guichabou to approach, knowing that he can afford to wait. And now bits of chips of damage here for Megdi, and Guichabou just punished for every misstep.
Yeah, it's definitely getting very punished, and you're kind of seeing GUI not being as aggressive as he's known for. Megdi's kind of being that aggressor, which is very uncharacteristic for these players. You know, this is a pretty big deal, and you know, if you're GUI, your goal is at least get the second KO on a Megdi, but that's very neutral signature misses, but the sidelight neutral light lands. The backward downlight as well throws the guitars at Guichabou, but Guichabou has that great sword, has a little bit of range. Not going for any signature yet. He misses that sidelight, and Megdi gets that punish off those recovery frames, and he takes that point to his name.
A very clean ending there for Megdi, taking the 2-stock victory over Guichabou. Now the question is going to be, what does Guichabou do to answer back?
You can't choose that character. What did you choose? Oh. Okay. Well, you and me both had the same reaction. We weren't expecting that pick coming in from Guichabou, but this is a pocket pick if I've ever seen one from GUI. And it's the Lord Vrax crossover of a Warlock from Destiny 2. So Got that lance, it has the blasters, it has range. Will this be enough for Gooey to go and win against Meg D? He doesn't have his bread and butter though, it's gonna be risky.
A little bit of troll, perhaps, a little bit of silliness coming out of Guichabou here with this pick. I mean, 9 decks Lord Rex is definitely nothing to scoff at. That character can be absolutely terrifying, but also neither weapon is really something we've seen out of Guichabou before. I think Meg D knows that this might just be
oh my god.
I'm gonna just try and have fun type pick. Is Meg D just absolutely ripping up with the Katars. Guichabou has no answer back, 118 damage with non-dealt to Meg D, and it keeps on coming. Sidelight into the down air, gets it going.
He started to do some damage as a follow-up, but I mean, Meg D's having his overall control. I think Gooey's like, you know what, Katars have a rough time against Lance. Let's try doing that a little bit. But Meg D with a phenomenal string against Guichabou with this Katars and takes that KO off of Gooey so far. And you're Gooey, okay, try blasters now. Let's see how that range goes.
I love how funny it looks with like a short blaster like that when you're playing Warlock, because he holds it like it's a rifle, like it's the Outbreak Perfected that he's using in actual blaster skin, but it's just a tiny little stubby gun. And Guichabou, over onto the Lance, is going to be trying to find something. And Lance, a weapon that can do pretty good into stuffing out closer range scrappy weapons like Katars, like Gauntlets, but I mean, in the hands of Meg D so far, it's still looking just pretty comfortable here as Guichabou just kind of ripping anything to try and find some damage, going for these side airs. That's a down air onto Meg D, who could be in trouble here. Manages to try the end sig, and the weapon though doesn't connect with Guichabou. Could be in trouble. Manages to look back to the stage, and Meg D over onto the sword. I mean, kind of just ripping anything now. GC Light out of Guichabou.
Yeah, now we're gonna see Meg D have this neutral control, but as I say that sidelight into neutral cycle does land, but does not KO. Meg D picks up sword right as a follow-up. And now it's going to have an opportunity for downlight recovery, but Gooey says otherwise because his lance side air throws away the weapon. Oh, but gets the unarmed ground pound KO. Make it 2 stocks all, but Gooey is down 128 damage against Meg D. He's just trying to weapon starve him, but Meg D is like, you know what? Let me be the aggressor a little bit. Gets the downlight recovery as well after double sidelights as well, and Meg D's up almost an entire clean stock. This is a very big deal for Gooey. If he needs to play something to be able to counter Meg D if he wants to go into Grands, but Meg D seems to want to go back.
Yeah, Meg D wanted to go back to Grands, and Guichabou, I think it would be a lot to ask to expect him to be able to compete with a character like Asuri in the hands of a player like Meg D, who has done so much of this character before, as Guichabou not really being known for either Lance or Blasters, and so far kind of that is showing a little bit as Meg D really just taking advantage of this off pick.
Sidelight there. This is the sidelight. Oh, Meg D is able to come back though with that recovery. Does get there. There's a follow-up option. Gooey's starting to land a lot more of his attacks, but he needs to land them a lot more and a lot more accurate as well. Oh. But when you have Meg D coming in with Katars like that and unarmed like that, you're going to see a KO option on the Gooey, and Meg D wins 3-0 over Guichabou by playing Guichabou's main weapon, Katars.
Yeah, that's scary. If you're Guichabou and you have that happen to you, like that's kind of a statement to be made. However, that does mean that Meg D can be moving back into grand finals on the lower side to face off against the current #1 player in the tournament, Marckiemoo. What a terrifying thing to say.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty big deal there for Meg D. He definitely has a challenge there, but he does definitely have that grand final spot. So congrats there to Meg D. And I mean, we've seen a lot of really good aggression coming out of him with those Katars, and maybe we see that Azuri pick come out maybe in the first or second game from him to kind of see how it does against Marky. But I mean, overall, we do see that come out. So we'll see what happens. But I mean, Marckiemoo's a Moose Wars champion. Meg D, I believe, also is a Moose Wars champion. But let's see who's going to be the one for Duskfall Rebellion. Let's see what happens here. Let's see who wins and see what happens. It's gonna be really cool. I like the Zuri pick from Meg D though. It's gonna be really cool to see those Katars come out.
Yeah, as much as I'm a Val fan, like I definitely think Katars are the way to go for Meg D here. His Katars are so on point today. I mean, we saw like so much get done by Meg D against Guichabou. He made the Katars look effortless, and I think even if he is sort of feeling a bit more stressed about the matchup specifically of Katars into Mordex, I think even just how he's playing Katars, the matchup matters less because he's just on fire with that weapon today.
Yeah, and with that being said, though, we are now in the grand finals of Duskfall Rebellion. Let's count it down. 3, 2, 1, brawl! And let's get into game number 1 between Marckiemoo and Meg D. Meg D being aggressive right off the bat with a silent neutral air, swapping over his sort of weapon-starved Marckiemoo. And we saw that gameplay come in from the winner's final between both these players. When Meg D with weapon-starved Marckiemoo, he was getting a lot more damage build-up, too.
Yeah, immediately off the bat, Marckiemoo, scythe in hand, Meg D over to the Katars, both players on their more sort of string-oriented weapons here of the two. And a lot of just movement around happening here, with players jostling for position, trying to find that opening, and Meg D's going to be the first to find it with a 3-piece there, catching that dodge in with that neutral air. Continuing, I mean, immediately we just see those Katars do so much work, almost catches the spot dodge. Marckiemoo tries to rip a Hail Mary ground pound. He's going to punch that D-Sig, but only with one down air.
Dude, Meg D's on-arm spacing is phenomenal, too. He's got Marckiemoo kind of in a weird spindle here. Dare neutral air lands. He's going off right now with his placements.
Yeah, Meg D playing super good, coming in hot into this set with a D-Light recovery. Going to close out that stock, only 81 damage taken. A comfortable lead here to start with.
Yeah, this is a pretty big deal here for Meg D, getting this lead off the beginning, but now he's got to counter the scythe of Marckiemoo. He's got to be very careful. He has to make sure his attacks land, and he knows where Marky's going to be, and we're starting to see that string damage come up. Sidelight in a down lane, it is true on guitar, so we're going to be seeing a lot of that coming out of Meg D. I think Marckiemoo is going to expect that. Smart move for Meg D to use that neutral stick kind of as a bait, kind of see if Marky's going to come off that ledge. Backward neutral light comes in. Gets that sword, Silent comes in, Dare GC downlight in the ground pound, Sire lands. What a phenomenal sword KO! And with that Sire being the finisher, what is this man on right now there, Hackle?
He's doing this to Marckiemoo. He's doing this to the best player in the region. This is absolutely absurd. Finally, the breakdance will close down that first stock. That's a whole stock of lead that Meg D has. But however, if anyone could bring this back, out of any player in North America, it's probably Marckiemoo.
Yeah, I definitely agree there as well, and I think he definitely can, but Meg D has to get that platform control again.
No!
He touches, he input jumps to Marckiemoo! What are you doing to Meg D? Meg D is gone on that second stock, and that is why you do not play off edge against Marckiemoo at all!
What was I just saying about the only person in North America being able to make up a deficit like that being Marckiemoo, when he delivers one interaction off stage, just pressure, 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 takes away that stock in no time flat.
Dude, I mean, that's a huge deal for Marckiemoo. If you're Meg D, though, you're going off ledge, and that's not good. He's trying to approach him. Dare neutral dare into Satellite downlight. Satellite comes in. Gotta bait Marky back on that ledge. Silent neutral lands. Mark's just trying to bait him off that ledge with 2-piece combo. Oh, Mark, he gives that up. Sider comes in. Mark is able to come back, but Meg D goes for the sword instead of going on in with those guitars. Gives Marckiemoo the ability of coming back to that ledge, and that might be very detrimental to Meg D, because look at the damage buildup. Oh.
Dude, this is a completely different set already to what we saw in Winners Finals. Meg D can take the first game.
Oh my god. Meg D. What are you doing with these guitars and this sword? Why didn't you play this in the winner's final?
I think we're all asking that, dude. I mean, I was asking it the second the set started.
Oh, that string. That string was crazy for Meg D too, I believe, on that second stock. Oh my god. Okay, well, you know, we saw some crazy gameplay from Marckiemoo off that ledge there too. We saw the neutral airs, we see the backward dares. We see him reading Meg D's impulse jumps with the dares, and he used that dodge, and that weapon throw came in and got that confirmed with a ground pound, man. And that was a very powerful way of these players facing each other. But even with Marckiemoo doing what he needed to do, he still got barely beaten on that first game. So this is huge for Meg D, especially when he has to win 2 sets against Marckiemoo to win the tournament.
Yeah, crazy thing to say too that Meg D was actually consistently winning neutral against Marckiemoo. Like, Marckiemoo managed to bring it closer because of one well-played scythe interaction, but Meg D's just playing better overall, I think, right now, as the damage racks up. Could have found the stock there, isn't able to find it, stuck in the unarmed, now going to push Marky off. Grab the Katana, is not the weapon you really necessarily want at this range of damage, but is going to try and find a way to make it work. Immediately finds an interaction, doesn't catch the dodge, but Marckiemoo giving it a lot of respect.
Yeah, Meg D, we're starting to get a little bit of respect there to him as well because he is going crazy with these KO options. He's going for these strings and just pre-firing them, and Marky's having a rough time getting out of them.
This is not really the side of Meg D that we see too often. Like, Meg D is often playing a lot more patient, a lot safer, but we're seeing that he can get down and dirty in these scrappy playstyles.
Dude. All right, he's starting to mix things up there a little bit with his spacing. I mean, this is spacing I'm not used to seeing from Meg D. He is predicting where Marky's gonna move, precisely where he's gonna move, and getting these combos that we would have never expected to see from him on these stocks. And now we see Satellite. He tries to go for a dash there. He barely touches back on that ledge. He almost KOs himself. He goes unarmed with a double Satellite, picks up sword, tries to go for a Satellite again. And Marky misses that punish. He goes for that signature, which has recovery frames, but does go with that Satellite into neutral air to KO Meg D of that first stock.
And Marckiemoo was just really struggling to find a KO there. I mean, culturally popularly, like, Vortex is not as easy to KO with than a character like Asuri, who has D-Let recovery on sword. Like, you have to work a little harder to actually find those interactions where Marckiemoo are getting stuff started with the gauntlets here.
Yeah, we're seeing these guys really go back and forth, and Mark's starting to do a little bit of something with the gauntlets there. Meg D's kind of approaching the Satellite Neutralite. I'm not seeing Marckiemoo really dodge after that Satellite. He's expecting a downlight option, and Meg D is just punishing that so hard. Picks up sword, gets the sider, goes unarmed, is willing to go risky for a ground pound, but runs straight into Marckiemoo's neutral air gauntlets, into a dare and a ground pound KO. Meg D's being too risky. He's got to be careful, but he still has to put that pressure on.
Yeah, that a bit overzealous there from Meg D, I think, going a bit too deep on the offstage, goes to the weapon throw, is going to stall out Marckiemoo for a second, who spot dodges immediately, reads that approach with the downlight, and in response, Meg D going to back up a bit, slow things down. Marckiemoo, this is what you don't want to see. I mean, the second Meg D was slowing down last time in Winners Finals, Marckiemoo just ran away with it. He just jumped into Meg D's space. We're kind of seeing that again here, as Meg D kind of looking a little bit lost towards the end of the second game. Looking for anything with the sword here. One recovery will probably be enough, but Marckiemoo, his gauntlets are putting in work right now as the string comes in. Has stage control, might just close it out right here. The ground pounder will certainly do it.
Dude, it felt like a switch turned off from Meg D, right? His movement was so insane. He was going for some crazy combos, but felt like he couldn't get himself back into that mental after that second stock, and Marky just got these punishes. Looking back at replays, after that neutral air dare and a ground pound where Meg D thought he was going to be able to come back, he couldn't come back from that mentally.
Yeah, it's kind of like Meg D went off stage too deep, kind of got a bit overzealous, and instead of like just adding a little bit of the brakes, right, slowing down a little bit, he slammed the brakes on way too hard to a complete standstill, and Marckiemoo just completely took advantage of that. And now we go back to Fortress of Lions, which we saw a lot more than Winners Finals. Can Meg D maintain the momentum he had in Game 1, or will he start to slow down?
Well, he needs to maintain momentum, but he also needs Marckiemoo on the platform. Right, so on the map, because that's the big deal for Meg D. His damage buildup with guitars involves the map control, and Satellite comes in, you're gonna see him go off ledge a little bit, but he's also facing one of the best Scythe players off ledge, or just one of the best players in the world off that ledge, and that's very, very scary to consider, especially when you're like playing guitars and you only have a short amount of range. You can't really knock them away to be able to come back. So Dare comes in, is going to lead into a neutral air misses. Marky comes in with a neutral light, swaps over the gauntlets. Dare lands by Meg D, but does the downlight the wrong way, and Marky gets that punish. Satellite comes in, side air comes in as well, and Marky is able to come back with neutral air into GC neutral light, and Meg D with no weapon trying to go back over his sword to do something. Oh!
The Marckiemoo special hitting that GC sidelight into the recovery. Hands on the scythe now as well. Pretty scary spot for Meg D to be in. Weapon throw into the stall. Grab that nair with the gauntlets and just going in unarmed now. Marckiemoo giving no room to breathe to Meg D, as Meg D just struggling to find anything. Yes, the guitar's in hand. That's not your KO tool though. Does find the nair. One recovery could be enough up high, but off the ground not enough. Meg D needs one more.
Yeah, that downlight recovery, while it has a lot of force, it's stealing a small Fortress Alliance is not compared to other maps there too, so he's got to be careful with that. He does get that sword downlight in the recovery, does go ahead and KO, making things 2 stacks all. So he's going to have to go in with his guitars and be the aggressive player that he was doing. He was going in for strings that I don't think he was really planning for, and I think Mark kind of realized that, so I think his main goal has been trying to get away and out of those combos when he sees them. So Magdi gets a dare neutralite into neutral air. It's going to lead into some aerial gameplay there between both players. We saw recovery, we saw dodge, but no follow-up. And Marckiemoo comes in with that Silent GC Silent Recovery KO option again. And Magdi keeps running into it.
Yeah, I mean, that option is just a safer way to cover a number of dodges and gauntlets. You can really afford to just play it quite often there, and Marckiemoo making good use of it indeed, as Magdi now forced to play from very far behind. Just saw getting a couple hits in here and there, but Marckiemoo answering back, and once again, you can't afford to be trading damage. He needs to be finding unanswered hits here, which he just isn't. Well,
double dare to neutral lands from Magdi, but he's got that movement again. But as I say that though, his movement options are good to come back. But can he get this KO? He gets the neutral hit, weapon stars Marckiemoo, gets that jump side air, and it's now one stock all. Can Magdi take this game over Marckiemoo? He's got 100 damage as a disadvantage. See what he can do. He's going to go back, try weapon star, picks up guitars, misses that silent, and Marckiemoo is able to go back and pick up those gauntlets, and that's detrimental for Magdi. Silent neutral like this lands. Marckiemoo not dodging there, and I think Magdi picked up on it, but is he going to be able to pick up on it fast enough? Because Mark's going with these signatures, lands the second one, neutral light into neutral sig, and Marckiemoo wins that point to his name and takes one game over Magdi so far. Marky only needs one more game to win this event.
dude, what a scary thing to see too, because Magdi came into this set playing like he was the best guitars player in the world, like he was getting just hit after hit, unanswered damage after unanswered damage, and then Marckiemoo just sort of woke up and Magdi just looks kind of lost. I'm curious if he goes back to the Val, if he's set to the Asuri. It looks like he's sticking with the Asuri going into game number 4.
Yeah, so we're going over to game number 4. I think we're definitely seeing that Asuri come out again because of how confident he was in game number 1. I think he needs a little bit of time to be able to regroup just a tad bit there. You know, kind of regroup, be like, okay, that happened. Let's not let it affect our mental there. Let's go ahead and be more precise with our attacks. Let's go in for these strings that, you know, Marky may not be expecting. Just pre-fire these a little bit, but also make sure you're not doing that too much to the point where you're getting punished. So a little bit back and forth there, but we're going into game number 4 on Small Fortress Alliance. He knows the ceiling, he knows the map. Let's see what happens.
Oh, Magdi standing still at the start of the game. Marckiemoo gonna get in there with a neutral light. The scythe as well. Magdi forced to stay unarmed for the time being. Is gonna find a sword. Not really your ideal damage build tool. However, Magdi will try and find a way to get it done. Will throw it away, in fact, there. Grab the guitars. Both players slowed down a little bit more at the start of this game.
Yeah, a little bit back and forth here coming in from Magdi. Gets that lovely recovery there as well. Silent comes in. Tries to float around a little bit, try not to run into Marckiemoo's scythe, but the movement options coming in from Marky are just reading what Magdi really can do, and with his range, with how fast he's moving. But as I say that, Marky comes in with a phenomenal gauntlet string, but then Magdi comes in with a 3-piece combo into a weapon throw dare. It's going to lead into a KO option, and what a reversal coming in from Magdi on the Miss Wars champion.
Yeah, a bit too deep, to be honest, and Magdi capitalizing. Signs of life out of Magdi here as he gets a bit more damage done with the guitars, but that down signature gonna whip him away off the right side, and Marckiemoo keeping the game close.
Yeah, this is a pretty big deal there. You know, you got Magdi going off that ledge against Marckiemoo. Oh, but look at him string. He's got the chase dodge too, and on top of that though, his movement, he's being a lot more faster, he's being a lot more aggressive. You know, and Magdi needs to match that or go further and be able to read Marky. There's only a certain amount of limit that you can do. Can he take that momentum away from Marckiemoo? That's starting to do it a little bit. Downlane recovery, side light, downlight's true. Misses that second downlight. Marckiemoo now has an opportunity of approaching Magdi. Tries to, it gets punched. Derek silent in a neutral light lands. He's gonna go for a KO option. Who's gonna get the first KO? The second stock. Marky, neutral air, recovery. It's gonna lead him back. Magdi's weapon throw!
Whoa, 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 whoa!
Magdi, you didn't touch the ledge!
What on earth just happened, dude? Magdi scrapping, it was a completely even game, and then he just decided, I don't want that stock anymore, I'm just fall off the edge. And now Marckiemoo looking to try and play even more an advantage here. Sword in hand for Magdi, which is what he wants really here, to try and find that KO. That's the kind of side there, though. He's just kind of swinging, like throwing up moves that aren't necessarily going to hit their mark, and because of that mark, he's going to put a lot of pressure on. Goes for the weapon throw, is going to lose the stock, but that's so much damage off that string.
It is, but it might be enough for Meg D to be able to regroup himself a little bit. Because he's got the guitars, he realized Mark is going to be a little bit way too aggressive. Can he find a way to counter that out? Neutralator comes in, Satellite comes in, but Satellite recovery lands, it does not KO. Megdy's on his tournament stock, he's got to do something here. Dare Neutralite comes in, he's got to be careful, because that down lane, he's getting punished by Marckiemoo Silent. Neutralite comes in, Megdy needs to stay off the ledge. He needs to be able to get some sort of punish. He can't go on the ledge because the downlights are just getting punished so hard, but doesn't even matter because there you have it. Ladies and gentlemen, Marckiemoo is your Duskfall Rebellion champion. With that overall momentum, speed, and passion behind his gameplay, he was able to go ahead and win this event in a very nice fashion. Congrats there to Marckiemoo on beating Meg D. We were all rooting for Meg D to try to do this reset there, but as soon as that second stock happened, it just threw him in a little bit of a loop in that final game there. And what a set that was there, Hackle.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I just want to see more of Meg D playing the way he did in that first game, dude. Like, he's clearly capable of it, and it was super, super impressive. I don't even think that Marckiemoo was playing necessarily cold after having been waiting for Meg D to get back into grand finals. Marckiemoo was playing pretty characteristic in that first game, but Meg D was just on fire, and then that fire kind of got extinguished.
It did, but I think it became down to that off-ledge exchange, thinking he's going to touch the ledge. And I think realistically, with Meg D's gameplay, he has what it takes to win championships, and he always has. And we saw his mental do a lot better this tournament. And going into that grand finals, it just came down to the exchange off the ledge, thinking he touched and letting it get to him. And Marky just took full advantage of that. This is very much a mental game. Meg D has that experience. He just needs to kind of work on that a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. But a fantastic tournament overall. I mean, some really fantastic play from everyone who took part. Obviously, congratulations to Marckiemoo for winning the tournament, but we still had so many amazing games by really, really talented players.
Yeah, man. I mean, Mark has always been known in North America for being one of the best players in North America. Meg D's been known for being one of those top players in Brawlhalla, and you know, we saw Gooey do well. We saw Moni do well. Meg D's starting to pop off. Gooey's starting to pop off. The players that we saw being kind of more in that middle range are starting to overpower those old top players and show themselves. And we're starting to kind of get this newer base play style with the old pros that we've had. And it's really cool to kind of see how things turn out. And Marky's popping off more as ever. And you know, also, by the way, Marckiemoo is a free agent. If you guys are an organization trying to sign a player, this Moose Wars champion is up for grabs now. So with that being said, is there anything else, Hackle, you want to say before we go ahead and cut it off for tonight?
Get excited for the few more community tournaments coming up before BCX next month. Everyone is practicing hard. We have more action for the game. I mean, it's prime time for Brawlhalla competition, as you can see there. Champions Path at the midway point for November, right before BCX.
Yeah, and keep in mind, Moose Wars will be doing 2 events in November. Champions Path is going to be November 15th and 16th. Those will be available to you guys to get practice before BCX. So keep an eye on the Moose Wars page. Those should be available for you guys very, very soon. Same thing with Encore Clash. It is going to be on I think November 29th and 30th. This is the week after BCX. If you are feeling hyped up after the World Championship and want to play in an event, this is the best way of doing so. We'll be doing 1s and 2s for both of those brackets to allow you guys to practice for both game modes and also have a lot of fun after World Championship. So keep an eye on that as well. And with that being said, though, that's it from me and Hackle. Have a fantastic rest of your night. And we'll see you guys in the next event in a few weeks. So have a wonderful rest of your night, and we'll see you guys on the flip side. See you guys later.